Hi there. How's it going, nerds? How's everybody feeling today? Ooh, and what a day it is, eh? Sunday fun day, am I right? How we feeling? I hope you're all doing well. What's up, silly sleeper? Silly! I saw this was the first time you were sent in any homebrew. Very exciting. Where are you guys? Can't see you. I can see your chat, but I can't see you. Wait a minute. Why can't I see you? Why can't I see you? Why can't I see you? Chat. Where did you go? Why have you left me? Oh, woe be the day that we are just communicating through voice and text. How I yearn for a time that I could go through the ether, reach across this frail existence, and there you are! Ha 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 ha! Oh, yes! Look at those beautiful faces. My, my, my. Ooh, some charmers in the bunch. I see you. I see you over there. You dress up for me or what? You didn't have to do that. But I appreciate it. It shows tenacity, respect, and perhaps ulterior motives? Who's to say? Anyway, who's here today? Say hi. What's up, Brandillo? You don't need an adult. I'm your daddy. What's up? Sorry about that. What's up, Shades? What's up, the living human being? Jaden, how's it going? Fluffcopter with the resub. Let's go. It takes courage saying this, assuming I'm not completely naked. Hey, man. Sometimes that's the best outfit you can wear, depending on the circumstance. What's up, Crusher? Sticks, how you doing? Shalacor, welcome, welcome. It's been a hot minute. RX, ooh, you're on Twitch now. I accept. What's up, Toasted Marsh? How are you doing? Frank the Tank. Miles, Skim Milk, how you doing, buddy? Skim Milk, are you excited for the new compendium thing that you guys are going to be working on? I'm excited for it. I think it's going to go well. You got noticed? Hell yeah, you did. You matter! All of you matter! And sure, there might be times during stream where we get a little hectic, where we get a little confrontation. But that doesn't mean that we don't matter, that we shouldn't be recognized and seen, if not through the eyes of a peer, through the eyes of an eldritch being looking down upon a bunch of insects trying to write homebrew. You know? Say it with your chest, friend. That's what we're about here. Recognizing people. And sometimes that's a little scary when we're recognizing things they need to work on in their writing. But we're still recognizing them. And maybe that's what matters most. I don't know. But I did time that speech really well. Clip it. How's everybody doing today? Good? Welcome to the show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi, if you've never been here before, my name is CinderBlocksally. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What a day, what a day. Hi. We are a bunch of dinguses. We are fools. We are silly geese. But we aspire for greatness. Okay? I'm dumb. You are very dumb. But that doesn't matter. Because we can be the dumbest dingle-dongles this side of the Mississippi. If we are aspiring to be more, then we're on a good path. And that's the mindset that we want to have with our writing. That's the mindset that we want to have, I honestly think, with anything that we make. Assume that it's going to be bad. Is the music doing something echoey? No, it's just the song. Assume that we're going to fail badly. And then move on from whatever shame that comes with that. Shed it aside. We don't need that. It's a waste of energy. And take our missteps as lessons as we go forth and try to make cooler stuff. Because that's what it's about. Is making cool stuff. Why do we write homebrew? You know? What's the point? I think the point of writing homebrew is making toys. I think the point of writing homebrew is that in most games that we play, you need a great deal of knowledge to build anything in that game. Knowledge in all sorts of different technical directions. In D&D, you need some knowledge, but you don't need to learn coding. You can build new, amazing, in-depth toys for the game of D&D, or for any RPG, really. And share them with your friends. Or maybe if you're a psycho, you know, decide that that's what you're going to want to try to build a life around. And try to become a published author. I'm not saying that that's psycho because it's a bad thing, but it's a hard thing to do. King Crush, are you starting us off with a quest already? We haven't even really started the show yet. All right, let's find a good. Should we do a spooky quest? So I have one of my channel things that we offer is you can request a quest, and what that means, if you're new, is I give you a quest that I make up. It involves real life things, usually combined with D&D. And if you want to do the quest, you can, but it's a hard quest sometimes. And then also, if you want to share progress or the outcome of the quest, there's a channel in my Discord where you can do such a thing. Fair warning, I don't repeat anything when I give the quest, so I encourage you to clip it for yourself or just take notes or ignore this segment because you think it's stupid. So any of those options, I think, are going to do you very well. All right, should we do a spooky quest today because it's October? All right. Hello, children. I have a quest for you today. One of great, difficult challenge and renown. Within the next 32 hours, when night is darkest in your home, whenever that may be, you shall walk through the longest hall of your home. And while you do, you shall whisper the following phrase. It doesn't follow me. It cannot see me. It will not hurt me. Whisper it like a prayer. But as you whisper it, find a moment of your imagination to know somewhere in your heart that it might not be true. And then on the other end of that, take a candle. And with only candlelight and a pencil or pen upon a piece of paper, illustrate that beast that may or may not be following you in the night. Draw it in depth or just in simple visage, the choice is yours. But be warned, for sometimes the only thing we need for something to make manifest in this realm is to believe in it and to give it a form. All right, there's your quest. Was that a good quest? So I don't remember what I just said, but if you do, you could write it down. You could do that. It might take some time for people to do because I don't know when it's darkest in your house. You think I don't go hard in the paint with Spooky? Spooky is like my favorite vibe. Spooky is like the only thing I care about. You know? Anyway, hi guys. Welcome to the show. Hey Cinder, I'm making a destruction wizard for the evil subclass stream, but my mind's drawing a blank, so I'm looking for ideas for features. Shades, I want to push you in a direction. Here's what I would say. I would argue the destruction wizard already exists, and it's the evocation wizard. So if that is where my head goes immediately, I would say maybe look at what the evocation wizard gets and take that as an inspiration, as sort of like an opposite inspiration. Not opposite, but like make sure you're going in a completely different direction than the evocation wizard, and then build in that direction. So for folks that are curious what's going on and what Shades is referencing, we have a themed challenge homebrew night coming up on Thursday. Thursday night. And Thursday night stream, the challenge is to take one of the officially published subclasses in D&D, not including the 2024 stuff, but anything from like Tasha's or anything else, Tasha, Xanathar, the Xanathar's Player's Handbook, etc. Anything from the officially published stuff, and create a subclass that is either the opposite of that subclass, or create a subclass that is the evil version of that subclass. So, for example, we have the Way of Mercy monk. Maybe you would make the Way of Vengeance monk. Or we have the light cleric. Maybe you would make the darkness cleric. Or we have the path of the beast barbarian, and maybe you would make the path of the human barbarian. I don't know. Weird, you can go in all sorts of directions. It doesn't need to be evil, but it can be evil. So that is the challenge for Thursday. And if you want to submit, I'm going to post all the submission stuff for it tomorrow on my YouTube channel and on Patreon. But if you want to access it right now and you're in a rush, it's already all up on my Discord. But yeah, so that's going to be on Thursday. I've been working on a gladiator class for 5e that's supposed to be as focused on the performative aspects of battle as much as the actual fight. Do you review full classes? So whenever anybody sends me a class, I usually don't review the full class. I usually review the first 2 levels. And the reason for that is twofold. Fold number 1, a full class review would take a really long time. And reason number 2, in my experience, every single class in the game has very unique identifiable features that both make it stand out mechanically and express its theme very clearly by level 2. Every single class does. So your class needs to do that, in my opinion, by level 2. So I'm looking to see if your class has done that, and if it has, we can talk about if it feels like it sits uniquely in a space, and if it hasn't, then that's mostly going to be the feedback. Josiah, I've sent a message in the Discord. I'm not sure if you saw it. The warlock that you submitted this week, I reviewed already. So if you want to edit your submission form to make it something else, you can. But we're not going to review that warlock again. We looked at it earlier. Tainted Soul Sorcerer as opposed to a Divine Soul Sorcerer? Yeah, that could be fun. Path of the Human. I think Path of the Human would be so funny. I think it'd be so weird.
Hooray!
Bildo, 12 months. That's crazy, dude. Shades, I saw your message already. You're good. What is it supposed to be the opposite of? What is the destruction wizard supposed to be the what wizard subclass is that the opposite of? Wait, we're doing the wheel today? Schedule lied to you. Schedule did not lie to you, Fluffcopter. Look at the fucking schedule. What today is, right now, it is October 6th at 6 p.m. Okay? Keep in mind I'm Eastern Standard Time. We go to the schedule. We look at the schedule. October 6th, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Homebrew wheel. You may have misread it in the Discord, friendo. Where is the Discord? I think this command works. I don't actually know if that works. Does that work? That link should work, hopefully. Thank you for answering. It does have its class defining features by level 2, so you drop it in the Discord. Cool. Well, the way you drop, I'm not going to review it if it's in the Discord. I mean, I might review it in my own time in the Discord. The link didn't work. All right, I'll make a new link. I will make a new link. The link probably will also work in my just the description of my whatever my video description. But I can fix this one really fast. Well, we'll see how fast I can fix it. It might be really slow. It might be like the slowest. I don't think it'll be that slow. I think if I keep talking about doing it as I'm doing it, it'll be pretty quick. Okay. Give it like a second to reload, but now it should work on Twitch. Let's see. Try that. See if that works. You clear out all the prior submissions. Yes, it's not so much that I clear out the prior submissions, but I make a new form every time. So if you submitted something in past weeks and it has not been reviewed before, you can totally resubmit it. If you submitted something in past weeks and it has been reviewed before, I'm not going to review it again. I only review a piece once. Talk about the thing you're doing as you're doing it is like turning the music down when you're looking for parking. Oh, that is well put. A peacekeeper school wizard? That could be... Yeah, I mean, look. Whatever your interpretation of the opposite of these ideas are, I'm open to. I just want to know what your thing is going to be the opposite of, and I want to know why you think it's the opposite. So we have a sense of what we have going in. I just beat Commander Niall in Elden Ring. I wish I knew what that meant. I haven't played Elden Ring enough to remember everyone's names, but good job. Somebody in the chat suggested instead of a battle master fighter, like the peacemaster fighter, and all their powers were like ways to like debuff and diminish damage. That was way somebody else did it. But if you thought bulldozer was the opposite because battle master is very tactical and bulldozer would be very straightforward, then that could also be an idea. You know, whatever. All directions are fine. I think the most important thing is that you make sure the thing you are making isn't just a cool idea that you're squeezing into the shape of an opposite. Really try to build the opposite of something. That's what I would say is the most important thing. Is really the guiding light should be, is this the opposite of the evocation wizard? Is this the opposite of the light domain cleric? Whether it means that mechanically or thematically is totally your call, but really your guiding light for this challenge, which is gonna be on Thursday, should be, is this the opposite? You're like the school of illusion wizards are very strong. That's a good school of magic. Can't go wrong with the school of illusions. I think the school of illusions has one of the most powerful capstone features of any subclass ever. Opposite of Oathbreaker could be, I mean, I would argue opposite of Oathbreaker might already exist, and it might be Redemption Paladin. Maybe. I don't know. Or it could be Oathmaker, but is Oathmaker any Paladin? Which Paladin is not an Oathmaker, you know? That's why it's Trixie. Why is the monstrous player link still in the video description? Is it? I don't... Oh, because I forgot to take it out. It's out now. Gone. Sorry. Illusion into hallucination. That's kind of an interesting way of thinking about the opposite, where one is the illusion of the mind and one is the illusion of the eye. I don't know if I would call that the opposite, but I do think that would be an interesting way to go. You never played D&D? How do you get into it? I think the easiest way to get into D&D, if you want to start playing quickly, the first thing to do is to genuinely ask around your friends, see if anybody plays and could invite you, because you never know who plays. But if there's not anyone in your immediate friend group that plays, and you are somebody that is like in college or younger, then you should look to see if there are any like clubs at your school. Also, libraries run D&D games a lot of the time. Community centers often have D&D clubs, all of which will be pretty fun. And they're usually, in those circumstances, there is an element of like oversight because it's being run by an organization. So you're gonna not have to, ideally it makes it a lot safer in terms of dealing with like shitty dungeon masters or creepy people. If you are just whatever aged person, you can also find a lot of games either through just searching on forums. There's a bunch of looking for games forums that are open to new players. There is a looking for groups section in my Discord. I'm not sure how active it is, but people definitely use it sometimes. And you can also find groups on things like Start Playing Games, which depending on the game you're looking for will cost money, but with it costing money comes with like a bunch of elevated experience, and also you can literally like look up times and exact types of games you want to play and dungeon masters and read like many reviews on them to make sure that what you're getting is what you're interested in. So those are the ways I would think about getting into it if you wanted to like immediately start playing. If you're just like, I'm curious about it, I want to know what it's like, then you could start playing immediately, but you could also start watching or listening to people playing D&D. There's a bunch of different D&D actual plays that are pretty good. I have a D&D podcast called Unbalanced Encounters, if you want to listen to that. But the one that I would recommend if you're totally new is probably Dimension 20. Has a bunch of shows that are very easily digestible. Fantasy High is like the classic. And then there's obviously Critical Role is good. Critical Role is really long. You have to like decide you want to sit and listen to like 4 hours of stuff, which, you know, not everybody wants to do all the time. The opposite of the Beast Barbarian could be like the fluffy barbarian. Yeah, I would say maybe the opposite of the Beast Barbarian would be like the tame barbarian, or like domestic. It would be the domesticated barbarian. That would be the opposite of the Beast Barbarian, would be the domesticated barbarian. Well, that would be an opposite, but that would be a really funny one. I like that idea. I played in a one-shot with somebody that was in Acquisitions Incorporated. Kate Welch. She was very funny. You got into D&D through your local hobby store? Yeah, that is definitely a way to do it. That is definitely a way to do it. I got into D&D through, I was doing some theater stuff when I was living in Baltimore, and the people that the people that I was performing with were into all sorts of those sorts of games. So we didn't even play D&D first. We played Savage Worlds for a while, and we played D&D after. You think the Domesticated Barbarian is a club in Miami? Oh, that was good. You got into D&D from a children's book series. That's cool. Does the Spiderwick Chronicles have D&D, or is it just like D&D adjacent enough that you were like, okay, I like these kinds of things. There's this game that has these kinds of things. You can watch a lot of Dimension 20 stuff on YouTube still. I think they have like maybe the whole first season of Fantasy High, and maybe the whole first season of the City one, and then they have the first episode or the first couple episodes of a bunch of different ones. But if the goal is just being like, what is D&D, then you could watch them and be like, oh, okay, it's like an imagination game with like monsters and stuff. Got it. I would say the opposite. I mean, I don't know what the opposite of the circle. I think the opposite of the circle of the moon druid would go in a lot of different directions depending on how you interpreted it. Like if you interpreted it as the moon, you could say circle of the sun, but you'd have to make it different than the wildfire druid. So you wouldn't want to just rely on the fire gimmick, because that's pretty much the wildfire druid. You could also go like the moon, the opposite of the moon druid, as like an opposite version of a wild shaped druid. So what would the opposite of a wild shaped druid be? Like maybe more of a spellcasty druid, but you'd have to make sure it wasn't just a reinterpretation of the circle of the lands druid, which is the more spellcasty druid. So it would be a fun thing to try to figure out. I don't know what I would do for the circle of the moon. That's a hard one to figure out. I'm not sure. Circle of the dark side of the moon. Just like that. That's so stupid. Oh my god, I love it. I don't know what it is, but stupid jokes hit me so hard. They hit me so hard. They destroy me. Oh, the opposite of the wild shaped druid would be turning your friends into animals. Oh, the Venusian sun. Ashantea, that is a cool idea. Cinder, what do you think is the easiest to make subclasses for? I think that honestly, any of them can be easy to make subclasses for if you keep your idea kind of simple. I think that part of why people get into the weeds with Homebrew is they have either a fairly complicated idea that they're not sure how to express, so they just express it as they know to, and it makes it come out kind of complicated, or they are having a hard time finding the smoothest place to get their idea across, so they're taking a really roundabout way to get there. So either the idea is just really complex, or the path is really complex. And those problems, I think, come up with every subclass. But if you were to be like, gun to my head, easiest class to make a subclass for, it's probably something, I would say, maybe like paladin. Paladin is really colored by numbers. Yeah, maybe paladin. But you can get in the weeds with a paladin. But paladins are really like, it gets its channel divinity at level 3. It gets its aura at level 7. It gets a handful of spells. They could be paladin spells. They could be other spells. It gets its special, it gets its avatar state at 20. Like the only level of subclass with paladin where you don't have a lot of guardrails that you can use is the 15th level feature, which is also, if you look across all the paladins, it's kind of straight. It's a pretty straightforward one to make up. It's always like something that's like pretty good in combat, and it's either like once a day or all the time. And it's never crazy, right? It's like, oh, you can do a weird reaction attack, or oh, you can come back to life if you go down, or that kind of stuff. So it's fairly easy. Is someone going to answer your question? What was your question? Is tonight themed tonight? Neon, you have the ability to answer your own question. You could look at the title of the stream tonight. You could look at the schedule in the Discord. Either of those are going to be great clues. But if you must know, no, tonight is not the theme night. The theme night is going to be on Thursday. I'm actually going to put the form for it up in the video description of the YouTube in case anybody does want to work on it tonight. But no pressure. But if you want the link ahead of time, the where to get the link to submit to the Thursday stream, which is the 10th, is in the Discord. But I'm going to put it in the video description here. On Thursday, we got a homebrew challenge. See rules and submit here. Opposite / evil subclasses. Cool. All right, the link should be in the video description on YouTube now. Boom. You're doing a chaos cleric to be the opposite of order? Totally. Truth domain cleric as opposed to a trickster cleric? Yeah. I mean, honestly, a lot of the opposite ones don't need to be silly. A lot of them could just be cool. But I do think it's fun to think of silly ones too. I do think my favorite silly one that someone suggested was the opposite of the beast barbarian as just the man barbarian. When you rage, you become a regular dude. You get all your rage powers, but you also need glasses. You get all your rage powers, but you're also a pretty good driver, but not a great driver, just an all right driver. You know, you've done you get all of your powers, but you've done taxes, but you have the knowledge of someone who has done taxes at least a couple times. Now you're not necessarily good at doing them. You've just experienced it. You know, you've gone through the emotional experience of taxes. So stupid. Oh my god. Tridosia, how's it going, buddy? I think if you have a good pitch for why your idea is the opposite, whether that's through mechanical expression or themes, in my opinion, ideally both, I think that you should just run with it. I would say my biggest advice for anybody that wants to partake in the opposite / evil subclass challenge for Thursday is whatever the gimmick you come up with is, whether it's really silly or really serious, take it seriously. I'm not saying if you're going to be silly, don't be silly, but think about how to be silly well, you know? Like, you really want to commit to the bit, whatever that bit is. That's my best suggestion. Hooray! Oh, thank you for the sub, you silly sleeper. You so silly. Oh, company, excuse me. You're a notorious MMO hater, but you found one you like? I am also an MMO hater. What's the one that you found that you like? I wasn't bothered about having a go before stream, but now I must. Yeah, here's the thing, Brent. The reason why I like I'm pretty glad, because if you didn't know, I posted a poll on YouTube, and I think we got like 1,000 votes, and like 40-some%. Almost half voted for the opposite evil subclasses. And I'm really glad that that's... The other options were fun too, but I'm really glad that... And by the way, I picked all of those ideas based off of things that you guys left as suggestions. And I'll do this again today. I'll do this again tomorrow. I'll post a thing in my Discord. We'll say, reply to this if you have an idea, or leave one in the suggestion box. And then I'll pick from those and we'll do a vote. But the reason why I like that we picked that this week... is because I think it really can be really silly or really serious. And it's fun when, as creators, you don't have to decide, it doesn't have to be one or the other. You know, you can play the game at the tone that you want to play it at. That's fun stuff. You were hoping for the battle map one. I'm gonna, if people, I think that people really do want another battle map one. So I'm gonna keep, it'll probably, I wouldn't be surprised if it pops back up. Also, just, you know, suggest it in the chat. Keep an eye out in the Discord. I'm gonna ping everyone that has the writer role with it. For that, I usually ping the writer role. So if you have that role in the Discord, you'll get pinged. And then what I basically do is say, hey, leave suggestions for next week, and then leave a little emoji shape if on the one that you like to vote for it. So whichever ones get the most emojis, I mush together. Opposite of Arcane Trickster would be where it's like a magician where they're just doing fake magic. Yeah, that could be pretty good. Yeah, Brent, I do think that that is an element of this show that I think is really funny and definitely true, is that I think a lot of people like making subclasses the most, but also a lot of people use a lot of the homebrew that ends up getting shown on this stream. And I think the homebrew that ends up getting used a lot more is the magic items and the monsters. Because you're not changing your subclass or making a new character that often, but you need monsters and magic items almost every friggin' day. All day, every day out here with these monsters. You can't go a whole friggin' session without bumping into somebody's grandma having a weird monster under its basement. You know? The mundane trickster. Yeah. All right, I guess I could set the wheels up. Do you think we've given people enough time to send in some homebrew? Let's see. Let's start setting these bad boys up. We have moved on. We've switched color schemes for the big wheel. We've moved on to Halloween-y colors. So just, you know, don't get scared. Because they're pretty scary. The member wheel still is sort of in autumn mode. All right, let's get this set up. Okay, give me 1 second. I always have to do the stupid resizing thing, so we're gonna have to do the stupid resizing thing. Let's do the stupid resizing thing. Loop. And then we go loop. Okay. So the name of the game, D&D Homebrew Review. Couple rules, couple parameters. If you want to submit some homebrew to this wheel, the big wheel, you can do that by by clicking the link in the video description on YouTube, or by typing the command wheel on Twitch, and that'll get you here. If you want to submit to this wheel, this little luxury wheel, ooh, look at it, it's so shiny, and it just keeps spinning. If you want to submit to this wheel also, then the way to do that is to subscribe to my channel on Twitch, become a member on YouTube or Patreon, and then you can find the submission link in the Discord, or if you're on YouTube, you can also find it in the member section. If you're on Patreon, you can find it on Patreon. Cool? Cool. The easiest place to find the link very quickly, if you are like, I'm going to do this right now, or I'm going to do this during this stream, is it is in the announcement for the stream for today in the Discord. Cool. All right. Anyway, that's that. Does that sound good to everybody? Anything else I need to clarify before we start? Yes? No? Yes, no, maybe so. Paladin getting a Mystic Arcanum analog? I would probably... What do you mean by Mystic Arcanum? Do you mean like the way that warlocks get higher level spells once a day? I think that's what you're making reference to. I probably wouldn't put that on a paladin at 15th level. Mostly because their 15th level feature usually isn't like an activatable once a day. That's usually what their 20th level is. Their 15th level usually is something that's like more of a reactive once a day, or something that's just more passive. But the other reason is I don't know. I feel like it wouldn't fit. It would be weird to get access to a higher level spell than your class. Like at 15th level, you don't even have access to 5th level spell slots yet. So to get access to a 6th level spell or 7th level spell, I think would be, I don't know, I think it'd be weird. I wouldn't do that. But you know, do what you want. All right. Who's the bottom? Neon. He's still the bottom. Nope. I see you, Vertominal. I see you. All right, should we spin the wheel? Hello, how's it going? Yeah, you think? Listen. I'm gonna be honest. I noticed you started watching when the stream went live, but I didn't want to startle you, so I waited until you submitted Homebrew to acknowledge you were here. Most people find it unnerving when they realize that I have my stream set up to be a two-way, where your camera activates too. Also, like, from what spell list? I don't know what you're talking about anymore. Yeah, I don't even think it matters what spell list if you're talking about the Mystic Arcanum. I mean, go for it if you want, but I'm gonna have a... I think there's very few spells that would fit in that. There might be some. Maybe there's a spell that really feels like a 15th level feature and could work, but I think it would be really dependent on what that spell was. Guys, that's always how my stream. I've never not run my stream that way. So whatever you've been doing since you started watching me, I have seen it all. No, I'm not a CIA guy. I'm just a creature beyond your normal scope that funnels my existence into a flesh vessel so that I can communicate with you. But there's a whole bunch of different light frequencies. It doesn't matter. Okay, we can get into it later. Listen, guys, we don't need to get into the details of the background. The lore is irrelevant. You don't need to wonder why I spend my time doing this. Just be like, oh, cool. This is a guy that really likes Homebrew. There is no ulterior motive. Okay? There is nothing in the darkness other than the darkness. You're fine. Everything's fine. Everybody chill. Don't worry about it. We're going. We're spinning the wheel. Bucket a 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 bucket. Jay. Ooh, Jay. I knew a man named Jay many years ago. Let's see what Jay's goal was. Jay said they want to improve their writing and share a scary monster that I hope would make for a very flexible, unique, and memorable BBEG. The idea was for a dynamic and cinematic fight that gives DMs access to enough abilities and flavor the hard fight. And flavor the hard fight won't just be a number crunching slog. Yes, okay, that's a very good goal, Jay. Boss fights can be tricky to make hard, not just hard, but like impact, like feel like they have something unique going on. If I said, what did you say? What did you ask me? I won't whenever I'm done looking at whenever I'm done with the wheel for the night, I just burn it. I don't keep anything. So if you post something and it doesn't get reviewed, it's, you know, you can always go back and edit the document and blank all the information out if you're like, you can edit your response to the form to blank everything out if you're like, I don't want there to be a link out there in the universe, but I don't go back and look at anything. All right, let's take a look at this monster. So whenever we're making a big final boss, which this is, CR 30 monster means final boss. We have a couple things that we need to keep in mind in general when we are reviewing something like this. The first thing that we have to keep in mind is that a lot of these numbers don't matter. They matter so much as you want to be doing one or two things, but the decision to give this thing a 30 in strength and a 22 in dex as opposed to a 24 in dex, or it is irrelevant. Okay, there's a couple things you need to keep in mind when you're making your big bad. One is you want them to have at least, and this is all my opinion by the way, I think you want them to have at least one of the mental stats for them to be a little bit better at than the other stats. It doesn't need to be a big gap, but it should be noticeable enough that they have one saving throw that they're pretty much always going to make, and other ones that they're maybe not going to make so much. And we're doing that here. We have the crazy high charisma. I would even say you might even want to bust up these numbers a little bit for a CR 30 monster. The other thing, and you're not doing it as much, but it's probably fine, is actually, I think you are. You want to make sure at least one of their stats, again, totally my opinion, but you want to make sure at least one of their stats aren't crazy. So we have 3 stats that are very, very good. They're still as good, if not a little bit better than the best stats that players can get, but they're not unreasonable. Like a +6 is not going to break the bank against level 20 players. So in terms of what you're doing for stat distribution, I don't normally talk about this as in depth, but I think it's a good point to talk about in general when you're trying to make big monsters. And there's a reason for all of that. The reason why you want to have at least some things stupidly high and other things not necessarily low, but significantly lower than the rest, is you want your monster to mechanically feel dynamic, and where some of that dynamism is going to show up is its defenses. If it is really strong in some places and really weak in others, that's going to make it feel sort of unique in some ways. And the way to do that in a way that's going to satisfy your players is if it makes sense. So for example, if I am looking at this monster not knowing anything about it, just based off of these stats, in order for me to run this monster well, this thing is really high con, really high strength, really high charisma, not that good as dex, wisdom, or intelligence. I would go out of my way as the dungeon master to make sure that they knew that this monster was really charming, or really good at lying, or really, I would really play up how charismatic this monster was. And beyond that, I probably would play up how it's a little bit slower than other dragons. And by playing up how it's a little slower than other dragons, I'm sort of hinting at it having a low dex, but really what I'm hinting at is it having a really high con and a really high strength. So if you build the world in a logical way, where your monster is going to be known as it travels across the realm, or just in general act in such ways that react to those stats, then your players can kind of like prep for that. You know what I mean? They can know, okay, this dragon we're going into the fight is a little bit slower, and he's real fucking good at lying, so he's probably gonna have a high strength. Like you can sort of build it out that way. So it's good that you did that. Cool. You did something else here that I want to point out that I almost feel like I have the opposite feedback for, which is that you gave this thing every type of movement speed. Don't do that. The only reason to give a creature every type of movement speed is if, like, one of the defining features of that creature is that it, like, is really good at existing in all states. I think if you give every movement speed, it's just too much. Just pick a couple. If you want to make it feel more unique, you give it burrowing or swimming or something, but like it doesn't need all of those. And really, they don't need a climbing speed most of the time, unless you really are trying to make them not use their fly that much. So, okay. Feedback on that. Second feedback, that's not that many saving throws for a CR 30 monster. I would give them at least 1 more saving throw proficiency, but probably 2 more saving throw proficiencies. Okay. Control. Breath control. Purple dragons have exceptional control over their breath and attack that erupts searing plasma. You don't need this sentence. Their plasma breath can take on the form of a cone line. Okay. So, what are we doing here? What is the point of this sentence, chat? The point of this sentence is to tell us that you can change the shape of this monster's breath attack weapon. That's cool. Love that. As a dungeon master, I want to know that information immediately. This is not the way to give me that information. This is a paragraph. We don't need that. What I would say here, if I were you, is I would say something like breath control. Whenever the purple dragon uses its breath attack, it can decide whether that attack is a whatever size cone or whatever size line or whatever else. And then I would probably have a little note that said, like, as seen in the attack, which is how, if you ever look at like Deva's work, that's how they're written. And maybe it's overkill. You don't need to necessarily do this, but it's just makes it a little easier. So, like, for example, they have angelic weapons. Its weapons are magical. When they hit, they deal extra damage, and then it says included in the attack. You could basically do that, and you see, and then it includes it in the attack there, and then you could re-include it in the breath weapon if you wanted to. But you want the goal of this is to just let us know that we are switching between 3 different shapes. We don't want to spend that much time getting there. Okay, it's got the thing where it comes back to life. It's got a little phylactery thing. It's got saving throws, magic resistance. All right, you said you wanted this thing to be really dynamic. I mean, we're seeing a lot of dragon stuff. I'm hoping we'll see the dynamism in the breath attacks here. I don't know if I would go force damage for a Draco Lich. I'd probably go necrotic, right? Chat, am I being crazy there? Doesn't necrotic feel more Draco Lich? It's got a claw that grapples creatures. Okay. It's got a tail that slams creatures around. Okay, fine. All right, let's see. It's got frightful presence. That's just dragon stuff. Okay, let's get into what makes this thing unique. It's got a plasma breath. When it exhales its breath, it picks between a 90-foot cone and a 180-foot line. Is the music, like, really loud, or is that just me? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Okay. Each creature in the area has to make a dex save or take a bunch of damage on a failed save. Fire damage ignores resistance and treats immunity as they had resistance. That's fine, especially on a CR30 monster. And all creatures within 60 feet that can see it have to make a saving throw or be blinded for 1d4 rounds. I would not make this a different area of effect than the breath attack. That's, I mean, that could be interesting, but I think that, I don't know. I think if you do that, I would probably write it differently. I would probably say all creatures, I think I would phrase it a little differently. Like, I would make this a different paragraph, and I probably would have this not included in the breath attack. I actually would probably have it maybe up here. What I would say, like, whenever it makes its breath attack, all creatures within 60 feet of it have to make a saving throw or be blinded for some amount of rounds. That's an interesting mechanic. I don't know how fun it's going to be, but it's interesting. I like it conceptually. And then it gets, this is like its third options for its breath attack, I guess. And it's single target, does the same amount of damage. And they have to make a saving throw, or their maximum hit points are reduced. Huh. Okay. Let's talk. We're not going to read the rest of it. Let's just talk about the part that matters. This is really the part that matters, because you said that you want to make this fight feel interesting and dynamic. So I think let's lean into that, shall we? Let's lean into that, Jay. Let's lean into that. So how do we make? First of all, we're gonna kill two birds. We're gonna kill a couple birds with one really unusually shaped stone, but it's not that unusual. We'll be used to it. And here's what we're gonna do. Are you familiar with any of the chromatic dragons, like the golden dragons? So all of the or the metallic dragons, all of the chromatic dragons, for the most part, I think all of them have one breath attack. A lot of the metallic dragons have two breath attacks, and they are written kind of like this, where it's like it gets either it's like sleep paralysis breath or it's fire breath or whatever. And I can see why you built this like this, because how do you say because the only reason why these are separate is because this one is doing something different, and it's hard to, like, how would you get the wording for pick its shape or do this whole entire type of attack? Like, that would be sloppy. So I see that logic. I think if we want your homebrew to read well, though, we need to figure out how to mush those together. But I actually don't think that's what we should do. I think we address it in a totally different way. And I think the way that I would address making this feel dynamic is change breath control entirely and say whenever the purple dragon uses its breath attack, it can decide what shape that makes. Or whenever it uses its breath attack, it chooses between 3 different attacks. And then instead of it having one breath attack that can be in a cone or a line, and then it blinds them, and one breath attack that is single target and takes away their hit points, give it 3 genuinely distinct breath attacks. Give it 1 cone attack that has 1 secondary feature. Maybe that cone attack is the blinding one. Give it 1 line type breath attack that has 1 secondary feature that's completely different. And then give it plasma spear, or some version of plasma spear. But instead of trying to mush 2 of them together and have 1/3, just split all 3 of them apart and let each of them be really dynamically different. And in terms of what they can do to feel dynamically different, you know, they could push creatures around, they could subdue them in different ways, they could pull them in. There's all sorts of different weird things you could do. The only other thing that I would suggest if I were you, the only other 2 things that I would suggest is, 1, this is a CR 30 monster, and really the only thing it has going for it is its breath attacks. Like, it's doing damage, but I think it should recharge its breath attacks. I think it should get to use all 3 of its breath attacks before it needs to recharge, but after it uses all 3, it can't use any until it recharges. Does that does that make sense? Like it gets I would play that game where it has just because you're only gonna use it in 1 fight. You want to show everything off. How much of a bummer would it be if you don't get to use 2 of its unique breath attacks because you kept rolling 2? And it's like, okay, I guess the final fight wasn't that interesting. No, fuck that. Design it so that you can use all 3 in the fight. You should. You could even build it in such a way that you sort of plan, okay, round 1 it's going to do this type, round 2 it's going to do this type, round 3 it's going to do this type. And if you do that, you could sort of either make them kind of work together or build off of each other in power. I don't know, play around with that. The other thing that I would do if I were you is Plasma Spear. I would not have it be single target. I would have it work like Fireball. I would have it be radius, but you shoot it like a meteor. So that way we have 1 cone, we have 1 cone, 1 line, and 1 shoot, and then poof, area of effect. It would cover all of the basic AoE effects other than squares and cylinders, which I think feels cool. And I want to encourage you to, if you want to do stuff like their maximum hit points are reduced, totally go ahead. Especially if you're playing this, especially if you're going to use this with a party that is healing out the wazoo. But I would encourage you to get more weird with what the rays do, you know? Like, this is the big final fight. Like, maybe 1 sucks everybody into the middle like a vortex. Maybe 1 makes people, you know, not be able to tell the difference between friend and foe for a round. Maybe 1, you know, there's all sorts of weird directions you could go in. You know what you want this monster to be more than I do. You could have, how about, here's another one. The good guy, you know how there's the great worms, there's the metallic and the chromatic great worm. One of the things the metallic great worm gets is its breath attack can just bring people back to life. So what if this is a Draco Lich? What if the cone breath attack or the area of effect one had the effect of reanimating corpses as zombies under its control? I don't know. I would think about those sorts of elements. Like, how can I make these breath attacks really cinematic, in a way that is not gonna just be debuffs on the players, but is gonna kind of shake up what the next round is gonna feel like. That's all my feedback. Reasonable? I think it's a pretty cool. I think it's a pretty cool idea. It's not that complicated. It's not that crazy, right? Like, we've seen dragons before. I don't know if we have any dragons at the moment that can change the shape of their breath attack, but that is a really elegant way of making that monster feel unique. So I think if that's what's happening here, which to me, that's what stands out the most about this monster, I just fucking lean in, man. Go big or go home, you know? Like, we could hit a home run or we could hit a grand slam. You know? We could mug an old lady or we could mug a nursing home. You know what I mean? Jay knows what I'm talking about. All right. Let's give Jay a round of applause. Where's my applause button? Oh, God damn it. I always forget the applause button. It's the one thing I always forget before I start stream. Truly, it is the... Okay, here we go. Applause! Thank you, Jay! Kaboosh! And now we turn to the member wheel. Let's see if there's anybody new for it. Under you, Desi. We got a couple more. Bagadu 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 bagadu. This isn't anyone. This is the part of the forum that I forgot to fucking take off. Sorry, my bad. Buggadoo, 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 bug. Is it Brent? I think we're at Brent. Ah, I'm our gent across the pond. Let's see. What does Brent have to say? I want to run these a few way. I want to run a few way. I've read that wrong. I'm sorry. I want to run a few waves of these little trios against 5 level 3 players with a free feat and uncommon magic item at level 1. Okay, so there's a handful of semi-weak characters. But 5 of them. I'd like help making it a fun encounter and working out how many of these boys to use to be punishing but possible. Punishing but possible, I think, is a really good headspace to have as a dungeon master. You do need to sometimes, this is not, I'm not saying you're not doing this, but for those of you out there that are in the punishing but possible space, when I was all punishing but possible, my players got stressed and they needed to have some power fantasy moments. Okay. Oh, I love the pixel art. And we got a battle map too. Listen, Brent, you are hooking us up. Okay, so I'm going to say something right now, and I don't mean this to be dismissive of the work that you've done here, but I am going to have a really hard time reading this accurately because I am profoundly colorblind. Like, really colorblind. Like, I don't see in black and white, but if you took, like, a color dampening filter and put it over my eyes, like, everything is turned down. Like, if you turn the saturation down, like, more than 50%, that's where I'm at most of the time. So I see that you color coded this. I'm going to struggle to remember what's what there. So I am going to mostly ignore the stats because I don't want to play the game of figuring out what's what and figuring out which all of those are different. If there's a big thing in the stats that you want me to pay attention to, I'll pay attention to it. But I'm going to ignore that, and I'm going to look at the features, and I'm just going to assume each one gets a different type of one of these features, and that's what I'm going to focus on, okay? Because there's no way in hell I'm going to be able to play the game of which colors goes to which things, and that's just not going to work for me. Okay. So we got some weird little monster guys. Let's see what they do. They're pretty squishy. They got pack tactics. One of them can use a bonus action to make a melee attack against a creature that they have dealt damage to on this turn. Okay, so if they hit a creature, they can bonus action hit them again. Another one can use a bonus action to make a ranged attack against the creature they've targeted and missed with an attack on this turn. Why are you differentiating range and melee? That's the first thing that I'm thinking. If you're already differentiating have attacked versus missed attack, I don't know if we need that extra layer of differential. And then we have a third one. They can use a bonus action to feed a morsel of food to an ally within 20 feet. The target can use their reaction to eat it and gain 1d6 HP. I like the idea of these different monsters. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't feel like the difference between the I can use a bonus action to hit a creature that I hit and I can use a bonus action to attempt to hit a creature that I missed, I just feel like those are so similar that I almost don't know how much the players are going to feel it. Maybe that's okay. In terms of the snack tactics one, I think that's very funny. I probably would not make it ranged. I'd probably make this guy have to run up to allies, but that also works fine with their pack tactics feature, but I think I would make it have to hand them to them. Let's see what they do. They only get one attack. It's pretty bad. They have ranged attack that does some elemental damage. They're level 3. And there's 5 of them. I think in order for this to be punishing, I'm going to tell you something that you might not want to hear, but maybe it'll be, depending on how you run your games, this feedback might not be applicable. First of all, I don't think these are CR1 monsters. I don't think they're anywhere near CR1 monsters. I think they are much closer to CR1 half monsters in their current iteration. Beyond that, I think as written, in order for this to be a punishing but beatable fight, but feel punishing, you would need enough of these that I wouldn't want to have to keep track of them on the battlefield. Like, I think you would need more than 5. I think you would need more than 1 per player. And that means I would need to keep track of all of those individual bonus actions and which ones are happening on which. And I don't know if I would want to do that. Like, I feel like you would need enough of them that it might be worthwhile to think about expressing them in a different way if you want this to be challenging, or to kind of boost up their strength in a pretty significant way and just not have that many. Like, if I was going to run a fight of these things, I would try to build it in such a way that I only needed to use 3. That's what I would do. I think that would be really easy to run. I think there would be a lot more opportunity for the players to kind of notice and interact with the difference between their features. And I think it would be less chaotic. So if I were you, it's 5 level 3 players, they said. So I think that it might be worth playing around with how much you care about these two feeling kind of samey. But beyond that, I think higher AC, higher hit points, give a multi-attack, and maybe even just some other stuff to make them feel different. Like, maybe have, you know, the healing one. Is this the... I'm assuming this is the healing one because it's the last thing here. And it's kind of... This is the only color I could... These two colors look... Actually, I don't... Whatever. It gets... The more that I look at it, the more confusing it gets. I'm assuming this is the healing one. Like, maybe the healing one has less hit points, higher armor, but more movement speed, you know? And depending on what vibe you think these two are. Here's the problem is I don't know how I would change either of these in either direction, because I feel like their vibes are kind of similar. I mean, maybe this is the one that's the first one, so it's the one that hits harder when it hits harder. So maybe you build this one to be more of like a little barbarian brute, and this is the one that gets to hit if someone misses. So yeah, maybe this one is like more tricksy. I don't know. I don't know exactly what I would do there, but that's what I would do. I don't feel like... I feel like part of what you could do to power them up, so you wouldn't need to use 30 of them, and you could just use 3, would be, aside from just boosting all their stats and their numbers, giving each of them maybe 1 passive feature or 1 unique type of attack that sort of helps sell its specific vibe. if you like the idea of swarms of monsters, I think that's fine. I would just not worry about, like, depending on how much you want that to feel like a swarm, you could literally build them like swarms. And if you were like, I don't want it to be a swarm, I just wanted it to be like 6 or 5, then I would say simplify them and have them have less features that are things that are like a bonus action on a thing, and have them more pack tacticsy. Like, for example, what's in my hall? Like there's monsters that like have features where it's like, if I think they're called Gru, Star Spawn Gru, where they have a thing where it's like when they bite onto you, they can hold on, and the more of them that there are holding onto you, the higher the DC of their little ability becomes. So it's not like their abilities using a bonus action or extra stuff. It's just sort of baked into their bite attack or baked into their aura, but it's like a DC 10. But for each other one that's there, it becomes a DC 11 or 12 or 13 or 14. So that's another way you could have like swarmy kind of vibes. I just worry that if the goal is to have like a bunch of these monsters out at the time, having ones that like work differently might just, it would confuse me. I don't know if it would confuse you, and I don't know how much my players would engage with it if there were a lot. I would lean sweeten them in, but those are my thoughts. Give the middle guy more sneaky elusive stuff, give the punchy guy more punchy stuff, give the healer guy more healer stuff, or build them in ways that are a little different that fit those vibes more. Does that all make sense? You think, balance aside, it feels better with 3 because they can become more unique individual species? Yeah, I mean, you could make it work with having a bunch of them. For me, it would be easier. I'm a simple dude. Okay, I'm not playing... My home games are not using VTT. I write down initiative on a notebook. I write down... We use notebooks. Some people use their laptops at the table, but, like, my games are very... I have a rule when I am playing D&D, and I try to follow it very strictly, and it has a huge impact on the way that I play. Sometimes this leads to the game being different in ways that people might not like, but I don't think I'm doing a good job as a dungeon master if I'm spending more time looking at my notes and my, if I'm spending more time looking at my notes than I'm spending looking at my players. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. And I follow that same rule in combat too. So I don't, it's part of why I get really aggressive with folks with like, make sure your monster stat block is well organized, because if a monster stat block is well organized, I don't need to look at it very quickly. It's the ones that you have to like hunt through to understand, where suddenly now combat is not doing anything because other players are looking at you as your head's down, lost in a paragraph. So I don't like using things that are crazy complicated unless they are organized in a way that is really logical. Or they're complicated, but so evocative in the way that they're complicated that it's very easy to remember how they work and to engage with it without having to read it over and over again. But can I just say, Brent, because we've seen a bunch of your stuff now at this point. I want to say 2 things. One, I'm going to speak to you as a writer. Or not a writer, but like a game design person. And 2, I just want to say a general thing. Game design person thing. I don't know how much you were writing D&D Homebrew before you started popping into my streams. I know that you've been running D&D for your family for a while. But I do want to just say that it really does feel like you have gone from a place of thunderstorms of ideas leading into thunderstorms of Homebrew to fairly focused, polished little gemstones, which is cool. You should still feel like you can make thunderstorms if you want, but it is fun seeing such chaos turn into such focus. The other thing that I want to say is I just really love the art. I love the hand-drawn map. I love the little pixel guys. The vibe is strong with this. Like, if I was looking at this on Unearthed Arcana, I would 100%. I'm so much more interested in seeing a homebrew has this kind of vibe to it and sort of a unique style. So yeah, it's looking good, my dude. All right, cool. That was Brent. Let's give Brent a round of applause. Thank you. Good luck with your monster battle. I love the combat trilogy trio concept though. Yeah, no, oh dude, it's great. Maybe, I mean, we've done this before where we said like, we've done challenges before that were like build a D&D monster that's designed to work with another monster. We could do a stream that's like build a monster that comes in 2 to 3 variants that fight together. I think if we did a stream like that, we would need to really make clear to people that they had to be simple, because what would end up happening, I think a lot of the time, is we would not get monsters like this. We would get monsters where there were, each stat block took up like a page and it was hard to understand how they fit together, and I don't want to have a stream of just doing that for an hour or more, you know. Good night, Marcaribus. Ribis. Good night. Macaribus. Good night. Anyway, good piece, fun piece. Go team. All right. Back to the big wheel. Let's see. Did we get anybody new? We did. Look at this. New flesh for the pyre. Burn in my glory, you young lumplings. You gotta go, but you'll be back. All right, see you, silly. They work really well as characters. The monsters that Brent made, yeah, they look like, I mean, look at them. They look like characters. They all look exactly like who you'd think they'd be, except for this guy. Although maybe this guy looks like who you'd think he'd be too. He looks kind of just like pleasant. He looks mad. He looks like he's like, get out of my way. Like, huh. And he's like, hey guys. He looks like Patrick. He's got big Patrick energy, this guy. You know? All right. Everybody. Should we spin? Probably. Ready, set, go. Bucket a 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 hey, bucket a hey, bucket a bucket a bucket a hey, bucket a bucket a bucket a bucket a bucket a bucket a Hakase or Miles, Hakase or Miles. It's Miles. All right, Miles. I once knew a man named Miles. He was a twin. This is a ranger subclass. I love ranger subclasses. This is a ranger subclass. Oh, I'm not even reading the sentence right. I got so excited for a ranger subclass. This ranger subclass should feel like you're using fiendish power to protect allies and corrupt and punish your foes. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I don't need to. I'm going to be honest. I'll keep reading what you wrote, but that's enough of an elevator pitch for me. I'm especially looking for feedback on the core 3rd level feature and the 7th level feature, and whether they feel suited to the subclass and whether they are balanced. Great. That is honestly the most important feature you ever put on a subclass, is the 3rd level feature. And the reason for that is really simple. That is the feature they will have more than any other feature. Their 3rd level feature defines them for the longest period of time. Their 7th level feature they won't have for a while. Their capstone feature they may never get. And if they do get, especially if it's a higher level capstone, they might only have it for a couple sessions. So being worried about or not worried, but being focused on and concerned with those early level features is the right move. It's also why when you're building a subclass, if it doesn't really come online until the higher levels, it's worth thinking about why it's structured the way it's structured, because you really want it to feel like itself at the end of the first time you at its first tier, because sometimes that's all you get, you know. Brent, I don't even think you need to soup them up that much. I think what you need to do is, honestly, I would look at a couple other CR1 monsters to help figure out like roughly how much HP AC you want to give them, and up their stats a bit, whether it's their dex and their strength, depending, or whatever, and then make their attacks sort of fit that vibe. So maybe the one that misses stuff and his dex or it misses stuff, its dex goes up, so it's much better at the ranged attack. And the broody one, its strength goes up, so it's much better at the melee attack. And give them multi-attack. And maybe the green one, maybe its attack isn't as good, but instead of it doing an attack, it has like a minor debuff or something. I don't know. It doesn't need to be that complicated, but I think that's the way I would. I just mean if I only use one of each. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm half reading chat as I'm looking at the homebrew. I apologize. All right, let's dive into this beast, shall we? Rangers of the Pit Enclave rove the fiendish lower plains and limit their inhabitants' reach to the material. I would probably mix these two ideas together. Rangers of the Pitbreaker Enclave, like, ward the world against the fiends of the lower level planes, something like that. I think you can mix these two ideas together. Whether hunting in the infinite layers of the abyss, navigating the night house, or keeping the prisons of Sarsi, these rangers use their powers. Don't give all of these examples yet. Maybe just start here. I don't know. The examples are fine, but the sentence starts to feel long. These rangers use their powers from their time in the lower planes to fight against fiends and keep them in check. This sentence doesn't tell us any information. This sentence is just telling us the same information that you told us here. So I think just make sure you're not repeating yourself. It's a cool idea, but you're basically just saying the same thing a couple times in a row, so just be careful with that. All right, let's look at what spells we get. Hellish Rebuke, See Invisibility, Stinking Cloud, Shadow of Moil, Dispel Evil and Good. Honestly, I think it just is fine. And I mean that as a compliment. Like, it's a fine spell list. I think it works. I don't see anything that I'm like, why are you getting this? I think See Invisibility is a fun play on, like, Warlock's Eldritch Sight. This is like a fun play on Devil's Sight. But also a way to make it in a spell that's also just like going to be usable. Yeah, I like it. See Invisibility is the only one that it's like, some people might be like, I don't think that's that powerful, but I think it's a good one for the list. All right, let's see what we get at 3rd level. When you take this subclass at 3rd level, you gain a taste of fiendish power, allowing you to understand the fiends you fight. You gain the ability... This is getting a little long in the tooth for me, but that's fine. You gain the ability to read... Okay, you get Infernal or Abyssal. What the fuck? Calm down there, D&D Beyond. And you learn Control Flames, which is a ranger spell for you. Okay, that's fine. This is the thing you were concerned with. At 3rd level, you can channel fiendish power to create a bud of infernal growth that drinks the power of its host. Okay. Once per turn, you can embed an infernal bud in a creature you hit with an attack. The bud remains until the end of your turn. Whenever an embedded target takes an action, it takes 1d8 fire damage or necrotic damage. I think I'm going to be real honest here. I think this is really overcomplicated for doing basically a tedious version of just dealing extra damage to them. That's what I think. Because what is happening here? Once per turn, when I hit a creature, I can do a thing that leads to, if they take an action, they take fire damage or necrotic damage. And it's not a lot. It's the same amount that most other people get. I don't know. I guess the only argument for it that I could possibly see is that it's going to have a bigger effect on creatures if they have an action and a bonus action. And it's going to have a bigger effect on creatures if they have legendary actions. Oh, hi, Gina. Am I on the big screen? Ba. Hi, buddy. How are you? So, in situations where a monster has an action and a bonus action, this damage could trigger twice. And in situations where a monster has legendary actions, this could trigger multiple times. I'm not sure if a reaction... I think a reaction does count as an action. I'm not sure. here's what I'm going to say. Who made this? Who sent this in? Miles. I think you need to clarify what you mean by action. Do you mean action, bonus action, reaction? Normally, I think an action means actions and bonus actions. I don't actually think it includes reactions most of the time. Like, for example, there's some like debilitating spells and abilities that say you can't take any actions or reactions, but they don't clarify the difference between actions and bonus actions, but they do clarify the difference between actions and reactions. So I would interpret that differently, but I also think, yeah, it's not clear with legendary actions, so that probably needs to be clear. Now, with that in mind, I'm not sure if that power benefit of it doing more damage to creatures that are doing legendary actions or actions and bonus actions, I'm not sure if it's worth it. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's worth it to feel uniquely infernal. I'm not sure. Also, I do want to point something out here, which I think is important. I think you need to pick a lane a little bit more if you want your flavor to match your mechanics, which is, are we rangers that fight with devil powers, or fight with devil/demon powers, or are we rangers that fight against devils and demons? Because fire and necrotic damage is not gonna work a lot of the time against devils and demons. Like, we're getting, if we are a ranger that is focusing on fighting devils and demons, I feel like we should be doing radiant damage. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I think if you want to sell the fiction of you are fighting devils and demons, I feel like it's weird that we're doing these damage types. I don't think it fits. Maybe necrotic damage is okay against some, but fire damage is not going to work against half the devils and demons are immune to fire damage. The other half are resistant. And I'm pretty sure a bunch of them are resistant to necrotic damage. So somebody in the chat, Matt Thorne, said this feature might feel better if you don't call it creating a bud, but like giving them an infernal sigil or an infernal brand, like you are marking them. You know, that I think would feel more infernal. I agree with Matt there. But I think it's worth rethinking, like, what is the point of that vibe? What is the goal? And how does the goal of a thing that is like affecting most creatures kind of whatever, and ones that have legendary actions stuff more, like, is that fitting the vibe that we're going for here? Like, why is that mechanic making them better against devils and demons? Or like, where does the story meet the mechanics? And that's my question for the whole feature. And I also think that I don't think it's going to be overpowered, but I do think it's overcomplicated for how rarely it's going to have an impact. Outside of just doing a little bit, outside of just doing, you know, pretty much basic damage. I think it's an interesting idea, but I don't know if it's enough. I don't know if it's going to come up enough to feel like it's worth keeping track of. I don't know. That's just where my head goes. No, this is not Hunter's Mark that requires a hit. What is being proposed with this feature is that you hit them and it marks them, but then the only damage that happens on their turns when they're doing actions. Or not speculated on their turns, but that might be a thing. You might need to clarify somebody in the chat said if you want to keep this, maybe make it, like, clarify exactly what things. I kind of agree with King Crusher. It would be when they take the attack action or cast a spell as opposed to taking any action. I'm not sure why this would trigger when they, like, dash or hide. I don't know. That's where my head goes. I agree. I think I would probably make it take the attack action or cast a spell, but that's just me. And more so, I don't know. For me, if you change the name of this to sigil or brand, I think I would buy the flavor of it more. But right now it feels, I don't know, just feels kind of, I don't know if it's selling infernal to me. Certainly it's not selling somebody that fights infernal things, but that might just be the damage type. Let's take a look at the 7th level feature. At 7th level, you have crafted a magical cloak that shields both against harsh environments of the lower planes and creeping influence of many fiends. You can wear the cloak yourself or give it to another creature. That's interesting. Creature wearing the cloak gains a bonus to their AC, resistance to fire and cold, has advantage on saving throws against being charmed. As a bonus action, you can cause your cloak to teleport to your person. I think this is too powerful. I think getting a magic item that doesn't require attunement, that anybody can use, that gives a +1 to AC, gives 2 pretty big damage resistances, and one of the most powerful saving throw resistances is just too much, I think. Like, this might fly as like a 11th level feature. Maybe. I actually think it would still be too strong for an 11th level feature. I think if you want to do something like this Blight Cloak, here's how I would make it interesting. Do you like all of these? Here's what you do. You make it so you can, over the course of a long rest, you can create a Blight Cloak. When you do, pick one of the following features, and you list this, or 2 of the following features, and you list +1 to AC, resistance to fire, resistance to cold, advantage on saving those against being charmed, and say when you create it, pick 1 or 2 of these features and apply it to this cloak, and then whoever's wearing it gets those things. And then over the course of a long rest, you can rebuild the cloak if it was destroyed, or you can change what those things are. I think that would work better. But this is like I would say this is dancing between a legendary item and a very rare item. So to get that at 7th level is hectic. I mean, considering there's no attunement, it's closer to legendary, but it's a little too hectic to get all of this. I would make it a modular thing and pick 1 or 2 options, which is cool and could be a lot of fun. And honestly, I would probably drop the AC bonus. I would really lean into things that felt like they were devilish and demonic. Like, instead of doing an AC bonus, why not do like resistance against poison? Why not do the ability to see in dark, like dark vision? There's a bunch of stuff that demons and devils all get that you can use here. I don't think we need the AC bonus. Lean into the things that give people devilish and demonic specifically vibes, as opposed to just general upgrade vibes. Maybe if they dropped the AC bonus, it would be okay. I still think it would be pretty strong to make a cloak that gives you 2 damage resistances and a saving throw resistance. I still feel like that would be a lot. I also do think it would be more interesting if it was modular, just in general. I think it would add to it while also toning its power. I think it would genuinely feel more like if this was presented as a modular magic item that you got. I think everyone, not a magic item, but like a modular class feature, I bet a bunch of chat would be like, ooh, that's cool. You don't have Homebrew yet, but you have a character you recently got to play and you're nerding out over it? Amazing. There is very little more exciting than starting playing the game or starting playing with a new character and just vibing and just having a good time with it. It's one of the best things out there. With 2 options to start and then 3 at 11th and 14th at 4, I would Shalakor, there is no reason for this thing to power scale. This feature is not the point of the subclass. I would say that mindset is fine if this was a magic item, but to have it expand like that, I don't think you were the person that made this, but if you were the person that made this and asked me that, my assumption would be you just want all the power. Sometimes you got to know where to cut it off. This thing doesn't need that much growth. This isn't the point of the subclass. Like, you're not getting access to anything. It's just modular, you know? We don't need a 7th level feature that is also a 10th level feature that is also a 15th level feature. It can just be a 7th level feature. Oh, Miles is not. Sometimes people have different usernames than they do creator names, and I don't always remember if they use different names when they're sending forms in. All right, let's take a look at the 11th level feature. At 11th level, your buds can spread to others. Whenever a creature takes damage from one of your infernal buds, you can use your reaction to embed an infernal bud in each hostile creature within 5 feet. I'm going to be honest, this sounds annoying to keep track of, and I think really doesn't sell the flavor of this subclass at all. This is like you're a plague spreader now? Why? And we have the spell True, and we have the spell See Invisibility, so we don't need to be able to see things. Like, we don't need this secondary feature. We get See Invisibility. So I think if I were you, I would rethink 11th level almost entirely. Unless you want to rebuild this thing entirely as like a plague spreader, which might be fun. But this feature does not need to be here. It doesn't make sense. I feel like it belongs to another subclass. And to be honest, I think it's going to be tedious to keep track of all the little infernal buds and every creature taking damage at everything they're doing and what things are what. I just wouldn't want to deal with that. My videos make you smile? Yes. And then at 15th level, we get Stygian Hunt. And we get more stuff with our cloak? Why? What does that have to do with this subclass? It's just like a random... Why we... Yeah, no. I don't... That doesn't make sense to me. Whenever you take the attack action, you can forego one of your attacks to choose a creature you can see within 300 feet of you that is embedded in an infernal bud. If your cloak wearer is willing, the target must make a charisma saving throw. And they take some... Why is the cloak even involved here? So, you are doing this thing that involves the range that you are away from creatures, but only if the person who's wearing your cloak is willing. Yeah. Okay, I get what you're going for here with the image of, like, demons teleporting into people's bodies. I'm going to be honest, I think this is a really fun idea. I think you built this thing around a feature that I don't think works super well. And I think it works okay in its simplest form. But unfortunately, I think the expansion of it feels off. And I think that the 7th level feature is interesting, but it feels like the 15th level feature is kind of just you combining... Yeah, I don't know, man. I would just come up with different... Like, I don't want to tell you to go from square one, but I also don't... I don't like either of these that much. I think if I were you, I would rebuild a lot of it. They feel... Like, this feels, like, tedious and complicated, and it doesn't, like... It does interesting things, but, like... what? Where is the fiendish ranger in either of these features? Where is the ranger that is either hunting fiends or being fiendish? I just am not seeing it. So that's sort of where my head goes. I think if the goal here is to be like a plague spreader, be a plague spreader. You just got here looking forward to Thursday? Yeah, Thursday's going to be a lot of fun. So, yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think the execution needs a little bit of work. I think great spell list. And I think that if your goal, again, is to... If you really like this Infernal Bud mechanic, then don't worry about being so tied down to the Devil Demon thing. And tie into this, do more stuff around this. But I would say if your goal is the Devil Demons thing, maybe keep this, but drop all this stuff. And just give it more Devil Demon stuff. Those be my thoughts. Thank you very much, Miles. A fun piece. Let's give Miles a round of applause for their Infernal Ranger. Ooh, the range on that grr. Did you just turn the G in Ranger into a hard G? You're crazy. You're out of control. Oh, lamentations. Woe and sundry upon us. Now we move back to the member wheel. Remember, folks, if you are a subscriber on if you're a subscriber on Twitch, a member on YouTube, or a patron on Patreon, you also get access to the member wheel, which is much smaller. You can post things on both. Where to find it? Once you have your membership, you can find it in the Discord in the member section, or you can find it on the YouTube member community page, or you can find it on Patreon. Ooh, spaghetti. It's a spaghetti man. What you got for us today, Mr. Spaghetti? Ooh, I like how this starts. You ready? This is kind of a joke subclass. But as always, I'd like it to be well designed and balanced. That is one of my favorite types of goals, is a subclass that is trying to be silly but effective. It is an artificer who has a smartphone. It's a really early draft. It's a relatively early draft, so I'm mostly looking for feedback on whether the features feel appropriately fun themed. Okay, so we're not doing a deep dive. We're just sort of helping with themes here. If you are sending, Spag is doing something great here. If you have a piece of homebrew that you want me to look at, that it's really a rough draft, just say, this is a rough draft. We're really getting started, just trying to get vibes, and I will appropriately match. Because if you don't tell me it's a rough draft, I kind of review it as if you're sending me your polished, I'm getting this as good as I can get it copy. And sometimes people don't love that sort of feedback. All right, here you go. Here it is. Take a gander at it. Who's messaging me on Discord? All right, I'm not gonna read that message on stream. I mean, I'm not reading that message during stream. I'll read it later. All right. Okie dokie. Is that Mr. Beast? Artificer, smartphone owner. It's not even smartphone creator. It's this guy that owns a smartphone. You have somehow come into possession of a smartphone, a strange futuristic device that seemingly contains limitless knowledge. The origins and purpose of the device are mysterious even to you. What is clear is that only you can be responsible for making use. That's so funny. That's so funny. You're not an artificer that invented the smartphone, but you're the only guy in the room that like knows how to use it. You're Apple. You're like Apple tech. That's so silly. All right, what spells do we get? Color spray is camera flash, identify, enthrall, locate object, sending. Tongues, arcane eye, divination, commune, legend lore. Honestly, the spell list is. Oh, you're gonna bump. Here's the thing that you're gonna have to face here, and I'm not sure what the solution is. I actually have an idea of a couple things, but some of these spells are all the same spell, and that's not bad necessarily, but it is a thing that I think you should think about. All of these I do think work well to sell the image of a like of an artificer that has access to a smartphone, but a lot of what you're expressing here is your access to information, and that's fine for a lot of these, right? Like sending is very different than arcane eye, which is very different than locate objects, but divination and commune and legend lore are all really similar in what they do. Like they all kind of answer big questions. And I feel like you don't need 3 different spells to represent like Siri or like, you know, Ask Jeeves or whatever. So I might play around with some other things there, because I do think that they do kind of feel like they do the same thing to an extent where it might literally be confusing. Like I'm sure some people in the chat will be able to say this, but my guess is that 50% of the people right now wouldn't know offhand what the difference between divination and commune do. They, you know, like they're different spells, but they're not that. They're really similar. Like really, what makes them different is who gets access to which ones. That's the biggest difference. So I would maybe play around with that a little bit. Let's see what we get at level 3. You've come into possession of a smears, blah, blah, we don't need all this flavor text. We don't need all this flavor text. If you lose your smartphone or it's destroyed, you can recreate it over the course of a short or long rest. The previous one, if still exists, ceases to function. While holding it, you gain the following benefits. Can be your spellcasting thing. Over the course of 10 minutes, you can learn how to best use a set of tools by watching an instructional recordings. You gain proficiency in one tool type of your choice for the next hour. I would probably... All of these probably should be limited in use. I like this a lot, but it should be limited in use. As an action, you can capture and store an image of a subject or an environment you can see, as if instantly completing a photorealistic painting of it. You can display the stored image on the screen. Does it do anything other than a picture? Okay. Two things. One, this should be limited in use. I like it. This feature is not good. I don't think. And I think it's fine, but weirdly, there's a lot of ways to keep track of an image through magic in D&D. So this feels like a really tedious mechanic to like not even keep like... It's not even tedious. It's really simple. It's what it's doing, but it's like actually tedious to read. And it's like in D&D, if you've seen a person before, you can cast minor illusion of a picture of that person. You know what I mean? So if I were you, if we're coming up with like the base things we're getting with our phone, I don't know, man. I would either you need to figure out how to express this idea in half the words or less so that it really feels like a ribbon feature, or you just drop it. I don't think it matters. All right, let's look at level 3 info lookup. Why would that not be tutorials? You're doing the same thing twice. If we have one feature that's making us get a tool proficiency and another thing that's looking up features, it's doing the same thing. You don't want to be doing too many things that do the same thing. So bonus action, you can use your smartphone to search for helpful information, to fight a creature you can see within 30 feet. Choose one of the traits. Distance up, you learn whether or not the creature has those traits. In addition, you can explain the creature's weak points to one of your allies within 30 feet of you. If the ally attacks the target on its next turn, it has advantage on the attack and deals an extra d6 damage. This is a lot of stuff to be able to do on a bonus action. I would argue too much. I think it is reasonable as a bonus action if you use the bonus action to give an ally advantage, and literally that is it. I think it's reasonable maybe if you pick one of these and you learn what those things are. I think it's also reasonable if you deal an extra 1d6 damage, and that is it if it's a bonus action. But I think that that's pretty much it in terms of its reasonability as a bonus action. I also think it feels similar to what this is doing. All of these should be... I feel like all of these should be a resource. Like, it should have charges. It should have battery life or something. All of these feel like features that would make more sense if they were based on a resource. This doesn't feel like something you should be able to do infinitely. This doesn't feel like something you should be able to do infinitely. Does an artificer get to make a picture at first level? Is that one of the things they can do with magical tinkering? Maybe. Taking a picture is kind of covered by an artificer's level 1 feature. I mean, let's take a look. Enough people have mentioned that let's peek under the hood for a second. A static visual effect appears on one of the object's surfaces. Can be a picture up to 25. Yeah, we literally get this feature as an artificer. Spag, read the artificer before you build it, you silly goose. Look at all these words you wasted. All right. Let's take a look at 5th level. At 5th level, you don't want to be getting something more powerful than roughly a dice worth of damage added to spells and ranged things or multi-attack. Your smartphone functions have been enhanced. When you use your camera, you can choose to concentrate on an effect for up to 10 minutes. When you do, you capture the audio and video. this is just, it's not enough, I don't think. I don't think this is exciting enough to be a feature. When you use your info lookup, if you deal damage to the target with an artificer spell, you deal extra damage equal to your intelligence modifier. I mean, this is fine, if not really annoying. Like, it's tedious, because it's not, it's very limited. It's only when you do this thing, which unfortunately you need to put behind a paywall of an action or make do way less and also be limited. Yeah, neither of these feel like this feels like a 5th level feature, but like way too limited. And this, again, I think it's just like, maybe it's just me, but I feel like you're doing a lot of work to basically do things that already exist in the game. I don't know. Like, there are spells that do this. Okay. I think I'm gonna stop. Okay, yeah. Everything with your phone, all the I think I disagree with info lookout, so I struggle with all of the upgrades of it. You can cast sending without expending a spell slot once per short or long rest. And instead of sending, you can each have a conversation for a minute. This is cool. I like this. I don't think this should be once per long rest. I think that probably you should get a free version of this once a day, and then you have to expend a spell slot like normal after the free use. But I think it's cool to just give you sending. I don't know if you have sending. The other thing that you might want to check out is, do artificers get access to 3rd level spells by level 9? If they do, then you can just do that. If they don't, then this don't work. I guess they do because it gets here. Yeah, I also don't love that we're, like, I guess we're getting sending, so it's just giving us an upgraded version of it, but it feels weird. It sort of still feels like you're just giving us more of the same thing that you already are giving us. Level 15, you've upgraded your smartphone. It's a creature now. That's fun. I like that. The feature is broken at the start, so I don't know if this upgrade makes any sense. Antari! Ooh, Antari just became too cool for school. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining the club. And whenever you finish a long rest, you can cast contingency. Okay, so I'm going to be honest, man. I think that the gimmick doesn't work too well as a subclass, is what I'm going to say. Unless you can think about different ways to express the idea of having a smartphone. I think half of the info gathering is just already exists in D&D in the form of spells, so getting more access to it doesn't feel like anything. It just feels like you're getting it in an overcomplicated way that doesn't really do anything other than just be a magic item that's a smartphone, but it doesn't feel like a subclass. It just feels like a magic item. And then beyond that, all the other features we get are just reinterpretations of spells. And it's like, that's fine, but that's still not a subclass. Like, we don't really get any features that... The only features that we get that really feel like subclass features are tutorials, which I like, and there's somewhere inside info lookup, there's an interesting feature somewhere. But I think other than that, it kind of just feels like trying to stretch a magic item into a subclass. That's kind of how it feels to me. You would love this idea, but it feels more like a magic item? Yeah, that's how I feel too. Yeah, so I think that if I were you, I would not make this subclass, and I would make this a magic item. And take all the camera parts and plug them into a magic item. If you really want to make this a subclass, I think you need to figure out how to explore the idea of a smartphone wielding artificer in more nuanced ways, and more things that genuinely add something new to the game, as opposed to replicate something else in the game just in an overly complicated way, or just add new spells. Yeah, the art is very good. The art is very good. We're not gonna say that the art is anything other than great, because it legit is very fun. All right, Spag, thank you very much. Let's give Spag a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Kaboosh. Kaboosh. Thank you, thank you. Kadunk. All right, let's see. Do we have anybody new for the big wheel? That big wheel. Who's the bottom? Mr. Man? Oh, we have a bunch of new ones. Look at all these little dumplings. Into my pot you go. Bloop, 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 bloop. Delicious. The scribe wizard kind of has a smartphone with AI. It kind of does. Yeah, that's true. Its spellbook kind of becomes a smartphone. I don't think it gets stats. I don't think it ever becomes like officially alive. But it does feel like a smartphone in that a smartphone is not officially alive. Like a smartphone doesn't have stats in real life. It's not really like an AI intelligence. It's more of like a bleak blork. I'm working on a new long form video. I'm pretty excited for it. It's going to be a video about Warhammer. I know, right? See if it's good. The whole gimmick of the video is going to be a lot of people know a lot about Warhammer and a lot of people know nothing about Warhammer, and I'm in the middle. If you want to learn about Warhammer in a very sort of like popcorn sort of way where we're not doing deep dives of names and lore, we're just doing basics and then sharing a bunch of cool stuff and maybe getting some stuff wrong and half knowing what we're talking about but half not, hang out. That'll be the vibe. You're now working on a Path of the Dude and it's all Big Lebowski references? Heck yeah. What's up, Pixie? How's it going, bud? We're about to spin the wheel again. Let me just make sure I got everybody. Yeah, I got everybody. It's going well. I've been watching different horror movies every night for Halloween. And I watched one last night that was bad. And I didn't like it. And I kept thinking it was going to become good, and it just never did. And I was just mad that I watched it at the end. And then the one I watched the night before that one I really liked. So I need to find a good one for tonight, depending on when stream ends. Last night I watched a movie called Hippopotamus, and my God, was it boring and weird, and it felt like the messaging was really off and felt very weird. It felt like it was a movie that was supposed to be like a female empowerment movie, but made by men who were very chauvinistic and had no understanding of female empowerment. That's what it felt like. It was not good. And then the movie I watched the night before was really good, and it was called What's Inside. And I don't want to say what it's about too much, or it's called It's What's Inside. It's a new movie on Netflix, but it's like a bottleneck Twilight Zone episode type movie, which are my favorite movies, where it's like a group of people go into a house and it sort of seems normal and the writing's pretty good, and then something weird happens or something sci-fi happens or alien happens or something, and they gotta sort of navigate the unusual circumstance. Coherence is like my favorite movie, and that's one of those types of movies. But yeah, It's What's Inside was so good. Oh my God, it was good. All right, should we give her a spin? Bugadoo, 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 bugadoo. Watch. I've seen those before, though. I'm trying to watch movies I haven't seen before. Bugadoo, bugadoo, bugadoo. Bah. I love the Alien movies, but I grew like the movies I watched when I was little were like the Alien movies, the Predator movies, Marx Brothers movies, and Monty Python movies, and old musicals. So I grew up on like 80s action horror and like 60s musicals and like 40s comedy and British comedy. It was weird. It was a weird life that I led. All right. Arc System. What you got for us today, Arc? That's why all my British accents sound ridiculous, though, because that's what I learned a British accent from. Let's see what you've got for us. What did she write? These are a part of a series of little charms slash necklaces with animals on them that I'm making. The main gist with them is to have a little benefit and fun, simple drawback. Cool. I love that vibe. This one has its benefit marked, but I'm not sure what to do for the drawback. Okay. Oh, so you want some ideas. All right, chat. We're in brainstorm mode with this homebrew. This is a unfinished piece. The giraffe charm? Oh, Ark, what a glorious creature you are to have that be one of the animals that you're making a charm for and that to be the one you send us. Giraffes are so funny. Oh my god. Have you heard of Emesis Blue? It's a fan-made Team Fortress 2 horror movie on YouTube. If it's animated in Team Fortress 2, I don't want to watch that. I don't want to do a movie that. I'm too old. I'm too old to watch shows that are animated in games. I can't. Like even Red versus Blue I struggled with. And I only really liked it because it was very memey. I can do animated in games, shows, or an animated in like Gary's Mod shows if they are funny and goofy. If they want me to take them seriously at all, it will fail and I won't watch it. All right, maybe I'll check it out. Maybe what's it called? Emesis Blue. What's the plot? What's the plot? Is it going to be weird, unsafe for work stuff if I Google it right now? Let's see. It's a 2023 Australian independent. What's the plot? When an executive at the Blue Court mysteriously vanishes in Mordom, New Mexico, a private detective and a washed-up war veteran team up to find him. All right, maybe I'll give it a try. But I struggle with movies that want to be taken seriously that are edited, filmed in a video game. I'm old. I'm sorry. I struggle with that. Where is the giraffe? There it is. There it is. I'll check it out. I'll check it out. I'll see if it lands nicely for me. Annihilation is another one of my favorite movies. I love Annihilation. Here's what I'll do. King Crusher. I will watch the trailer. And if the trailer makes me feel like I could watch the movie, I will watch the movie tonight. If the trailer makes me feel like I don't think I would be able to take it seriously, I will lament my ignorance and my stubbornness as an elderly creature. And I will genuinely be a little sad that there might be some things out there that I and my audience cannot love together. But, you know, that is the nature of spending so much time with creatures that are so different than you. If it's like I said, I'll give it a go. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. I want to respect what you're saying. I'm just acknowledging that more often than not, I don't like that kind of stuff. Okay, let's look at this giraffe, guys. Unless you have other movies I should see. The Void I have also seen. Keep naming movies. I'll tell you if I've seen them or not. Evil Dead 2, saw it. I've seen most movies because I'm old. I'm going to read this magic item now. I saw the Babadook. I baba'd that Duke. I saw Vivarium. Vivarium was okay. I don't think it was nearly as good as it was hyped up to be. I think the premise is fantastic. I think the execution was okay. Cabin in the Woods, another one of my favorite movies. Legit good. You guys are just naming my favorite movies. Y'all got good taste. Vivarium was also very good. I really liked it. I just don't think it was it left me wanting. Saw Star Trek First Contact. Okay, the giraffe charm. A porcelain giraffe. Reanimator saw it. Gosh darn it, guys. Seen it. Saw Terrifier. The porcelain giraffe charm. I really like horror movies. I watch a lot of horror movies. Gina, you're late. My British accent. I'm very good at a British accent because I learned from the Monty Pythons. Saw Skinamarink, saw Pet Cemetery. Did not see Cemetery Man. What is Cemetery Man? We're gonna get back to this giraffe charm in a second, Ark. Don't worry. Okay. It's an Italian movie? Ooh, okay. Okay, maybe this is what I watched tonight. All right, I'm taking note. Putting it in my little... Fuck. I'm putting it in my little tab of remembering. Blair Witch... Was Blair Witch good on a new watch? I feel like Blair Witch was revolutionary at the time, but it's kind of like... it was so revolutionary that it's like cliche at this point. Like, does it still land? Because it was very good when it came out. I've seen all the Leprechaun movies. They're fine. I'd rather watch a good horror movie than a dumb or a goofy horror movie. I don't mind campy horror movies, but I prefer good ones. Or not serious ones, but you know, ones that are good, not for their camp. Data, what would be a good capstone for Path of the Human Barbarian? Data, I don't know, man. I've been thinking about this for a while because Path of the Beast Barbarian and Path of the Human Barbarian kind of are opposites. What if the capstone for Path of the Human Barbarian was that you got a car? You just got a driver's license and a car. Or what if it could also be you get a house. Like, it could just be like adulting. You become adult, you gain the powers of adult human. You can vote, you can buy guns, if you, depending on what nation you're in the kingdoms of your fantasy world, you can get tattoos. You can do everything adults can do. You are no longer questioned in doing. In addition, you pick one of 3 options. You get car or child or house. That would be so... Don't do that. That would be so stupid. But that's where my head goes. Okay, wait, guys, we're getting distracted. We can get distracted. We can get distracted. It's fine. I'm sorry. I like getting distracted. Grave Encounters, I saw it, but I don't remember it that well. Rubber, I saw a long time ago. Well, my initial idea for Path of the Human Barbarian would get a feature where whenever they raged, they would gain the experience of having done their taxes. Like, they wouldn't be good at doing their taxes necessarily, but they would just have done taxes and know what that's like. It's a really powerful rage mechanic. It heightens the rage. All right, let's take a look at this. So this dear sweet Ark has been waiting patiently. The giraffe charm, wondrous item, common. Hangs around an intertwined beige and white strings. As a bonus action, you can palm the charm in your hand to gain its inspiring effects for 1 minute. Once activated, I would maybe put the 1 minute duration after. I would say, as a bonus action, you could palm the charm to activate it. Period. You have advantage on any performance checks you make over the course of the next minute. Once the duration ends, the charm can't be used again until the next dawn. So I think that if you want this to work well and be reasonable as a common magic item, I don't think this is such a minor thing, but I actually think it matters. I don't think we should get advantage on all performance checks we make for a minute. I think we should get advantage on 1 performance check. That's it. I think getting advantage on a skill check once a day is almost more powerful than most common magic items are. Like, the most powerful common magic items I can think of off the top of my head are ones where it's like you roll a dice and there's a 50% chance nothing happens, and then there's a 50% chance you could cast a cantrip. And then there's ones that are like once per day you can roll a d4 to reduce that much necrotic damage you take. So I think make this once a day, not for a minute for a day. But in terms of downsides, what I probably would do would give you disadvantage on other things. So you get advantage on a performance check, but you have disadvantage on the next charisma check you make that is not a performance check, for example. It being attunement or not, I don't think matters in terms of the power of having advantage on a check for a minute versus a single time. I think it requiring attunement is the only thing that really makes it reasonable to be an item that can be used more than once ever. Like, I think if it didn't have attunement, it would just be a one-time use item and then it would become mundane. It's not single use. It regains its charge the next day at dawn. So it's single use per day. Here's what I would say. As a bonus action, you can palm the chain, granting yourself advantage on a performance check or your next performance check. But beyond, after, I wouldn't work exactly this, but like after that, whenever the next time you have to make a deception, persuasion, or intimidation check, your neck grows really long like a giraffe and you get disadvantage on that check. Something like that. That's where my head goes. Fun idea for an item. I love little items that give little niche bonuses like this. My favorite situations to give players items like this in are ones where none of the players are have characters that are particularly charismatic or performative. Like, I would go out of my way, if there was a bard, I would go out of my way to make the barbarian want to take this item. I think this is like, these are great. Or if you have a party that's like a rogue and a ranger and a fighter and a wizard and they're all dark and grisly, this is a great item to throw in. They're maybe not going to use it that much, but there's going to be that one weird situation where they're lost in the Feywild and they're kidnapped and they realize the only way they can escape the Fey prison is to do a dance for the Archfey, and this is going to come in so handy, and it's going to be one of the most dumb but beautiful, memorable moments in your campaign. So there's such a good space for the very niche magic item. If anything, it makes me want you to say it makes me want to not require attunement, but you know, bend it as you will. Anyway, those be my thoughts. I don't have more thoughts. I think it's good. I think downside would be some element of disadvantage on all other forms of charisma checks, or some physical deformity that makes you look like a giraffe a little bit that leads to having disadvantage on some other check in a similar amount of balance. Like, don't make it a bigger punishment than we get as a bonus here, and make it, you know, similarly not super impactful, but, you know, potentially troublesome. Arc systems, I don't have more thoughts. I think it's cool. I like it. Pretty straightforward item. Fun. Chat, do you have other feelings about what the downside should be? Or did I just hit the nail on the head? I don't know. You develop a taste for eating leaves. I think that would make it feel more like a cursed item. Like, we don't want, this isn't a cursed item, so we don't want to like torment them. But yeah, you could definitely just make them slowly but surely become more giraffe-like. That would be very funny. Maybe a giraffe is a neck with a long horse. It's the wildest thing I've ever said, but it might be the truest thing I've ever heard. Disadvantage on walking through doorways? Yeah. Cool. All right, Ark. Thank you very much. Fun piece. Round of applause. Thank you for sharing. We love to see it. We love to see it. And now we return to the little wheel. As always, if you want to get access to the little wheel, you do that by becoming a sub on Patreon or a Spag. You just submitted something to You just submitted something to the member wheel. I reviewed it already, so I'm not gonna add you to it again because we looked at it already. But if you want to get on the member wheel, the way you do that is you join the, you become a member on YouTube, you become a subscriber on Twitch, or a patron on Patreon. If you have Amazon Prime, you can become a sub on Twitch for free with Prime Gaming, so long as your Twitch account and your Amazon account are linked. Ooh, don't cost you nothing. Spag, just because you missed it, I'll tell you really quickly. The main feeling that we had about your smartphone artificer was that it felt like you were trying to fit a magic item. You were trying to fit a magic item into the shape of a subclass. It didn't feel like it had enough subclass to it. And a lot of the things the smartphone was doing were just fairly complicated ways of expressing things that kind of already exist in the game from the perspective of spells and other base abilities. Mr. Man, you just continue. You're continuing your sub. Let's go. I appreciate that. You're very kind. You were a Prime sub? Well, listen, man. I appreciate it nonetheless. I appreciate you, Mr. Man, in all your glory. Speaking of glory, let's double check to see if there's anybody new for the wheel. There isn't. All right, let's spin. Next is our dear Baba. Baba Black Sheep, have you any wool? Ooh, an interesting pursuit. Here's what Baba's up to. Baba is trying to make some cool javelins. Are these like alternatives to the javelin of lightning? I love that, if that's what it is. If that's not what it is, I'm very curious. This one is supposed to swap you and your target's positions. Oh, fun idea. It's pretty simple, but I don't think I've seen it in D&D. Oh my god, Baba, am I just about to see an item that I don't have feedback for and I just put in my game? Is that what's about to happen? Is that what we're doing today? Sometimes that happens, guys. Javelin of trans displacement. I think you could just say displacement. Trans displacement is a little bit of like a mouthful of, it's a letter mouthful. This javelin's haft is made from spiraling silver and jade. The perfect amount of flavor text. Separate from the mechanical text. Glory in heaven is true unto me today. The javelin has a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls. After you make an attack with the javelin, it teleports back to your hand. Great, simple, easy ice cream sandwich. Let's go. When you hit a creature with a thrown attack made with a javelin, I think you would say ranged attack here. I don't actually, this is so nitpicky, but I don't care. You handled nitpick nicely. I don't think we ever call a thrown attack in this circumstance. I think we always reference it as a ranged attack, and the thrown is more a property ascribed to the weapon. So some ranged weapons are thrown, but I don't think they're called thrown attacks. So just say ranged attack. You can speak the command word, and maybe I'm wrong. And if you go to lightning javelin, it says thrown attack, and I might be completely wrong. When you speak the command word, forcing, that's the thing to check though, javelin of lightning. That'll help give you the wording. You can speak the command word to activate it, forcing the target to make a DC 16 charisma saving throw. On a failure, you are teleported to each other's locations, swapping places. I would reword this so it's a little bit more mechanically worded. I would say you and the target swap, you and the target both teleport, swapping to each other's locations. Something like that. I also would clarify how that works based on size. So I might say something like, if there is space, you and the target teleport to each other's locations. Because if you're in like a tiny hallway and you use this on a dragon, it's not going to fit in that tiny hallway. So you might also use language like, you and the target swap places, reappearing in the nearest available space. Something like that. Anyway, that kind of language you're probably going to need in here. But other than that, it's a really fun item. And it can only be used once a day, which I think is actually pretty reasonable here, considering that's not nothing, and it's no attunement. I really like it, dude. Straight up, no feedback in terms of design intent. And in terms of mechanics, all feedback is about making sure the parameters are there so that dungeon masters and players don't have to have a debate about how to interpret the rules. So just put in parameters. You could also make it where it's limited the creature size, like when you hit a creature that is your size, if you want to just make it that way, you know, you're going to be able to switch places because you're both the same size, but you're going to have to address if creatures are in spaces that each other wouldn't fit. But that's it. That's all. I really like it. Genuinely, I think anybody that is watching this stream would benefit. I think anyone that's watching this stream, assuming that you want to put some guardrails on it, or you at home want to put some guardrails on it, I think any one of you that's a dungeon master, if you put this item in your game, especially if you have any strength-based melee characters, I think they would love it, and I think it would genuinely improve the quality of your game. I think this is just straight up good magic item. Needs guardrails. Needs guardrails of explanation. But once those guardrails are there, it's fucking gravy. And those guardrails can be ones that you create on your own for yourself if you decide you're one of the people that wants to use this. I just posted the link in the chat. Beyond that, though, no real thoughts. The only other thing that I think is kind of interesting is that you could use this on an ally potentially too, which I don't know if is a bad thing or not, but that's always an option, right? An ally could tank a little damage for you to switch places with them. Anyway, I like it. No more thoughts other than that, Baba. Honestly, I hope you're using it in your game soon. If you're sharing it with the public, or your players are the kind of people that are going to get finicky with that kind of stuff, put guardrails on. Thank you. What's up, Cheap Tactics? How's it going, buddy? Yeah, genuinely just a simple, elegant, great idea. Uh-oh, Brent's a couple minutes back in the chat, you can tell. Talking about your F still. Thanks, Baba. All right, kaboof. Back to the big boy wheel. Who's the bottom of the barrel? Jakob? Cheap Tactics, when did you get here? What's up, Tiger Sight? What's up, Silver Dagger? Welcome to the wheel. How you doing, Cheap? I got an itchy foot, so I gotta lean down and scratch it. Got a mosquito bite on my foot. I normally don't get bit by mosquitoes that much. What's up, Chandler? I don't know if I said hi to you yet, but I got a bit by a mosquito. Life's hard for me is basically what that means, just so you know. All right, should we spin again? Probably, right? A bucket, 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 a bucket. Brent, we already looked at your brew today, so we love you. You're a champion. Your funny little monsters were amazing. Let me just double check to make sure this is not the this is the same Brent, because it would be if we have Brent is not an uncommon name. All right, it is the same Brent. We love you, but we looked at your homebrew already, and we are moving on. Bugadoo, 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 bo. Josiah, I'm hoping that you switched your piece for another one, because the piece that you sent me was one that we looked at already on a stream. Let's see. I wanted to create a warlock subclass around buffing, debuffing. I don't think you changed your document. Let me check. Let's see here. Yeah, Josiah, we looked at this already, man. We looked at this already. I'll tell you the feedback that I had before. I'll do a real fast version of it because maybe you missed it. But if anybody wants to read it in the chat, here it is. The briefest version of the homebrew feedback was that all of the features, felt like there were too many things going on in too many directions. That was it in a nutshell. And it also felt like you weren't really following the structure that warlocks use. So most warlocks are built in the following way. They have a first level feature that really defines their subclass and is very punchy. Then they get a 6th level feature that is very defensive or very utility. And then they get a 10th level feature that is very defensive or very utility. Either or. One of the two, right? If it's not at 6, then at 10. And then at 14th level, they get a big once-a-day ability that smashes and punches really friggin' hard. So I would say make sure you're doing that. If you're ever in a situation where you notice that you have multiple features that have multiple bullet points, it is likely that you are putting too much in and that you could focus that in a little bit. So I'm not going to do the whole thing again because I already reviewed it, and reviewing the same thing twice literally makes me lose my mind. But I love you and you're wonderful. And I'll still give you a round of applause. We love you. It's okay if you mistake and miss one that we reviewed before. It's fine. It is not the end of the world. Okie doke. Bugadoo, 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 bugadoo. Yeah, listen, man. Sometimes the batters takes a while to hit. Notagamer is up next. Notagamer. I thought that was going to be Neon Gamer for a second because they're usually in the chat. I don't know. Let's see, Notagamer. Let's see what you got for us today. Now, Notagamer has a very interesting goal here. Their goal is to improve their formatting. So that's what I'm going to focus on then. We're probably not going to talk about the mechanics that much. Okay, so I'm going to make a copy of this. Couple things. This formatting is mostly fine, but you're doing stuff that, like, there's weird little things you can do. So, like, for example, it's going to be a little bit trickier to see here because if we look at spells, we're looking at D&D Beyond, and D&D Beyond doesn't always show them in the same way that, like, other formats do. But, like, if we pull up a spell, let's pull up Absorb Elements for a second. You know, your formatting is not that different than theirs. It's pretty close. The main difference, honestly, is that it's just really unappealing looking. Like, it's about as attractive as an Excel sheet that doesn't have any color coding to it. So that would be the thing I would say. I would say, I don't know if you need these boxes, so long as the formatting of these is good. And I would also play around with not necessarily different fonts, but italics in some places. And I also just think in general, using the Arial font does you no favors. It's not a pretty font. It's a good font for big, like, explosive title type words or like street sign type vibes. But for general writing, it's kind of blocky feeling to read. The Cambria font is a little bit better, and if you are in my Discord and you go into the resources tab, not only is there a homebrew template that I shared and used that includes all sorts of fonts and headings and that sort of thing, but there's a bunch of different ones that people have shared, so you could pull some ideas from that. Let's see what the actual spell does. You can increase or decrease the weight of a creature, item, or weapons. So you should not ever write a sentence that starts in the singular and ends in the plural. That is grammatically broken. So you want to say weapon, not weapons. Creatures with an increased weight have disadvantage on dex saving throws. Creatures with a decreased weight have advantage on dex saving throws. And so I'm not sure if you know this. Who sent this in? Notagamer. I'm not sure if you noticed, but this ability that you're describing here, it already exists in D&D. Almost exactly, and I'm not sure if you did that with intention or not, but there is a subclass of wizard called the Chronomancer, and then there's another one called the Graviturgist, and the Graviturgist is all about gravity, and they basically get this ability. So this is what the ability does. As an action, you can magically alter the weight of a creature or object you can see within 30 feet of you. So let's look at that compared to what we're doing here. You got to write it like a full sentence. Even if the information's up here, you would say, pick a creature that you can see within 50 feet. The other thing that I would say is that, Well, let's keep going. Let's just keep going. See what this does. You have to concentrate on this. You have to concentrate on this. You do. This only lasts a minute. And while the weight of the creature is halved, all of this stuff happens while it's twice all of this. But read this. This is the wording you want. This is exactly what you want. What you're not doing here that this is going to do is it's going to help you with not just formatting, but making sure you're getting all of the mechanical information you need out there. It's kind of hard to find the mechanics in here. Like, what does a weapon... Like increasing and decreasing weapons is interesting, but I don't know, man. I feel like this is tedious. Like, if you want to make it do radically different things for radically different targets, you need to either figure out how to, you need to do it in bullet points or something, but like there's way too much information here that is also kind of vaguely mushed together. But I want to say something that I think is more important. I think that this is also just really overpowered. This shouldn't last an hour, it shouldn't be a cantrip, and it shouldn't be a bonus action. I disagree with all of those choices. I think minimum this is a first level spell. Maybe if it requires concentration, it can last an hour. But if it doesn't require concentration, I think it lasts 10 minutes maximum. I don't think it should last longer necessarily than this feature. Maybe it's okay to, but I also want to push you a little bit. Who sent this one in? Notagamer. So formatting wise, if you're designing something that is really similar to something that already exists, look to the thing that already exists and see what it's doing and copy that structure. So for you, what a lot of that's going to be is writing out the mechanics much more clearly, using paragraph breaks, using bullet points, denoting what we're talking about, where we're talking about, like organizing the information a little bit instead of just mushing it all into a paragraph. But let me push you in a little bit of a different direction. And here's what I would say. Is it a good idea to make a spell where the entirety of what the spell does, or rather 90% of what the spell does, is one of the core subclass features of a class? I don't know, but I do think it's something I would think about. I guess it depends on the game you're running. You know, if it's for your home game and nobody's being a Graviturge wizard, then who cares? But if your goal is to make like an interesting new spell that could exist at any gaming table and just be a part of the fray, I think you need to figure out how to make it stand out more from a just density. Yeah. And the only place that you're really doing that is it changing weapons to being heavy or to being finesse, which I think is really interesting. Is it enough for a spell? I don't know, maybe. And then the other thing that I think you need to do is if you are ever targeting, I think a creatures or creatures that are wielding objects that are being targeted, like, need to be able to make saving throws to not be affected by this. They need to be able to contend it. So, like, if I'm fighting a rogue NPC, I shouldn't be able to cast this on their weapon and immediately make it heavy. They should get to make a saving throw to prevent that from happening. I also think the range should be 30 feet. It also should be an action. So those would be my thoughts. I think it is overpowered, but can be toned down. And then I think it's really similar to another feature in a way that, like, maybe should be addressed in the direction you take it mechanically. And then you should just look to that feature for formatting and really make sure you're just building, you're giving each of your ideas enough space individually on the page so that we, like, can see what a spell does. Normally, if a spell does a variety of fairly different things, those things are broken out into bullet points. I'm assuming, Pixie Palette, that your question is answered in the text. Any weapon you target becomes a heavy weapon if you make it heavy. Any weapon you target becomes a finesse weapon if you make it light. That's the way I interpret this. I'm assuming that's the intention, which is interesting, but I think that's just way too powerful and creates a situation that's kind of annoying. I don't think anything would happen if you increase the weight of a weapon that was already heavy. I think this is intended to be used as a way to either allow any weapon to be a finesse weapon or to prevent creatures from using sneak attack. Yeah, it's too strong. I think if it was a leveled spell, it required concentration, and it was much shorter in length, it would be reasonable. But even then, I don't know. It's very similar to stuff that already exists. So just worth thinking about. All right, who sent this piece in? This was Not a Gamer. Let's give Not a Gamer a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for sharing. We appreciate. Let's see, any new members on the wheel? Let's see. Oh, yeah. Let's get Hikase on there. Kaboop. A bucket, a bucket, a bucket, a bucket, a bucket, a bucket, a hey. A bucket, a bucket, a who. A bucket, a bucket, a ha. A bucket, a blee. A bucket, a blue. Moot. Oh, my God. I feel like I haven't seen a homebrew of Moot in a long time. What's up, Mr. Point? This is a little bit of a joke item that is going to be found by my players in a workshop of really hack sellout wizard. Amazing. Even though it's a joke item, I do actually plan on giving it to my very power gamey players, so I want to make it fun but reasonable. Okay, so this is a joke item that we are not balancing for everybody to use. We're balancing for the perspective of it needs to be usable by power gamer players. So as an audience right now, our goal is to pretend to be power gamers and think about what sort of nonsense we can do with this and try to make it work. This is called Wand of Jim's Magic Missile. This wand has a coin slot on its handle that seems to lead to a bag of holding like pocket dimension. While holding it, you can use an action to insert one or more gold coin pieces to cast the spell Jim's Magic Missile. For each gold piece spent, you cast the first level version. For one gold piece spent, you cast the spell first level version. You can increase the spell level by 1 for each additional gold piece. That already is broken. Maybe, I don't know how this spells works, but I should not be able to spend 5 gold to cast a 5th level spell. Every 7 coins inserted activates the wand's safety mode, and the coin slot disappears. Roll a d20. On a 1, it never reappears. Otherwise, it will reappear the next day at dawn. What does Jim's Magic Missile do? I don't remember. I mean, here's what it comes down to. How much gold are you giving your characters? Yeah, so it's just like a shit ton more range damage, but not guaranteed hit. Not guaranteed hit, but double damage, and when it crits, it triples damage. So I don't think the rolling a 1 on this and having them come back is enough of a downside to this spell that there's any way that it's reasonable for you to be able to spend 1 gold. Like, here's the... I don't think you should be able to cast this spell at 7th level for 7 gold. So another way you could think about this is I'm getting 1 free 7th level spell a day. It doesn't need to be usable from game to game. I'm just saying I just think it's too powerful. Yeah, it only locks out if you roll a 1. If you don't roll a 1, it reappears the next day at dawn. Look, here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to be real honest. Who sent this in? Moot? I don't get the appeal. I'm not sure what the joke is. I'm not sure why it's a goofy item. It seems really straightforward, and the spell it does is also really straightforward. It just seems like I spend a gold and I get to deal damage. So I don't feel like it's that goofy. So from a balance perspective, I would probably just not let you put more gold coins in and cast it at higher levels. I would probably say, for 1 gold piece, you put it in and you can cast this spell. And then once it's used 7 times, it closes for the day. And I just wouldn't let you upcast it. If you want to do it, you could also, you know, other people are saying for upcasting it, it could cost 10 times the level. So, like, if you wanted to cast a 7th level spell, it would cost 70 gold. But again, like, depending on how much gold is in your game, that might be nothing. And do you want to be able to cast a 7th level spell for 70 gold? Is that reasonable? I don't know. I don't know. So, I feel like it feels fine. And I think you just need to deal with the scaling. That's how I feel about it. It's pretty straightforward, though. Like, it's not that tricksy of an item. I guess it doesn't feel like a hack. I guess what I mean is it doesn't feel like a hack item. The only element that makes it feel like a hack item is the gimmick that Jim's magic missile is sort of like a hack magic missile. Shalakor says if you weren't paying gold, it's the same with normal charges of a normal magic missile. Spending the gold is just from gyms already. Oh, so yeah, if it's... Well, do you normally not have... If you cast the spell from an item that normally requires a material component that costs money, do you still have to spend that money? I don't know if you do. I forget how that functions. But if you do, then yeah, then the extra gold just means that it just costs twice as much to cast it now because you're spending the gold and then you're spending the gold, and that might confuse people. But if magic items don't consume the gold cost, then this is just making it cast the spell but still require the gold cost. Yeah, I don't know, man. It kind of feels like it's the same thing as just getting access to it's literally the same thing as just getting access to the spell Jim's magic missile. So if I were you, I might try to do more to make it feel more like a hack item than just relying on Jim's magic missile to make it feel like a hack item. That's what I would say. And that's kind of how I feel about it. I feel like it's not hacky enough, and I think that the scaling is gonna be trouble. And those are my thoughts. I don't really have more thoughts, Moot. Pretty straightforward. The worst thing that's gonna happen if you put this in your game in terms of power is your players are gonna cast Jim's magic missile as a 7th level spell and end an encounter once a day without having an encounter, give or take, depending on what level they are. You think it should require a subscription service? No, we don't need to live in that sort of... Listen, I want to play fantasy games, not reality games. Jim is already so much of a hack that making the item more hack would be a hat on a hat. Then I guess maybe Shalakor, maybe that's true. But then what's the feedback? Because they said they want to make it feel like a hack item. So if the only thing they're doing to make it feel like a hack item is taking a spell that feels like a hack spell, then the only feedback is, I guess, you did that? So I feel like there's more places to play around. I don't know. That's just me, though. Anyway, I don't really have more thoughts. Pretty simple, straightforward item. I think right now it feels like it relies too much on the vibe of the spell to feel like it doesn't feel like a hack item. It feels like a very good item, like a very actively working item that has access to a spell with goofy connotations. So if that's what you want, that's what it is. If you want it to feel more like the item specifically is a goofy item, I think it needs other elements going on to help sell that fiction. Those be my thoughts. Thank you, Moot. Let us give Moot a round of applause. Maybe make it cast at higher level, but cost more than your target's combined wealth. That seems confusing to make work. Alrighty. Thank you, Moot. Let's see who's next for the big wheel. Is anyone else? Who's in the bottom? Silver. Anybody new since Silver sent us something? Oh, a couple people. Ooh la la. The wheel groweth, as does my power. You could also just limit it to accepting maybe 7 gold a day. That's what I initially said. That was my initial idea. Although wands don't let you use charges to upscale the spells, I don't think. Bugadoo, 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 bugadoo. Wands do let you upcast? Bugadoo, 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 bugadoo. I'm gonna double check that right now. Bugadoo, 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 bugadoo. Malachi, you're up next, but before you're up next, we're looking at magic wands because I genuinely don't know if that's true. Let's see. Wand of polymorph. Nope, you cannot upcast it. I would say this is not allowing an upcast. The spell literally, this is the full functionality of the spell, of the wand, is that you can use an action to expend 1 charge to cast polymorph. Spag, you are so much smarter than me. Spag, if polymorph doesn't upcast, you have to gift 5 memberships. I thought polymorph upcasted. Oh, it twin casts. It twin casts. You don't have to do shit. I was twin casting with it. All right. What's a spell that upcasts? Wand of magic missiles. Ah, you can upcast. All right, cool. Good thing you don't have to give 5 memberships. That was close. Whew, if I said I had to do something, I would have been wrong. You know why? You know why I thought polymorph could upcast? I thought polymorph could upcast because of one very specific thing, and it was in one of my only D&D games that I ever played in that had a full arc, and it was one of my first games playing as a player, and I was a player in a Curse of Strahd campaign with a bunch of buddies, and I was playing a shadow sorcerer, and a gimmick I would do all the time was I would twin cast polymorph to turn 2 of my allies into dinosaurs, and that was what I was thinking of, and I was like, I was upcasting polymorph. I was like, no, I wasn't. I was fucking being a sorcerer, Cinder. Remember the game. Don't make bets you can't keep. Well, I didn't lay anything down on that bet, so it was fine. All right, those be my thoughts. Those be my thoughts. Yeah, sure, I guess upscaling it to level 7 is fine if that's how wands work. Okay. Malachi. Let's see what you got for us today, buddy. Malachi says they are learning. The goal is to learn balance, and their goal is learning and balance. I'm very new to D&D, relatively speaking. We're all new, buddy. I only started playing about a year ago. That's fine. Listen, everybody's new. Everybody's old. We're all everybody. Everybody's everybody. The lava quipper. Interesting, a monster. All right, I love a good monster. Is this just a quipper with some slicey differences? Let's see. Mostly it's a quipper. Let's pull up a quipper just to see what, just to make sure we're understanding what we're doing here. Okay, so here's what a normal quipper gets: 1 hit point, 13 AC. It gets its advantage on attacks against creatures that don't have all their hit points, and it gets a 1 damage attack. Quipper. Let's see what the lava quipper does. So, who sent this in? So Malachi, I'm gonna tell you some things right now. I'm never gonna say them to you again, but I'm gonna say them to you right now, and I need you to listen to them deeply in your chest, okay? When you create monster stat blocks, all of these numbers really matter. And they matter exactly the same way as they do when you are building a player character. So, for example, if your monster has -1 to its constitution, if I had -1 to my constitution as a player, then when I rolled my hit die, I would use one of my hit die, and then I would do -1. So when you build your stat block here, do you see how this Quipper right here has a 9 to its constitution, so it gets -1 to its hit points here? Exact same thing should be going on with your monster here. Do you notice how I see that you gave these guys a dex of 16? The dex of 16 is great to get them to the +5 to hit. The problem is we're still only dealing 1 piercing damage, but now our dex is +3. The damage we deal is based off of these numbers. And the only reason why the Quipper does +1 damage, I guess it's... Oh, that's so weird. Why does the Quipper do only 1 damage? What is going on here? Huh. Why is it using its dexterity for its attack? Maybe because it's tiny? Is it like a tiny thing? Maybe that's what it is? It might be. But if it was its unarmed strike, if it was strength-based, then this should be based on strength. This is based on dex. That's where this plus... It's +5 because it's 2 + 3. I'm wondering if there are rules for tiny monsters that I'm not thinking of. I know a lot of CR0 monsters are that way. I'm wondering, did Wizards of the Coast just decide, it's too little. It's too small. Can you search creatures by creature size? Huh. Yes, we can. Okay, let's just go on a journey here for a second. Okay, badgers. That makes sense. +2 to hit. Bats. Bats are also following the dex thing. Okay, we need to find some creatures that have more than... Let's see. Yeah, but these fucking guys, they're doing that. They're doing numbers. Why are these guys doing numbers? Is it all CR0 monsters do 1 damage? Maybe all CR0 monsters just do 1 damage. Oh my god, I did not know that. That's so weird. Crawling Claw, surely does more damage because it's more monstery. So it's CR0. They can't make up their minds. Huh. But Bite doesn't always use Dex. That's not a guaranteed thing. This is so weird. Huh. So that's weird. All right, I don't know. I accept that weirdness. Long story short, what I was gonna say was, one of the things you want to be doing when you're making a monster is you want to be, especially if your monster is based off of a monster that already exists, you don't want to just copy paste everything. You want to do everything with intention. And there's a lot of places you could do that. So a really good example for one is the basic attack. Does this thing need to do piercing damage if it's a lava monster? It probably should do fire damage, right? That could be an easy switch. You also made some choices that don't make any sense, and I feel like maybe you just did misclicks. Like, why is this an orc? Why does this have intimidation as a skill? Also, why is the skill +3? It has -4 to its charisma. So this should be a -1. Fire immunity is very strong. The only reason I would give this fire immunity is if I changed it from a beast into an elemental, which actually I might do. Also, True Sight is like the kind of vision that like demigods and angels and eldritch beings that can see through dimensions have. Why does this little lava fish have True Sight? So you really want to make sure you're actively thinking about why you are giving features whenever you give a feature. You don't ever just want to give a feature. It's got blood frenzy, which is fine. Water breathing. So what it really has is it has boiling water. Creatures that come within 5 feet of it take 1 fire damage. If they remain, they take 1 fire damage at the top of the next round. So if you want to do a feature like this, where creatures take ongoing damage from being too close to it, there are other monsters that do this. And what you should be doing, Malachi, is you should be looking at the way those monsters are written and copying it. So, for example, I'm pretty sure the fire elemental, if not the fire elemental, either this salamander or there's definitely a heated body monster that does this. And the language that it's going to have, and I guarantee it's going to be, is it's going to be something like, the first time a creature gets within 5 feet of the monster, and if it starts its turn in front of the monster, it takes some amount of damage. Or it's going to be if a monster, if whoever ends their turn within 5 feet of the monster, they're going to take some damage. There is no feature that starts at the top of the round, unfortunately, like this. That's not going to be. The only things that really do that are like layer actions, which always happen at initiative count 20, but I wouldn't write it this way. So you want to look to other features that do fire damage over time from being too close to them, and essentially just copy that language. And then it has steam breath. It does a little cone of breath, fire damage. This DC should probably be lower. I'd probably make this DC 10. I think other than that, it's probably fine. I'd make this a recharge 6, or I would make this a once a day feature. I don't think they need to be able to recharge this attack if you want them to stay really low CR. This is not a CR 1/2 monster. If you want to get it up to the strength of a CR 1/2 monster, it's going to need to have more hit points, and it's going to need to do more damage. I think realistically, if you want this to feel like a CR 1/2 monster, you probably need closer to like between 10 and 12 hit points, maybe more. And I'd make the attack do dice. I'd make the attack do some amount of dice. A D4 plus 3 fire damage or something like that. I don't think you actually need the hit points to be that much higher, but closer to 10, I think, than 2. And that's my thoughts. It's a wonderful thing, especially if you're getting into Homebrew, to take a monster that already exists and to tweak it a little bit to make it something new. It's a great building block. One of the things that me and my friends used to do way back when I really was just making Homebrew for my home games is we would do that as like an activity sometimes, where we would try to make up new dragons based off of different elements, because dragons are all kind of the same except for like 2 or 3 little changes. Or what would be like if we were going to make a ghost dragon, what would that be like? If we were going to make a beholder dragon, what would that be like? If we were gonna make like if we're just mixing monsters, or like, how would you make a lava troll or an ice troll or a necrotic troll or things like that? And a lot of those exist now in the game, actually. But playing around with taking monsters that already exist and like building them into your own thing, I think is really, really good for getting in the habit of game design. The most important thing that I think you got to keep in mind in doing that is you need to be extra conscious of your intention in terms of what you change and what you don't change, and making sure it all still fits together. and that it all feels good together, because it's very easy to forget to change one thing but change another that leads to the thing you forgot to change feeling weird, or redundant, or things like that. Is a swarm of these considered the same creature? I think it depends on the stat block, but I would say mostly no. But also, dude, I'm gonna be real honest. If you take the feedback that I applied to you here and then look at the swarm of quippers and just reapply that feedback to them, I think you don't need to send it to me. You can, but I think my feedback is not going to be anything that revolutionary. Like, you pretty much nailed. Like, I pointed out the stuff that I think you need to think about, and I'm like, if you send that in, I will look at it happily. But I'm confident in you taking the feedback that I just gave you and the experience that you had in writing this and applying both of those to writing a swarm of these, and it mostly being pretty chill and just working. I think you'll be good. I'm the reason your players are going to face the Beholder Dragon? Good. That's a good thing. You know what you do with the Beholder Dragon? Here's how you make a Beholder Dragon really fucked up. This is what you do. You give them legendary actions that are shooting eye rays. So maybe the eye rays are like growing out of the sides of their heads. I don't even think they need to have an action that's shooting an eye ray. You give them legendary actions that are shooting eye rays. You give them a unique breath attack that does probably force damage, I think. But the bigger aspect of the breath attack is it mimics the anti-magic field. But because it's just a breath attack and it's there and gone, basically the way that you make it work is that any creature in that area, if they fail their save, they cannot use any of their magic, like all of their magic items turn off, and they cannot cast spells or use any magical abilities on their next turn, and then they can remake that save at the end of each of their turns. So it essentially puts like a personal anti-magic field on you. That would suck. That would be so brutal. That would be a high CR dragon. The eye drake, the eye drake, which is in Fizzban's Guide to Dragons, and it's a fantastic book, is I think a really good version of the Beholder Dragon, but it also is not a full. It's not like a big boy ancient dragon. It's much more of like a. Like, I think it's CR like 8 or something like that. Maybe CR 10 max, but it's not cray-cray. It has an anti-magic breath too, but it's not nearly as punishing as that idea. Anyway, Malachi, thank you very much for the lava quipper. I forget if we did a round of applause for you, so we're doing another one. Thank you very much for sharing. I do not have a stat block for a Beholder Dragon. I was just saying ideas that popped into my brain. But I bet if you look up Beholder Dragon, you could find some homebrew that other people made. I feel like it's a fairly... I don't think it's that original of an idea. I think it's like, you know, mixing two of the most iconic D&D monsters together. I'm sure people have done it before. You know? Knock, knock. Who's there? The wheel. The wheel who? Green Liquid, I hope you have a great day. You know what I did today? I did have a really good day today. Do you know what I did today that was so good? Today, I got up early for me, which is not early for normal people, but I have trouble falling asleep if I don't stay up super late. But I hung out with my nephew, and we went to the park. It was great. We got some food. We had a little picnic. We played in the playground. He got really dirty, which was fun, but then he kept trying to shove his dirty hands literally into my mouth, and I didn't love that, but it was a fun time. He was a good kid. Buggada 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 douche. King Kadasha. The Kadashin King. Let's see what King Crusher has for us today. I made a simple magic item that interacts with resting. Ooh. Ooh. Why did you say the small wheel can die? Oh, because it didn't vote for you? Living human, be very careful with how much negativity you throw around at the wheel. It responds. Just be wary of that. Be wary of that. I made a simple magic item that interacts with resting. I'm wondering if I should make this item do more. Like maybe offer some more protective benefits and bump up the rarity or leave it as is. Let's take a look. Magic items don't always need to do 16 different things depending on what they do. Sometimes one is enough. Sometimes one ain't enough. Also depends on the campaign you're using. There's some magic items that are like the most important item in a campaign and they just do one really simple thing. But in another campaign, you'd be like, why do I? This is stupid, you know? I do seem like the uncle type. Yeah, I am the uncle type. I'm also your uncle. And I'm sorry I wasn't at your birthday party. But I'll be at the next one, I promise. Dreamcatcher, wondrous item, uncommon. The Dreamcatcher ensures that any creature that rests within 20 feet of it cannot have nightmares unless they are created by magic of first level or higher. Okay, so there's a couple issues here immediately. When a creature finishes a long rest within 20 feet of the Dreamcatcher, they gain the ability to cast a random first level spell at its lowest level once without expending a spell slot until our next long rest. Once this property, the Dreamcatcher, has been used... Okay, so a couple things here. First of all, you have to reorganize how you're sharing this information. So instead of the Dreamcatcher is not a creature. It's not actively doing something, right? It has an aura of protection. So the people that are doing the action here are the creatures. So start with that. Remember when we're writing magic items, we want to we need the triggering action first before we know what the thing does. So what you would say is any creature that takes a long rest within 20 feet of the Dreamcatcher cannot have nightmares unless they are created by magic of first level or higher, or a magic spell of first level or higher, something like that. But reorganize that sentence a little bit. It'll make it sound so much better. That's the first thing. The second thing is if you want to give a creature access to a random first level spell that they can cast once a day, I think that's fine. I think that's fun. I think that's interesting. You need to do two things. The first thing you need to do is you need to give me as a dungeon master a simple way to pick what that first level spell is going to be without me needing to search first level spells every time you use that. And realistically, you're going to need to do that for every character. So I don't want, as a dungeon master, after every long rest, to have to figure out 5 random first level spells. So the way you solve that problem is you put a table here. So what you would say is whenever a creature finishes a long rest within 20 feet of the Dreamcatcher, they can roll on the random magic boon table below, and they gain access to that spell, one casting of that spell that they can use before they finish their next long rest. So I would phrase it something like that. And then the other thing is that spells, not all of them, but quite a few of them, require either an attack roll or a saving throw. You know, inflict wounds starts with me. I make a spell attack to use inflict wounds. Or burning hands, you have to make a saving throw to avoid my fire. And the way we calculate attack rolls and saving throws are based on character class spellcasting modifier. Not all classes have spellcasting modifiers. So this magic item, if I'm a fighter in the party and we have this magic item and I get access to burning hands, how do we know what number the monsters need to beat for their saving throw? You'll notice that most magic items in D&D that give access to spells tell you on the magic item what the saving throw is. So what you would say is, you would include in here, with a like you know, they roll a d20 on the random spell table, gaining access to one of the following spells. They can cast it once before their next long rest without expending a spell slot. When they do, they use +5 for the attack modifier or a spell save of DC of 13. So just include that information in there. I think it should be higher than 10. It's an uncommon item. Uncommon magic item DCs, depending on the power level, usually sit somewhere between like 12 and 13. Rare kind of sit between 14 and 16, 14 and 15. Very rare, like 16 and 17. Legendary, 18 and up. Usually there's exceptions to all of those, but that's like a good headspace. DC 10 is a good DC for a common magic item. But yeah, so just, you need all of that info in there. And then when you say once this property of the Dreamcatcher has been used, it can't be granted can grant more spells until the next day at midnight. I think that you probably don't need this, because the way D&D works, a creature cannot take a long rest more than once every 24 hours. Like, it's against the rules. So you don't really need to worry about creatures overusing this thing, unless your players are like intentionally building a weird society of cyclical sleeping peasants that they are all giving access to spells through with this item for some hectic thing, which quite frankly, as a dungeon master, I just wouldn't put up with. I wouldn't deal with that. So I don't know if you need that contingency here. I think it's a fun item. I don't know if it's uncommon. I think it's much closer to rare. The first part is fine. The first part is almost closer to like a common magic item. It basically just means you can't naturally have bad dreams. But the problem here is that I think giving 3 to 5-ish free first level spells a day, I think that's closer to rare power level than uncommon. JK, your meaning doesn't matter. I'm telling you, your logic is not the logic you should be using. We have magic item DCs in the game already. We can use the logic of magic item DCs. We don't need to use the logic of spellcasting proficiency, because also you're not counting the most important part of your spellcasting proficiency DC, which is not the 8+ proficiency bonus. It's the spellcasting stat. And we don't know what spellcasting stat we would pick. But I don't think we should. I don't know. So, like, if you want to power balance magic item DCs, you shouldn't be thinking about, well, how do spells work to power balance magic items? We have hundreds of magic items that have been made, published, that are out there that we can look to for guidance. We should just use those. Or you can look to the Dungeon Master's Guide, which has rules for magic item creation. You don't want to reverse engineer something that's not built in the same mindset. Otherwise, you're going to end up, your logic's going to get gobbledygooked, you know? Yeah, I think it's pretty chill, dude. I think it's closer to a rare item than an uncommon item. I think if you want it to be uncommon, maybe it requires attunement. But other than that, I think it's pretty good. Who was this from? This was from King Crasha. I think it'll work, King Crasha. Just make a table. Make a table. Set a DC. You'll be gravy. All right, round of applause. The only creature that messes with dreams that are not spells that I could think of is the Night Hag. But this would not protect you against the Night Hag. I don't know if that matters or not. Thank you, King Gadasha. Yeah, the Night Hag has the ability to touch a creature, like to poke you while you're sleeping and make it so you don't get the benefits of a long rest. And what makes the Night Hag so scary is that they can do that while they are on the ethereal plane. So the Night Hag can be on the ethereal plane, so you have literally no way of interacting with it unless you somehow have access to interacting with the ethereal plane or have the right spells picked, which you probably are not picking if you don't think to pick, if you don't know you need them. And for all intents and purposes, it just seems like the Dungeon Master is being mean to one of the players. Because it's just like, yeah, you guys wake up. Sophia, you do not get any benefits of a long rest. Why? You don't know. You had crazy weird dreams. So you have to figure out how to... Night hags on paper, if you run them correctly, are devastating. Because it requires so much legitimate investigation on the player/character side to figure out what's happening. And if they don't try the right experiments or explore the right things, you can just exhaust a party to death really easily. It's crazy. You shouldn't do that. That wouldn't be fun. But you could do that. Alrighty. Boom! More flesh for the pyre. More meat for the grinder. More cheese for the sandwich. My cup runneth empty. I'll need to refill it in a bit. Fun in my game couldn't be me. Yuck, 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 yuck. Bucket a 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 bucket. Oh, is it sticks or gilded? Sticks or gilded? Sticks. All right, Sticky, what you got for us today? Oh, I'm looking in the wrong form. There we go. This is a variation of a series of mini bosses. Sticks, have you sent me Homebrew before? I intend to introduce it into my next campaign. They will first show up around level 8 and become regular enemies around level 11. There's going to be 4 versions with different attacks to mix it up. I'm trying to make it dynamic fight, but it's my first time making a monster like this, so I'd appreciate feedback. If it would be interesting or just tedious. Okay, are you sending me... Is this just one stat block or like 20? I'm only going to read one of them, just so you know. I only read... If you send me multiple monster stat blocks, I just read one. Okay, good. It's just one. Oh, there's... Dude, non-combat is the best way to attack players. We're just gonna point a couple things out immediately. We don't need to dive that deep into this monster. 22 AC and 245 hit points doth not make a challenge rating 10 monster. This AC, just to put things into perspective, this is similar AC, if not higher, than ancient dragons, which usually are of the challenge rating closer to like 20 plus. And this is hit points that are also like devastatingly high. So your stats are off. This monster will not be fun for level 10 fighters to play against. The main reason why this will not be fun for level 10 players to fight against is because their attack bonus really isn't high enough for them to engage with 22 armor reliably. So they're just going to feel like they're missing a lot. And then on top of missing a lot, that's so many hit points. That's a lot. So I would adjust that. Also, you did not do your math right. So when you design monsters, they follow the same math as player characters. So for example, 5 times 30 is not 50. If its con bonus is plus 5 and you're using 30 hit die, 5 times 30 should be its hit point bonus. Same is true for attacks and damage rolls. This thing has a plus 6 to its strength and a proficiency bonus of plus 4, which means any attacks that it makes that are strength based should be a plus 10 to hit. So separate from any feedback in terms of like whether a mechanic feels interesting or not, you really should take the time and go through and make sure you're doing all your numbers right. Also, I don't think large creatures use D12s. I think large creatures use D10s. So the hit dice size of a monster is based on its size. So the way that it works is tiny creatures use D4s, small creatures use D6s, mediums D8s, large creatures D10s, huge creatures D12s, and then gargantuan or colossal or whatever the biggest one is called use D20s. So all of the basic number stuff you need to go back and redo and make sure you're doing properly and do it in the way that monsters are designed. Speaking of which, now that that's over with, let's take a look at the actual meat on these bones. Now that we have done some bone cracking to rebuild that skeleton. I haven't got to Haymaker yet, but I look forward to it. Here, let me share in the chat. Did I link it? Here, if you guys want to just read it better. There you go. Blessing of the Emperor. They're immune to poison and exhaustion, resistant to poison damage, and then regain 10 hit points at the start of every turn. So any of these immunities here, you just put up here. You don't need to put down here. If you're gonna give a creature a hit point regeneration, you need to think about how that is going to impact the way fighting that monster feels and whether or not that is your intention. And then you have to think about how can you give your players the opportunity to overcome that. If the players have no way to turn off the hit point regeneration, that is going to be very frustrating to fight. So now we are in a situation, honestly, I think I would just take the regeneration off, because right now we're in a situation where the monster's really hard to hit it. It has so many hit points that when you do hit it, it basically doesn't feel like you're doing damage. And then that tiny slice of damage you are doing is getting regenerated because it's healing every single round. This is not going to be a fun fight. This is going to be a frustrating fight. It's going to be frustrating. And it's also going to take a really fucking long time. The fight is either just going to last forever, or it's going to last until your players run away after it already has lasted forever. So I would really strongly encourage against that. Like, if you want your monster to be a reoccurring villain, the way you make it a reoccurring villain is either through the narrative, or you give it some escape ability, or you give it some built-in feature where, like, when it dies, it returns to life stronger than it was before in like in some amount of time. Not immediately, but like a week later. This is going to be not fun, and by making the monster so hard to deal damage to and to kill, you're not creating a situation where the players are going to be like, oh wow, this is going to be a reoccurring villain. You're creating a situation where the players are going to be like, we aren't able to do anything, and that's not going to be fun. Way too much flavor text. Just say what it gets. It has advantage on saving throws against magical effects. Yeah, so this monster is just resistant to everything, and this is just so all of this I think needs to be adjusted to make this monster more interesting to engage with and not just tedious to fight. It cannot make multi-attack. Should be at top. Grapple should not be at top. It makes an attack roll against a medium or smaller creature. Why does it have to be humanoid? If it lands, the creature is grappled. You don't need to write this. Grappling is a thing that everybody can do. This isn't a special attack. All creatures in D&D, both players and monsters, can always substitute an attack roll for an attempt at a grapple. That's literally what this is. So you just don't need this. So just remove this whole section. Let's see. It has 3 gauntlet strikes whenever it takes the multi-attack. Okay, so it either is making 3 of this type of attacks, or 1 of this, or 1 of this. The gauntlet attacks are fine. They're very punchy. That's going to be a lot of damage. I would lower that to 2d10 immediately, just to help balance it down a little bit. And then it gets Haymaker. Now, if it takes the Haymaker action, that is literally the only action it's taking on its turn. +7 to hit. While it has a target grappled with this attack cannot miss. I think that's fine. That just feels tedious, though. Like, so the way that this monster works right now, I mean, I guess it could be fine, but here's what I would say. Instead of making this a whole separate attack thing, I would, build it like, write this like the way that the Mind Flayer ability works. Because there's a Mind Flayer that basically has this same ability. The Mind Flayer's brain eating ability, basically they can only target creatures they have grappled. Did I spell Mind Flayer wrong? Oh, they're not tiny. Duh. So you should look at the Mind Flayer for how to write this. Why isn't it not working? Why are you being annoying? D&D Beyond, you're pissing me off. Come on. What am I missing here? Jesus Christ, that took too long. Okay, so like Mind Flayer has this special bite. Notice the way it's written. Extract brain. There is not any sentences about the way the target... Like, you see how you wrote this thing? Blah, 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 blah. When it has the target grappled, it kind of miss. Just copy that. Just say, extract brain. Automatically hits. Reach 5 feet. One target it has grappled. Some amount of damage. Just write it that way. So much easier to write. I guess it's fine to make it so instead of taking a bunch of little swings, it could take one big swing. That's fine. It definitely creates a circumstance where the players are going to be like, oh, shoot. I don't want to be grappled by this thing. But it's going to take a while before it's pulled off. This feels just like you just pulled a giant mechanic, which I guess is fine, but isn't particularly unique or evocative. This just feels like you were like, oh, giants all have a ranged attack. I'm just going to give this guy a ranged attack like a giant. I mean, yeah, it's good to give a monster a ranged attack. I would probably, you know, if you're building this out to be some crazy big robot thing or whatever, I guess it's not a robot, but if for whatever reason I'm imagining a robot. I feel like I would try to come up with something more original or unique feeling than basically just giant throw boulder. Also, I don't think you need any of these words. Let's see what the reaction is. If somebody hits it with a melee attack, don't say land. Say if they hit it with the melee attacking, use your action to make an attack against them. This is fine. This is another fairly flavorless feature. So here's what I'm going to say. If you want to make an interesting reoccurring monster, the way you do that is you make every fight that the players have with that monster interesting in different ways. And you make the players either A, understand that the goal here is to run away, or give the monster some way to escape. But you've built a meat shield that doesn't do anything that unique. Like, it just hits and grapples and hits harder. So let me show you an example of a monster that I think does a really good job of being a reoccurring monster villain. An Orthon is one of my favorite D&D monsters. Now, this thing is also CR10, so it's the same challenge rating you want yours to be. Notice how it has less than half the hit points and 17 AC, just to give you an example. But what does it have? Yours has a bunch of big numbers. What does this one have that does some interesting things? Let's see. It has stealth and survival and perception, so it's good at hiding, tracking, and getting away. It also has some broad damage resistances, but they're non-magical. Now, it also has a very cool, interesting poisony dagger. But the main thing that it has going for it that makes it feel unique in the way that you can use it over and over and over again, and it's fun, is it has this infernal crossbow that has 6 different types of arrows that it can shoot that all do something completely different. Everything from paralyzing to blinding to, honestly, my favorite is the tracking arrow. Because what can always end up happening is if you're starting to lose the fight as the Orthon, you fire a tracking arrow into somebody, and then you use your bonus action to go invisible, and you run away. You get the heck out of there. They also have this cool thing where when they're close to dying, they explode. Also, fun fact, they are very much inspired by, and if you look at the mechanics, built to be the Predator from the movie Predator. But yeah, I think the main thing you want to be doing if you're building a monster or a villain that's intended to be something that is reoccurring, you want the fight with it to evolve. You don't want the fight to feel too samey every time. And I'm worried the fight here is going to feel too samey every time. The way it's worded, the Haymaker can auto hit, but it doesn't need to target the grappled creature. That's true. It can just target anyone, and if it has a target grappled, it can auto attack anybody else. That's true. You would make the target one grappled target. But however it's written in the Mind Flayer, copy that. Anyway, yeah, I think it's a noble idea to pursue. I think that I would go in different directions in terms of building it, in terms of where I put the power to make it interesting. I don't think survivability in terms of numbers is the game here. I think survivability in terms of interesting escapes or dynamic different versions of it as it sort of evolves or is destroyed and reborn, things like that. Cool. Who sent that one in? Who was that? I don't remember. Let's see. This was Styx. Thank you, Styx. Let's give Styx a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. We do appreciate. We do appreciate. Kabook. Everybody that I know that's in the creator community has been reached out to by the D&D content creator, like, official thing, like Wizards of the Coast D&D creator community collab people. They've never reached out to me, and it makes me sad. Ah, annoying. Let's see. Okay. What are we up to next? Little Wheel. We'll add our dear Conto. All right, before we keep going with the next spin, I am going to go run to the bathroom and grab another drink. I will be back very briefly. BRB, un momento. Okay, I'm almost back. Back, baby. Uh-oh. We all unfocused. Let's focus up. Boom. Also, we need to change this music. I'm getting tired of this vibe. New vibe. New vibe. Activate. Yeah. That's how we do it. Ooh. So just so everybody knows, because I don't think I mentioned it earlier, the rest of the week's schedule. We'll be streaming tomorrow, Monday. And tomorrow we are not going to be looking at Homebrew for the first time in a really long time. Tomorrow we are going to be doing a deep dive of the... Ooh, Contos, thank you for the resub. I appreciate that very much. We are going to be doing a deep dive into the subclasses. We're just going to look at the new PHP subclasses. I really haven't had time to go through them in depth. I figured we might as well do that together. And then once we do that, we can start opening up the wheel to 2024 stuff too, which I feel like a bunch of people asked me to do. So we're going to look at some... No. Fuck. I'm so sorry. I'm lying. We're not doing that on Monday. That is not what we're doing tomorrow. Tomorrow, we are going to be looking at a homebrew compendium that you guys made, that my community made, that you guys made, called Beastlands. And it is a piece that a bunch of writers have worked on, and they have co-written it, they've edited it, they've added art, they've done all of this stuff to build this massive compendium, all with the theme of Beastlands, and the whole gimmick is Beastie Bits. What's up, Sachi? First, yeah, I see you you didn't follow me before. That's fine. Whatever, Sachi. Whatever. I guess you don't love me as much as you say you do. I guess you don't love me as much as you say to you. Sachi, you know why you need to follow me? Because I can do stuff like this. Check this out. You ready? So yeah, so you should be following a lot, you know? Okay, so tomorrow, though, we're going to be looking at that compendium. It's got a bunch of subclasses, monsters, all sorts of crazy stuff. What sucks? Your stream buffered and you missed most of what I said? Oh, I can just show you again here. I just went like this and went ba-doo-dee-doo-day-dee-da-dee-doo-doo-day. That's all. But yeah, tomorrow on stream, we are going to be not making Homebrew, or not really reviewing Homebrew. We're just going to be exploring this really cool compendium with art and subclasses and monsters that you guys have made. And it's been like self-edited. I'm completely uninvolved in it. So that's what we're doing tomorrow. And then if we have time tomorrow, we're going to start looking at some 2024 subclass stuff. We might not. But then the thing that I'm really excited for this week is on Thursday. On Thursday, we are doing a homebrew challenge, where the challenge, and the challenge is the part you do before stream, the stream is the reveal, is pick any of the officially published subclasses, not including the 2024 ones, and create a homebrew subclass that is the opposite of it, either mechanically or thematically or both. So, for example, instead of the Way of Mercy monk, the Way of Vengeance monk. Instead of the light cleric, the dark cleric. But you could also get weird with it. There's a lot of different interpretations of opposite. Maybe the opposite of the undead warlock is the dead warlock. Or maybe it's the live warlock. Maybe the opposite of the beast barbarian is the human barbarian. Or is the domesticated barbarian. You know what I mean? Like Path of the Domesticated might be opposite of Path of the Beast. I don't really know. But there's a bunch of different ideas. You do whatever you want. But that's what we gonna be doing. That's what we gonna be doing on Thursday. Anyway, hi Sachi. How is your stream? How's your life going? Is it good? You still love me? I hope so. We're reviewing Homebrew. We got a little wheel. We got two wheels, actually. We got a little wheel and a big wheel. This is a little wheel. It's got my beautiful face. This is a big wheel. It's got other people's faces. Chat, where'd you go? Here you are. Oh, God. You funny people. Knock, knock. Who's there? Bucket a 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 bucket. Data bank. Data I hardly know-da. Oh my god, I'm so funny. Hey Sachi, when you gonna ask me to stream with you, huh? I see you asking other people to stream with you. When you gonna ask me? You probably aren't even watching my stream anymore. Let's see what Databank has to say. I'll play games with you, Sachi. Today, I'm submitting a one-time use magic item. Ooh, one-time use. It's called Flame War. Flame War. Might want to Google what that means. Why? Is this going to be TOS? I need help with wording it to make sure it's readable. Well, I'm going to Google Flame War, but I'm going to do it off-camera data because you're sometimes a little deviant. Oh, it doesn't seem TOS. Whoa. Whoa, what the f... Get out of here. What is the fuck is happening? A lengthy exchange of angry or abusive messages between two users of an online forum. Okay, so a flame war is like people fighting in the chat. Okay. So I'm assuming there's an element of goof and gaff to this item. We'll see. We shall see. I'm going to send Sachi a message right now because she's definitely not watching my show anymore. She just popped in. You know, you can ask me to do stream stuff with you too sometimes. I'm not chopped liver. I see you playing with folk. I'm being mean. I want to play. Okay, love you. Bye. All right, I just told you guys all the message I sent to Sachi as I write it. Sachi's a very fun person. She's also a streamer. She's really cool. She's my buddy. You walk away for 5 minutes. I was describing the message I was sending you in Discord to chat. Basically lamenting the fact that I see you playing streamy games with other people. And I guess I sit by myself in a corner. It's fine, I guess. It's not that fine. Oh, it's fine. All right, let's read this thing. So the goal of this one-time use magic item, it's mimicking the meminess of a flame war. I've never played Fortnite before, Versace. Sach, I'll play Fortnite with you if you don't mind me having never played Fortnite before. Let's see what Flame War does. This glass ball is warm to the... Oh, seriously, Sachi, if you tell me what time you want to play, I'm down. I have a thing that I'm doing at 6 that I probably will be doing till like 9-ish. But I'm around after that. I'm streaming from like 6 to 8 or 6 to 9 reviewing looking at Beastlands. But after that, I might be down. Yeah, I would be down. We'll talk. All right, cool. We'll chit chat. Let's DM off. We'll Discord talk. But anyway, I love you. You're wonderful. You definitely don't have to stick around. Who cares? I love you forever. You know, guys, I'll tell you one thing about Sachi, and I will do a little shout out because if you don't follow Sachi, she's a fun cat. Sachi's one of the people that I've met in the content creation world who I feel like I'm actually friends with. There's a lot of people you meet in this space where you are familiar with and you're friendly with and you might really like, but like, I think if I was in a really dark place emotionally and I needed to talk to somebody, I think I'd be comfortable talking with Sachi about it. I think I'm very vulnerable. I've noticed that I've already allowed myself to be very vulnerable with her, which I think means we're friends. Anyway, fuck you. Sorry, I had to balance that out in some way, you know. Okay, Flame War. This glass ball is warm to the touch and contains swirling red gas. Why did I say it like that? I don't know. Occasionally, a face screaming in anger will form in the gas before dissipating. All right, fine. Flavor text, good. Don't mind it. Keep it in its own little section, and I'm happy. You can replace one attack roll with throwing this sphere. So come on, write it in the organized way. When you take the attack action, you can replace one of your attacks with the throw of this item or something like that. By throwing this item to a place you can see within 40 feet. Why do you want this to replace an attack as opposed to just being an action? I don't know. We'll see. If that doesn't make sense, if there's not a logical reason, this should just be an action. The ball shatters on impact, and the gas fills the 20-foot radius. You don't need this many words to say this. 20-foot radius fills. Stop putting flavor text in the middle of the... I hate when there's flavor text in the middle of things. Honestly, I would cut this out. I would cut this whole part out. Okay. Tell us... Yeah, cut all of this out. The vision obscuring is like the least important part. Data, why are you organizing this in this way, you silly goofs? Okay. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can replace one of your attacks by smashing the bottle or throwing the bottle at a place you can see within 40 feet. It shatters, creating a 20-foot radius of smoke that is heavily obscured. That's your sentence, okay? Boom, that's the sentence. What's up, Dice? How's it going? What did Automod block? I didn't see. All creatures that start their turn in the sphere must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, they take psychic damage and fire damage. And the first attack they make on their turn randomly targets any creature within range. It dissipates after 1 minute or after the wind. Blah, blah. Okay, so 2 questions. My first question is, this second part of the first attack they make on their turn randomly targets any creature within range. Does this only happen while they're in the sphere? Or, like, if they start their turn in the sphere, are they affected by this forever for the turn? That is unclear to me. I'm not sure what the intended goal is there. I'm also gonna say, I have no idea what the point of this magic item is or what it's supposed to feel like. I'm gonna be honest, this doesn't feel like it has anything to do with the Flame War. Flame War seems like it's amping up contention and arguing specifically in an online sort of way. I don't think this has any aspect of that. This is just a different version of what's the spell called? The thing that warlocks do? Something of Hadar, maybe? What's the warlock spell that makes the orb of tentacles? If I put slosh, I bet it'll come up. Or squish. Hunger of Hadar, thank you. So, the way that Hunger of Hadar works, it's an action to cast. Pick a spot in 120 feet, 20-foot radius sphere, heavily obscured, exactly the same as yours. Creatures take damage if they start their turn in the area, and creatures take damage if they end their turn in the area. And they're blinded. Yours is exactly the same, except creatures only take damage if they start their turn in the area, but they also potentially attack a random creature. So this, I think this feels more like, I guess it's like a Crown of Madness version of Hunger of Hadar. I'm just not seeing where the flavor meets the mechanics. And I feel like that's important because you've spent so much time on the flavor. Like, it feels random. The effect feels like it doesn't match the thing you're trying to sell us. I think the thing you're trying to sell us is interesting, but I think it's much closer to, like, cosmic madness or blood rage type stuff than has anything to do with Flame War or really the description that you've given us for anything that it does at all. This is a magic item. So, those are my thoughts. I think that it's a little not... I think it's missing the mark if your goal is to be like a Flame War. I think if your goal is to be like an alternative version of Hunger of Hadar, that's a little bit more like madness focused in terms of action as opposed to just damage, then I think it could work for sure. Those would be my thoughts. Don't really have more thoughts other than that. Yeah, I wish, I mean, I don't even know what direction I would go in it with, because the flavor is so different than the mechanics that I feel like I would need to really dramatically change it to make it match the flavor in a way that I think it would lose maybe what your goals for mechanics are. So I think that's a thing that you got to think about for yourself, which is, what direction do I want to go into this? What's the point of it? What's it supposed to feel like? Right now, it feels like an alternative version of Hunger of Hadar. If that's what you want, mission accomplished. If that's not what you want, mission not accomplished. All right. Thank you very much. Dankeschön. Darling, Dankeschön. Kaboosh. Curse Blanc. Kapow. Kadoish. What's up, Aaron? Man, I feel bad for people named Aaron. That joke doesn't get old, but you get old. So that's just a forever joke for you. No, tonight. So the way that my stream goes normally is Sunday is almost always the open homebrew review night. That's like the guaranteed night a week that we're doing that. The rest of the week kind of changes depending on both my availability and also mental capacity and like events. So special events throughout there. So this week, big open homebrew review night tonight. Then tomorrow we are deep diving a compendium that you guys, the audience, my community created, called Beastlands, that a bunch of members got together and made on their own. We're going to explore that a little bit, and then probably play video games with my friend Sachi. And then no stream on Tuesday, Wednesday, because I have things, I think I got to double check. And then Thursday, we have our big homebrew challenge stream. And what I'd like to do is, the goal is to have roughly 3 to 4 streams a week. One devoted to homebrew, one devoted to some element of writing challenge or competition, then one kind of flexible ones. And then if I get obsessed with a video game or something crazy like that, it'll change. But anyway, tomorrow, Beastlands. Today, homebrew. Thursday, opposite homebrew. Bucket a 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 bucket. Lead Woods. Let's see what you got for us, Lead. Lead's goal is to tailor a barbarian subclass to a reborn player and what they wanted out of my campaign narratively. All right, that, I will say, Lead, are you here right now? If you're here right now, say, hello, this is me. Because you didn't really ask me for any directional goals. Like, I'm not going to be able to give you super accurate feedback for whether or not something is going to work well for your campaign, just because I don't know what your player is looking for. So because I don't know how helpful my feedback is going to be in that regard, I'm going to just give you general feedback things that I notice. This is a whole class. What? All right, so then we're going to review it differently then. I'm just going to look at the first 2 level classes. I thought this was a barbarian. This is like just a new class. Okay, so we're going to look at the first level features, maybe the second level features. If you're making a class, you really want to put a class table. All classes have a table at the beginning. Yours doesn't. It makes it really confusing when you don't do that. Okay. So the question that I always have is why are we doing this? Why do we need this? So this is a ghosty barbarian. So this is just regular unarmored defense. And then we get something called Soul Well. First level, you get a reserve of soul charges. You get equal to your barbarian level plus your con modifier. So you're getting a lot. So these shouldn't be that powerful. Whatever we're using them for shouldn't be that powerful. They should be less powerful than a battle master maneuver. It's a good way to think about it. When a creature that is not undead or a construct dies within 30 feet of you, you can use a bonus action to draw out its soul. And then you gain a number of soul charges equal to its challenge rating. Okay, so I want to point something out here before we dive anywhere into this. We don't know what these features are for yet. So we don't know if this is going to be jank or not. But I'm going to tell you right now, in my experience, and I do not mean this to be rude, I mean this to be honest. If you have a feature that you have a lot of resource of, and scaling something by your level plus con modifier is a lot, but then on top of that, you have a very easy way to replenish that feature. And by very easy, I mean anything from short rest to killing a creature. It is likely that your homebrew is going to be broken. It is very likely that that is going to happen. If your resource has the potential to be infinite, which this does, it is often a mistake, and it usually will make the whole thing spiral out of control, because if your resource system is a little bit too powerful, that inherently makes everything you use that resource system for too powerful. Now, I'm noticing we're not getting rage. Does this barbarian not get rage? I'm very confused. Abilities that consume soul dice will refer to the cost as S? Why? That seems annoying. I would not do that. The number of souls you can expend on attack is equal to your proficiency bonus. You're explaining that we're expending souls on an attack. You're explaining that we have a limit of how many souls we can spend on an attack before you tell us what we are doing with them. Don't do that. So if we are doing something with our souls on an attack, tell us the limit for that, where we're getting that feature. Don't tell us that beforehand. That's confusing. Is this a subclass or a whole class? You think this is just a subclass? Well, it doesn't work as a subclass because we don't get subclass features, so we shouldn't get this at first level if it's a subclass. So this only works if it's a class. If it's a subclass, it fundamentally is broken, and it's almost not worth talking about. If this is a barbarian that just gets a bunch of extra stuff throughout the whole game, that's just called player gets extra stuff. That's nothing. So I'm going to assume that it's a class, that this is completely replacing the barbarian class. If that is not true, and you are just putting these features on top of a barbarian, barbarians do not get subclass features at level 1. So nothing should turn on until level 3. Let's see what else we get at level 1. You've learned how to tear a creature's very soul from its body. As an action, don't say may, say can. You can make a melee spell attack against a creature. You are having us make spell attacks as a barbarian. Barbarians do not have a spell attack modifier. What do we add to our attack roll? I might be able to inform that it's wisdom because you put that here, but we never learned that anywhere. And now we're immediately confused. We deal SD8 and SD4. So does that mean if as an action I spend 4 soul points, it's 4d8 plus 4d4 damage? That is too much damage, friendo. Sorry. If this is our system for maintaining this resource, and 1 soul can equal 1d8 plus 1d4, we essentially have an ability to cast a more powerful version of the Inflict Wounds spell, which is one of the best single target melee spells in the game. And we just have that baked into our core class, but way more useful and way more uses of it. So I think we're going to stop. I don't understand what's happening, because why are we getting, like, where are our subclass features? Yeah, okay. Now that I'm looking at the second feature, I think who sent this one in? I want to speak to you by name. Who was this? This was Lee Woods. Lee Woods, I am not sure if you are new to D&D design, but I am concerned that you have bit off more than you can chew. And I'll tell you why. Because so far what I'm seeing is a piece of homebrew that is unclear whether it's a class or a subclass. But unfortunately, if it's either, it's busted. And it's busted partially because the very first things we do with our resource, like the only things, like these very first features we get, both of them are broken. This damage scales way too well. And then this feature allows me to use a bonus action to cast the Bane spell, which normally requires an action. So it's immediately better than the normal Bane spell. But secondarily, we are spending this resource that we have almost infinite uses of. So again, we are basically getting to cast this spell almost at will. And it's fucking automatic. There's no saving throw. So I feel like the more important thing for you to do is you have to ask yourself a question, because this is completely unfixable. Genuinely, this is not worth trying to fix. This is worth having a conversation with your player about the type of barbarian they want to play, but with the books in front of you to pick from options that you can have to make something work. Like, that's the way to fix this problem. The way to fix this problem is to help your player build the character they want to play within the limitations of the rules. Okay? That's the actual way to fix this problem. If your goal is a smooth, balanced gaming experience. If you don't care about a smooth gaming balance, if you don't care about a smooth experience, and you don't care about a balanced experience, you just want to play in that space of, I want to give my players literally anything they want, and I don't really care if it's balanced, and we'll change it as we go, then all of this is fine. If you are really, like, if you want to just smash action figures of power together and just make up crazy stuff and do it, this works totally fine. And you don't really need any feedback from me other than whatever your player and you decide works at the table as you guys balance things amongst giving all of your... Hopefully you're giving all of your players ridiculously overpowered stuff if you're doing that. If you were just giving one player that, it would be not nice to the other players. But if you are in any way trying to make this balanced compared to anything in D&D that's official, and trying to make your life easier for balancing all of the encounters you will be running from now until the end of this campaign, then I would say the thing to do is to completely throw this whole thing in the garbage. Don't work. If there's cool ideas, maybe keep a couple for something later. But to say to your player, hey, do you want to be a ghostly barbarian? Here's some options. You could be a zealot barbarian because they have weird, cool ways of going back to life. You could multi-class barbarian with the rogue, with the phantom rogue to mimic getting some ghost powers. And rogue and barbarian are weirdly amazing multi-class combo. Maybe you could be the ancestral guardian barbarian and reflavor the guardians as you pulling spirits in to help protect you and your allies. There's a lot of stuff you could do that I think you should do much, much more if your goal is, I just want to play the game and have it work. Because this is fucking crazy. This is absurd, and we're not even done looking at level 2 stuff. I guess we are, because the other things are just the regular barbarian things. But like, that's what I'm saying. These 2 features are enough of a second level feature for a barbarian. You can't just give them these 2 features and then give them a crazy overpowered feature on top of it. You just can't do that. So I would talk to the player, say, what is the vibe you're looking for? And then look to the officially published things to help build either like a barbarian or a barbarian multi-class that picks and chooses from other things. Like, okay, maybe we're gonna go maybe we'll go 3 levels of barbarian and 5 levels of paladin, or maybe we'll go, we're gonna go 50-50 barbarian and rogue, or whatever. You can build it however you want, but this unfortunately is too much. This is essentially like, you're gonna be a barbarian, but you're gonna get a really powerful magic item, and you're gonna keep getting really powerful magic items, and none of them are gonna count towards your attunement slots, Even if you, the thing is, Donna, even if you do that, even if you make the effective Bane only last 1 round and you make it require a saving throw, it still is too much to give a barbarian at level 2. It's just as simple as that. Like, it's just, this ain't gonna work. So I think this is beyond needing a custom template for a subclass, because you don't need to know the in-depth workings of D&D subclasses to be able to understand that barbarians get subclass levels at subclass features at 3rd level, 6th level, 10th level, and 14th level, because that is just literally every barbarian subclass. In fact, every subclass works that way. They don't get their features at the same levels, but every single subclass gets its features at the exact same levels. And as soon as you diverge from that, you are inherently gonna be bumping into issues. If I make a wizard that gets its subclass at level 1, that might not feel like a big deal, but that also makes taking a 1-level dip into that wizard really, really different in a way that might have big impacts on the game. It's also going to make that wizard stand out a lot more compared to a lot of the other castery people that are getting their stuff a little later. I don't know. Yeah. It's going to feel weird. It's not going to work great. So yeah, too much in all directions, overpowered, doesn't really work. Not even really sure what the idea is supposed to be outside of you get ghost powers, and I think you could get ghost powers in a lot of ways already in the game. Zealot Barbarian, Phantom Rogue, Spirits Bard. Hell, you could reflavor the Psy-Knight Fighter as like a ghostly fighter. Beast Barbarian could be reflavored as you taking on ghostly visages, growing sort of like you know, like dreadful shadow claws and things like that. So those be my thoughts. I don't really have more thoughts than that. I hope that is somewhat helpful. I apologize that I didn't do more of a deep dive. It was unclear whether it was a class or a subclass, so we treated it like a class because we were getting features very early. All right, let us give Lee Wood a round of applause. Where's my applause button? Round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, little wheel, what you got for us? As always, you want to get on the little wheel? It's not that hard. You just got to decide to become a sub on Twitch, member on YouTube, or a patron on Patreon. Bagadu 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 bagadu. Flareware. What you got for us today, Flareware? Flareware's goal was to try to recreate the vibes of the Dragoon class from Final Fantasy. Basically a spear-wielding knight with a complicated relationship to dragons and who can jump really high. I'm mostly interested in seeing if this brew sells a solid fiction to someone who doesn't know much about the source material. That's me, so it's perfect. All right, so let's take a look, because I've never played any of these games before. And I think that most homebrew that's based off of them doesn't work. People really struggle with making homebrew based off of anime-related things. I don't know what it is about anime-related things, but people really struggle to make it work. Although this seems like it all fits tightly on a page, which is a good sign. Okay, let's see. Dragoons are fighters that embody the might of dragons. They harness this otherworldly power to leap into the air. I don't think you need to say they harness this otherworldly power. I think you could literally just say they leap into the air. They leap into the air, spears piercing the firmament, and make the sky their dominion. You actually cut out they harness this power. If you cut out the harness this power, it's such a good sentence. Their signature combat style emulates Swift's fangs and great worms. Okay, cool. We learned Draconic. You can learn to speak, read, and write Draconic. Write the full sentence out. Then we get Lancer's Leap. At 3rd level, your maximum high and long jump distances is equal to half your movement speed. Huh. I don't think that that's how I would do that if I were you. And you do not take any falling damage from falling distances less than equal to your maximum movement speed. I think not taking falling damage equal to maximum movement speed is fine, but there's a lot of ways to juke your movement speed, and this is kind of, you know, do you want to create a situation where suddenly half the D&D species don't want to be this? I would just make it a number. If half your movement speed on average is 15, just say your jump distance is increased by 15 feet. Just do that. Just do that. And then beyond that, I think you can have it grow at different times. But just do that. I think it's going to just be better. The other thing that I think you're not addressing here, and I don't know if that's intentional or not, but maybe it doesn't matter, but jumping eats up movement. So if you have a jump distance of half your movement speed up, when you land, you only have 15 feet of move. Like it I don't know if that matters to you or not, but that's worth thinking about, is that jumping contributes to the use of movement even if your jump distance is increased. So if my jump distance becomes my movement speed, that's just my whole movement that turn. So you might want to play around with that a little bit. I really like that book. Valda's Spire of Secrets is a fantastic book. Some of the best third-party stuff out there. Let's look at Dragon Dive. When you're wielding one of these types of weapons and you have at least 15 feet of movement speed remaining, you can perform a Dragon Dive as a bonus action. When you do, you expend all your remaining movement for the turn to channel Draconic Power. There's too much flavor text here. And magically guide through the air. Like, is it an action? Is it a bonus action? What is it? We don't know. And I don't want to be this deep in it and not know what I'm using. It's just movement? What is actually happening here? This is so wordy. Who sent this in? Flareware, you're not usually this wordy. Come on. Okay. So what the fuck is this thing trying to say? What's the goal here? I really don't like how this is written. Oh my god. Is it so we're doing that thing that happens that always ends up happening when people make things based off of video games or animes. They try to make it too literal, and I think they miss the forest for the trees. So my guess is there's something that happens in this video game that does like a weird uppy downy movement thing, and you're trying to copy that, and I just don't think it's working. So when you have at least 15 feet of movement left, you can expend all of the rest of your movement to glide through the air. But what does that mean? Does that mean you like fly? Like, gliding is a very mechanical term in D&D, and gliding usually is like a downward direction. This implies that you gain a fly speed of 30 feet. So the way that this is written, this is the way that it's written from how I read it. This is how it works logically on the page to me, is that if you have 15 feet of movement left, you can expend all of your movement to gain a 30-foot fly speed until the end of your turn, and it doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. That's the way this is written right now. That is literally how this works. Unless you tell us the specific mechanics for gliding and how it's different than flying, this is just, you spend 15 feet of movement, and then you gain a 30-foot fly speed until the end of your turn. That's not good. That is so tedious. You might as well say, your movement speed for the rest of the game is 15 feet and then a 30-foot fly speed. Like, that is annoying. And realistically, it's not going to feel like you're jumping. It's going to feel like you have a fly speed the whole game. So you're just a little faster than everybody, and you have a fly speed, because basically what you're doing here is two things. You're getting half of a dash for free because you're going to only spend half your movement, but then you're getting double that back. So you're basically getting half a dash, but with no bonus action cost, but it also gives you a fly speed, and it also avoids opportunity attacks. So again, I think you missed the plot here a little bit. I'm not sure what the goal is supposed to be of what this is supposed to do. Maybe once I read this, I'll understand, but this mechanically really doesn't work. Where the fuck does it say bonus action? Hey, Flareware, I'm going to be real honest with you here. Do you know why it's hard to find this bonus action? Because it's fucking buried. Okay? So, again, I'm going to turn on Smolder for 3 seconds for you. If I couldn't fucking find it, maybe somewhere in that minuscule little brain of yours, you're going to realize, oh, it's hard to find. I should shut the fuck up and take that feedback. I'm going to turn Smolder off now, okay? I only turned him on because you decided to speak, but I'm going to turn him off now. So yeah, I already addressed that in the feedback when I said this is really confusing and the action is really messed up and it's gobbledygooked. I know, but that was me being... That wasn't me, that was Smolder. And that's how Smolder talks, so I apologize. I know, Smolder's really not a nice guy. He's kind of an asshole. Okay, so after you land, next time you hit a creature with a weapon attack on this turn, it takes an extra 1d10 piercing damage. Okay, so yeah, unfortunately, I think this kind of doesn't work. Even if it is a bonus action, it's like... the closest thing to this feature, just this part of it, would be something like the Ancestral Guardian, the Ancestral Dragon Monk's, the Ascendant Dragon Monk's fly speed thing that they get at level 6. And the way that it works for them is they can use a key point and they gain a fly speed equal to their movement speed until the end of their turn if they use Step of the Wind. It's a little bit better than this in terms of the movement. I mean, it's a lot better than this in terms of the movement they get, but it's not entirely better because, again, this is... Oh, this is on a resource. The resource is just buried. Okay. Yeah, long story short, I'm not going to say anything else about this. Suffice to say, this is not well organized, this system right here. Okay, so is the goal of this feature that you, like, slam down with your weapon? Is that the goal? Chat, is that what's going on here? Is Flareware trying to make a situation where you jump in the air and slam down? Or is it supposed to feel more like a teleport? If you're supposed to jump in the air and slam down, I think the way that you do that is you go out of your way to just make this its own special attack. Like, don't bake this into regular world. Make it its own unique attack. That's how you fit. That's how you make this work. So instead of trying to tie this in to every type of weapon attack, just make it its own special move. That's the way you do it. As a bonus action, you can leap into the air. You know, whatever. I don't know. I don't even know if I'd make it a bonus action, honestly, if you're tying it to the attack. I might just make it its own unique thing. You could replace an attack roll. You could, you know, as an action on your turn, you can launch yourself 30 feet up into the air and then crash down on any creature of your choice within a 10-foot radius or a 20-foot radius of where you launched from. That creature takes some amount of damage, or that creature has to make a saving throw or take some amount of damage. Something like that I think would work a lot better, specifically because this is doing two things. It is movement, it's good mobility, and it's decent damage. So I think you could just turn it into a special move, and it's not exactly a teleport, but it's like kind of a teleport. Okay? Cool. Let's take a look at Draconic Hibernation. At 7th level, when you finish a short rest, and also if you do go in that direction of making this a move, I think this feature, I don't know if this is enough for 3rd level. I don't know if these 3 are enough. Maybe they are. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that I think I struggle with the jumping thing because the jump doesn't, like, I don't know. There's something about jumping, eating into your movement that makes it feel less exciting to me. But maybe that's just me. At 7th level, whenever you finish a short rest, you regain 1 use of your Dragon Dive feature. Additionally, when you roll hit dice to regain hit points, you regain 1 additional hit point per hit die expended. I would wait a little while before we gave us a second, like a refresh for our 3rd level feature. Usually when subclasses are based, especially fighter ones, are based on a resource, they gain that extra use of it as either their 10th level feature or their 15th level feature, and they allow 7th level to kind of breathe and really be its own thing. And the reason why you want to do that is because fighters don't got a lot going on in terms of their like flavor mechanics. Like their core class is really, really base. So if I were you, I would push this feature back. And I don't know, man. I don't know if I think this secondary feature is that interesting, and really, I don't know. Again, I don't know anything about what this subclass is supposed to be other than that they are jumpy boys that like dragons, but I'm not buying the extra hit points thing. I feel like that's not helping me feel the vibe of these guys. It just sort of feels, I don't know. Like, I guess if they're supposed to be really tough, but I'm not sure if that's the most interesting way or unique way to express that. Just kind of it feels a little bland, All right, let's see what we get at 10th level. At 10th level, your connection to dragons increases your maneuverability. You gain proficiency in dex saving throws. Additionally, any saving throw you make to avoid becoming frightened are made with advantage. So at 10th level, we just get better at 2 saving throws. Yeah, I don't think we're getting enough, man. I don't think we're getting enough that feels like interesting things. We still... We're level 10 and we basically have 1 move. That's all. Like by level 10, this is still the only thing we have. Everything else is just like ribbons. Yeah, so I would say this is okay, but it's really not okay after this. I would get rid of both of these. I would make this one the increase of these ones, and also it could be where you increase your jump distance more. Like that can grow more here. Give us something brand new at 7th level that really is like, it doesn't need to be good, or I mean, it doesn't need to be crazy. Most fighter features at 7th level aren't insane, but they offer a little bit of diversity and variety. All right, let's take a look at Star Diver at 15th level. When you land after using your dragon dive, you can choose to crash down like a meteor. Isn't that already what this is supposed to do? When you do, all creatures within 10 feet of you make a saving throw or they're knocked prone. Yeah, this is the same issue. Like, this is cool, but you're still not changing it. We still just have one feature for the whole subclass. So now our one feature is an AoE feature as well, which is cool. I would argue it's potentially maybe too much, depending on how often we get this, and if it's really the only thing we get, but I also feel like it's too little too late. Like, we're just still a one-trick pony. I think this could work really well if the other things were fleshed out in different ways, or if this was just maybe baked, you know, if you took this feature and just built a unique attack mechanic. And then at 18th level, we get... we can cast Draconic Transformation as a bonus action. If you think the spell Draconic Transformation is a fun capstone, go for it. I would go for something more unique here. I would try to give us something. I wouldn't just give us a spell as our capstone. That's just me though. I think a spell as a capstone to me feels a little bit like a cop-out. And I feel like in general it's rarely do I think it is optimal as a choice, but if you think it works, I think it's fine. Flareware. All right, Flareware, now you're allowed to talk. I don't really have any more comments. I think that the idea of a fighter that leaps up into the air and crashes down is really fun, and I think that could work really well. Who's rating me? Daymaster. Hello, Daymaster. Welcome to the show. We are looking at D&D Homebrew. Yeah, I think the core concept, like, I'll say this. I have no idea what this thing is supposed to be like in Final Fantasy. That being said, I do feel like I get some of the vibe. I just don't think the vibe is expressed in a wide enough way. And those are all my thoughts. I apologize if smolder was a little harsh, but generally speaking, when you chime in to say something that, to me, speaks to you missing or ignoring a key piece of feedback that was directly addressing the thing that you are saying, maybe you don't need to share. Maybe it's fine. You know, maybe it's better to just, be like, you know what? Cinder missed that. That's an important note. But if you do want to speak back, generally I let smolder come out, and I apologize if that was a little bit too much. People don't always like smolder, and people usually, they either love him or they hate him, you know? Anyway, I do appreciate you sharing. Thank you very, very much. It's an interesting idea. Right now, it feels more like a... Almost... You know what it feels like right now? It feels more like an evolving magic item. Like, it feels like this is a power that you would get on a magic item, and then when the magic item grew, it would grow into this, and then when it grew into its final form, it would have some weird dragon magic-y element. And that's all I have to say about that. Interesting idea. Keep working on it if you want. I think there's a lot of fun there. And thank you very much for sharing. You thought steering, knowing that it was a bonus action, would steer the rest of the feedback? Not really. I don't know. Not really. The feeling of power there, I felt. I mean, what would have, maybe in the tiniest of ways, but I don't think anything that would have mattered. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing. I do appreciate you sharing. My intention for the dragon dive jump was more along the lines of the Harangon hop than a Misty Step. Ah. Yeah, it just felt off. I think whenever you... Here's the problem that you have to think about. When you're doing gliding, if you are specifying gliding, you need to think about elevation matters and speed/control matters, because the only thing that makes gliding different than flying is gliding is falling with direction. That's what gliding is in D&D. Gliding is you fall, but you fall with direction and at a certain pace. Like for every 10 feet you fall down, you move 20 feet forward or something like that. If you just list a location that you can move to and then you don't require opportunity attacks and that's sort of all you describe it as, it's basically, it's just flying or teleporting. All right, thank you for sharing. But yes, very rarely do I think it's a good idea for you to speak during your review. The absolute best time to speak during your review is if I completely miss something really important. Maybe there's an argument for me missing the fact that it was a bonus action being really important, but I would argue that was a small piece amongst a much larger thing. So, in general, I would say best to just not talk during your reviews and give your advice or give your thoughts afterwards. It derails the conversation and it makes it seem like you're not listening to the feedback. Makes it seem like you're sort of getting into like a defensive / actually type of vibe, even if that's not your intention, and it just doesn't help you, it doesn't help me, it doesn't help anybody. Yeah, it was buried enough that I think that was the more important feedback than balancing it that way. Anyway, doesn't matter, all good. Thank you very much for sharing. All right, let's see, anybody new for the big wheel? But yeah, if you've never met Smolder before, that's Smolder. Usually he's got sunglasses on, but I don't have time to get them. He comes out every now and then. He's a bit of an asshole. Oops, wait, I put these on the wrong wheel. Boom. King Crusher, we looked at what you... Yeah, we read your thing a little while ago. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head, but if you tell me quickly, I'll tell you the basic gist of what I thought. I think the biggest thing with making something in D&D from other media is that it needs to be a localization rather than a translation. Yes, that is a very, very good way of putting it. But that didn't feel like it was a translation. That felt like it was like the Flareware was going in a really good direction there, which is the core concept of the jumpy uppy smashy down is cool. Who doesn't want that? You just have to build it out in D&D way as opposed to building it out in Final Fantasy way. Yeah. You put it well. You put it well. Bucket a 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 bucket. Neon Gamer. What did you make here? I wanted to make a more versatile dragon lance. So I combined the concept of the dragon lance with the concept of the giant slayer. I want to tone it down to a legendary weapon instead of an artifact so my players can get it earlier in game. Okay. Interesting. Maul of Giant Felling. Saying it was more like a magic item was very poignant and pithy. Now I just want to make it a magic item. I mean, maybe it'll work well as a magic item. Flare, I do apologize for my letting Smolder out. In hindsight, I don't think I should have. I think I should have held him in. I don't think that warranted it, and it was unkind. And I acknowledge that even me disassociating from Smolder doesn't disassociate from me making the choice to let Smolder out. So next time I will ask if you want him to come out first. I think moving forward, what I'll do in the future is, if I don't think your question is relevant, if I don't think you talking, not you specifically, but anybody, I think if you want to talk during your review, if I don't think what you're saying is relevant, I will just ignore it. And if it does feel relevant, I will address it, but I'll just completely ignore it. I'm just going to pretend I can't see what you're saying. I think that's what I'll do in the future. Just be non-confrontational about it. I know, but I felt bad. I don't like when Smolder comes out. All right, here's the homebrew. Maul of Giant Felling. I thought you said you wanted it to be a legendary item. The first thing you got to do if you want to follow your dream is you got to look the part. Write the word legendary here. All right, attunement rules, sort of whatever. We got a Duragar blacksmith made this thing for cracking skulls and taking names, plus 3 attack and damage rolls. When you make a melee attack with this weapon on a creature that is larger than you, you add 1d6 force damage for every size category larger than you the creature is. That's kind of fun. I don't think you need this table because you are going to be large sometimes. I actually want to say that might be a weird thing. I want to point something out here that's a very narrative thing. Can you guys tell me why this feature is really cool but really doesn't work on the magic item that we've made so far? I'll give you a clue. It's somewhere in this paragraph. Why does this magic item not make sense? Why do you need to change it? Either change it mechanically or change it flavor-wise. Cheap tactics, you win. So the way that this feature works, you do more damage the more size difference there is between you and the thing you're fighting. Why would a Duragar make a weapon that works that way? Duragar innately have the ability to cast Enlarge on themselves. So this is a weapon made by a Duragar that inherently will become weaker if a Duragar uses it. Do you know what I mean? No, I know it doesn't require a Duragar, but why would a Duragar make a weapon that intrinsically is not advantageous for Duragar to use? Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Just feels weird to me. It's a cool mechanic, but I think it feels weird on a Duragar specifically. I don't think you need this table. When you roll a 19 or a 20 on attack roll against a creature that is larger than you, and the creature is larger than you, put a comma after the word you, they're knocked prone until the end of its next turn. No. That's silly. Don't make it not. What does that mean, knocked prone until the end of its next turn? Does that mean it can't get up? If you mean it's knocked prone and it literally can't get up or move, you need to write that. If you just mean it's knocked prone, then just write it's knocked prone. So either cut this out or clarify that it's now pinned to the ground. If it is pinned to the ground, that's really strong, and I maybe wouldn't do that. Also, I think this maybe should just happen on a 20. This is a variant version. I'm not reading multiple magic items. The variant version has charges, and you can use a charge to knock a creature prone, and you have the same weird wording at the end. Cool. As a reaction, you can make a huge or gargantuan creature within 30 feet of you that you can see make a melee attack with its reaction. This is stupidly strong. I don't like this feature. Why do we get this feature? Also, let me ask you a question, dear writer, and by ask you a question, I mean think about this as I read it and don't answer. What triggers the reaction? All reactions in D&D require a trigger. So what's the trigger? When a creature that is huge or gargantuan enters within 30 feet of you? When a creature that is huge or gargantuan makes an attack roll against a creature within 30 feet of you? There needs to be something that happens that triggers you using your reaction to force them to make a melee attack. Separately from that, I don't think you should just be able to force them to make an attack. There's got to be something in here, a saving throw, an attack roll that you make, something. There needs to be a step between the player, between this just happening. And to be completely honest, if you want to keep this as a infinite use feature, it's a weird thing, man, because if you want to, like, this is the most interesting part of the magic item. This feels like you're taking the weapons of giant slaying and just kind of making them confusing. And this is an interesting idea, but it honestly really doesn't feel like it fits this item at all. This item is all about cracking skulls and smashing things really hard. What in the flavor here is selling the fiction that we now suddenly have the ability to, like, what? Like, confuse or, like, mind control? Or, you know, like, why does this weapon... What about this weapon sells the idea that we are also, you know, guiding monsters in other directions to do other things? I'm not sure why we're getting this feature. Like, I don't think it feels like it ties in. Maybe that could be something you change if you change the flavor. But I also think that if you want to have this feature as an actual part of it, once you figure out what the trigger is, as much as I was like, I don't know how I feel about the variance, I actually think the variance is the way to go. And you make the reaction melee attack as well as the knock a creature prone thing use the same charges. And I think maybe knocking a creature prone should cost 1 charge, or not making a strength saving throw to knock them prone should cost 1 charge, and this feature should cost 2 charges is probably what I would do there. And I still do think this should have a saving throw in the same way that this is a saving throw. Anyway, those are my thoughts. I don't remember what you said you were basing this off of other than the giant smashing weapon. I think it's got some neat ideas. It's not really an artifact. Like, honestly, if this was a +1, this would be a very rare item very easily. So I think it's closer to a legendary than it is an artifact for sure already. And I think this, if you put all of this on the same charge system, it also helps tone it down a little bit. And those are my thoughts. That's what I think. That's what I think. Who sent that one in? Was that you, Neon? Yeah. All right, Neon, let's give you a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I don't know what the Dragonlance is, so I'm not sure what the Dragonlance did that was in there, but it didn't feel like it had any dragon-y stuff. I didn't notice any dragon vibes. If there was dragon vibe, I should have noticed. I apologize. Okie doke. Member wheel. Anybody new? Conto. What does wondrous item signify or differentiate in D&D? Magic items that are not weapons, armor, wands. It's basically magic items that don't fit into one of the other magic item categories. So magic items are usually wands, staffs, wearables, armor, weapons, potions, scrolls, that sort of thing. And you can look on like D&D Beyond or whatever and see the different categories. And wondrous item is stuff that doesn't fit that. So if you have like a weird little statue or like a magical wagon or like a piece of paper, you know, like stuff that's like kind of doesn't fit into normal item. Miscellaneous objects, yeah. Bag of holding. Yeah, it's the other category. But there's a lot of stuff in it, so it doesn't really feel like it's other, because it's a lot. Like, I feel like there's more wondrous magic items than there are any other kind. By some margin. Yeah. Buggada 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 Sponge. All right, what you got for us today, Spongy? A low-level setup control spell made for a demon, but I want it to be available for players as well. All right, let's take a look. Hellblade crystals. That's a fun name. There it is in the chat. Hellblade crystals. 1 action, range 30 feet, duration 10 minutes. You call forth red crystals from the underworld. Choose up to 2 points you can see within range. As a bonus action, you can make a crystal shatter. What? What crystal? Do crystals grow in the points we see within range? If they do, we need to know that you're doing that before they shatter. Choose up to 2 points you can see within range as crystals sprout from them. And as a... I don't know. Yeah, where's the crystal coming from? I don't know. The way this is worded is not great. This is confusing. This is confusing in a way that it's confusing from a reading the English language perspective, not mechanics perspective. As a bonus action, you can make a crystal shatter. Again, what fucking crystal? Where is it? Is it here? If it's here, then talk about it being here. Don't talk about it here vaguely. You can make a crystal shatter. Each creature and object within 10 feet of the crystal has to make a dex saving throw. Objects don't make dex saving throws. They automatically fail them. So get the word object out of there. Each creature within the area has to make a dex saving throw. On a failure, they take 1d6 fire damage and 1d6 slashing damage. On a success, they take half as much instead. If you cast the spell again, any existing crystals lose their effect. Again, what fucking crystals? So, is this just a convoluted way of making 2 mini AoE things? I mean, I think the area of effect is a little... Okay, so here's, I guess, the question. It's 2 10-foot radius areas. Here's, I guess, the question that you have to ask yourself, because here's the difference. Wait a minute, what the fuck? Why does it last 10 minutes? Is this not an action? Is this not like a thing that happens? I'm so confused. What are you trying to build? What is this doing? What the fuck is this spell doing? So if I'm reading chat, please clarify if I'm misunderstanding, because if I'm missing something, I don't want to be a dingle dongle. But let me see if I'm interpreting this correctly. The way it's written, this is very unclear. But if I interpret it, I think what it's saying is, as an action, you start to randomly grow crystals from the underworld on the ground. Then, separately from that, on subsequent turns, you can use your bonus action to target those crystals to make them explode, dealing damage to creatures around them. I think that's what this spell is trying to say. But the way that it's written, it reads like it should be, as a bonus action, you pick 2 areas within 50 feet. Creatures within those areas take 2d6 damage. If you want to be making stuff like this, we need a lot clearer language about placement and how many and how frequent and all of that. If this is just flavor text to get us to the, for 10 minutes as a bonus action, you can pick 2 areas within range and create AoE damage, then this flavor text is really not helping you, because all it's doing is making this thing genuinely confusing in a way that I am not sure how it's supposed to be run. Straight up, just not sure. Somebody else in chat is saying maybe the way that it works is you can use this spell to summon 2 crystals, and that those crystals maintain their presence for 10 minutes. And then throughout the course of that 10 minutes, you can, at any point, use your bonus action to destroy those crystals. So it's sort of a one-time thing. And if that's what's intended to be, that's interesting, but you got to write it that way. That's not how this is written. So if you want it to be that, and again, I have no idea if that's what it's intended to be. Genuinely no idea. But I'm going to go with maybe Shade and Kitty being right. And here's what I'm going to say. As an action, choose 2 points. You call forth fucking crystals from the ground. Choose 2 points you can see within range, and crystals grow within them. Also, how much space do they take up? If it's enough that it matters, you need to talk about their sizes. The crystals remain for 10 minutes, or the crystals remain for the duration of the spell. Over the course of the spell, you can at any point end the spell early by using your bonus action to destroy the crystals, dealing damage to everybody in an AoE around them. That's how you want to word that if you want it to be one-time use. If you want it to be anything other than that, you're going to have to figure out how to word it yourself, but my goodness, is this wording not clear. Beyond that, I think the power here is a little on the high end, and I think it's worth thinking about. Burning Hands does a dexterity saving throw, same as this. It does an AoE of a 15-foot cone, okay? 15-foot cone. That's 3 squares across and 3 squares across. So if we're doing math very quickly, that's 6 squares of influence, roughly, when you're doing cone Burning Hands. You can roughly influence around 6 squares, okay? And they all have to be right next to you. This is 2 10-foot radius areas that you pick from in an area of 30 feet. So you have much more versatility there, and you're covering 10-foot radius is 12 squares? Maybe, no, let's do the math right. 10-foot radius is 10 out on either side. That's 4 and 4. That's 16 squares of influence. 4 times 4, right? No, less than 16, because some of them are the same. So it's like 12. Yeah, it's 12 squares of influence. I was right. I know what the fuck I was talking about. It's some amount of squares of influence. Doesn't matter. It's more than Burning Hands. So I think the question you have to ask yourself is by lowering the amount of damage that's happening here from 3d6 to 2d6 an equal power balance against potentially doubling the area of effect, completely overpowering the influence of where you can target and how like freedom of targets, and also the ability to wait to cast the actual triggering effect for up to 10 minutes. So it can do all of those things that Burning Hands can't do. And it's also still a first level spell. The damage is low for sure, but the area is much bigger than Burning Hands. The flexibility of area is much bigger than Burning Hands, and the flexibility of duration is much bigger than Burning Hands. It doesn't need an additional bonus action to activate it. I mean, I guess it does in that Burning Hands is just an action, and this is an action and a bonus action. But again, I don't really think that's a huge deal, especially considering Burning Hands is a leveled spell. So most of the time, if I'm a spellcaster, if I'm casting like the opportunity, the bonus, like what am I doing with my bonus action as a spellcaster? 99% of the time is casting a bonus action spell. I just don't think it's, I just am not sure if it's reasonable as a first level spell. And I'm not sure what the point of it is. Again, I'm going entirely off the assumption right now that it's a one-time use item that triggers like a little bomb, and that you just really fucked the wording, and you're gonna figure out how to write it in a way that is not so unclear. But that's, I would not have guessed that if somebody in chat didn't suggest it. So I might be wrong. A 10-foot radius would, I don't think would be 25. I mean, maybe if you're just weird wrinkly math on the sides, it would be. I don't think it would be that big, though. You're reading this as a lesser delayed blast fireball with 2 points and no concentration. That makes a lot of sense. I just wish it was written in a way that made me draw that conclusion. I think that that is very true. I think you're right, Shaden. I just couldn't see that. I see it now that I'm forcing myself to find it in here based on what you said. But if you didn't make that suggestion, I would not have made that guess. I would have spent, I don't know, 5 minutes talking about how we can't have a first level spell where for over the course of 10 minutes, I can just use my bonus action to make explosions every round, because that's really what it reads like. Anyway, I think it's an interesting idea, right? Doing little explodey bomb things or planting traps is kind of fun, but build it so it feels like it's doing what it's supposed to do. And if you are going to be doing these sorts of magic items or spells or abilities that have like a lot of layered interaction, like there's a range of one thing that uses one thing, but then after that thing is done, there's like different actions and they're doing different things, and then those have their own individual radiuses, and like there's rules within rules. You really got to go out of your way to make it like as clear and perfectly worded as possible. Because if you can't navigate us through all of those mechanical interactions, we are never going to be able to use that. And the more of those things affecting things that you have, the more like pathways through those ideas we need, because there's just more ideas, you know? All right, those are my thoughts. Thank you for sharing, Sponge. Let's give Sponge a round of applause. Thank you. I think if you could only, I think if it's like a trap, I think it's probably closer to a second level, but I don't really know. I'd have to think about it. The thing is, it's not that much stronger than a first level in terms of damage, but it is so much stronger than a first level when you incorporate every aspect of it. I don't know. Honestly, having it require concentration would solve a lot of these problems too. That's a good point. I usually, in my imagination, I feel like people often decide that they're going to be doing their spell with concentration or not with like a lot of intention behind it. So I usually only tell them to make it switch if it just fundamentally feels like they don't understand what sort of spell should require concentration or not. Ready? Set. Buggada, 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 hey, buggada, who, buggada, hi, buggada, who, ha, he, he, ringle, dangle, is gonna be Sponge twice? That'd be crazy. Buggada, 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 it's Flareware. We already looked at Flareware. They gave us the Dragoon, the bouncy boy. We love you, Flareware. We love bouncing Flare. I will say this also. If you make that Dragoon thing into a weapon and you want me to review it, you totally can send it in, even if it's kind of similar. Just make sure you write in the description that we looked at the subclass version of it and talked about making it into a magic item, because my brain might think that I reviewed it before, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to look at it with fresh eyes. Okay. Buggada, 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 buggada. Both. Hey, it's Natalie. What's up, Natalie? I thought that said, hey, it's not a lie. But that's not what it says. Let's see what you got for us today, buddy. The goal here is to make a drider as a playable species. I plan on playing this in my next campaign. Okay, cool. So if you're bringing this homebrew to your dungeon master, we got to make it usable. We don't want to overpower it. Driders are pretty cool. Driders are like cursed half spider people. I'm curious to see what features you give it. I'm zooming in so it's easier to see. Your fonts are doing you no favors. How do I... Why can't I adjust my little... There we go. Why did that not... Why is that not popping up until I have the thing open? That's annoying. Okay, doesn't matter. We just do that. Oh, it really just doesn't... I just can't see the whole thing. That's so annoying. Okay. Oh my god. I love you, but this is going to be hard to read. Why is it formatted this way? And why can't I... Oh, it's down here. Oh, because you built it as its own little stat block thing. Okay, there we go. Now I can read it. Okay. No, I can't. Okay. We're going to do our best. We're going to do our best. This formatting is not helping you. In the future, don't ever do this. Write it like normal things on the page, please. Okay. We're not going to read any of this. Driders or half spider people. Chat, I know you can't see shit. I'm sorry. I'm going to make it bigger. There we go. Okay, so what do we get? We're a humanoid and monstrosity. We get a climb speed of 30 feet and a quick movement speed. Both of those are very nice. At level 1, we get the spell Speak with Animals, but it works for monstrosities, and you can do that once per long rest. Also pretty strong, so we're coming out the gate hot. I don't mind this, but I would immediately be like, I don't think a drider needs this. This is something that could go immediately. You don't need this feature. This might be a pipe dream feature. If there's any amount of places things being too strong, here's a quick thing to go. We don't need that. Superior dark vision, sunlight sensitivity. Just because you give something sunlight sensitivity doesn't mean you can make it overpowered later. If I were you, I would just remove sunlight sensitivity. I don't think we need to be giving downsides to our player characters. Proficiency in perception, best skill in the game. 4 hours sleep. And a curse that doesn't really affect us. Okay, cool. Oh man, this really doesn't work well. Okay. Oh my god, I hate this so much. I don't hate your homebrew. I hate your formatting. I hate your formatting so much, but I don't hate your homebrew. My hate is towards your not towards your homebrew, towards your formatting. And then we get drow magic. We get dancing lights, speak with monsters. Again, you can't do this. Sorry. Just give us speak with animals or do something different. And fairy fire and darkness. Okay, we are getting close to as powerful as you can make a subclass because we have a great movement speed. I would show it to you if I could fucking... Okay, let's organize this together. What do we get? Great movement speed, superior dark vision, proficiency in perception, all very, very good. Let's see what else we get. Is it really not going to fucking work? Oh my god, this is so annoying. Okay, what else do we get? We get innate spell casting. Fuck my life. Really? It's doing this. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening with this thing? Why did you organize it like this? What is it? Okay. Seems like working. We're just gonna chill for a little bit. Speak with monsters. What if they could do speak with animals, but it was only spiders? I think that would work great. And then we get innate spellcasting. Innate spellcasting is really powerful too. And then we get web dweller, which is I think the thing that spiders get, where we're just really perfect at climbing. Yep. So we don't get we get spider climb. So we don't just get a climb speed. We are permanently under the effects of the spell spider climb, which is unquestionably much better than a climb speed. Why? When you have a climb speed, you still need to make athletics checks a lot of the times to do a lot of things. When you have a climb speed, you can't do anything other than climb. This, you can just walk on literally anything and you can always use your hands. And you get webby stuff. We also get a feature called Web Weaver, where we can produce 10 feet of silk per long rest. And it increases by 10 feet by every 2 levels, capping at 50. No, don't do this. Just give us an amount. This doesn't need to increase with our level. That's silly. We don't need to do that. You can use up to 50 feet of spider silk to create a spider web. A web created this way functions like the web spell. How long does it take you to make a spider web? here's what I would do if I were you. Here's the problem that's happening. This is a very cool idea. And I love it. But when you boil it down to brass tacks, what does this feature do? This feature gives us access to the web spell. And that's really cool. I like that. But if you are giving us innate spellcasting, we shouldn't have any other features that lead to us having a spell. So my first piece of feedback would be keep Web Weaver or keep the spellcasting, but don't keep both. It's redundant and overpowered to keep both. And then we have Web Bind. As a bonus action, you can grapple or knock a creature prone within 5 feet of your... this is written like a monster feature. Okay. I'm going to tell you right now, we are at the point where you have hit the level of power that you can be at appropriately. So here's what I'm going to say. If you do not include web binding, if you remove web binding, and you figure out a different thing, a different version of spellcasting, or making this a different version where it's not just casting a spell, you keep all of this stuff, and all of this stuff, that is reasonably powerful. That's where you're at. That's as powerful as you can be. You should not be able to use your bonus action to grapple or push people. Shouldn't be able to. Also, what is the saving throw DC on this web spell? I don't think we need a natural armor class. I disagree with that too. And I don't mean I disagree with it from a flavor perspective. I mean from a power perspective. You can't just switch out Speak with Animals with Web, because Web is a second level spell, and you can't just give us access to a second level spell at level 1. Innate spellcasting works in a very specific way, and it works basically, you get access to a first level spell, you get access to a cantrip at level 1, you get access to a first level spell at level 3, you get access to a second level spell at level 5, and they're all once a day. That's how it always works. That's what it is. If you want to do something else, you got to figure out how to bake it in a different way, which is, I think, why they put the spell web in this way, which is cool. But again, if you're doing innate spellcasting, don't do this. Would replacing web binding with something that makes venom like poison feet help with the power balance? I think it would help in that it would make it stay overpowered. I'm telling you, if you cut it off at web bind, you make Web Weaver the main thing in terms of spellcasting, or you make it just, you can produce really powerful rope, and it doesn't need to be anything other than rope that you can use your webby powers with. It doesn't need to literally be the spell web. It can just be like rope that you can affix to things and sense things through, which it already is. Like, it literally is all of that anyway. That's really powerful. And then we get a different special bite attack depending on our type of spider. I am going to go ahead and tell you that, unfortunately, none of these are balanced. I skimmed this a little bit before we reviewed it. Like, I skimmed it before stream started. We're doing things like paralyzing creatures and stuff, but you are at the power capacity of this guy before you get to the subspecies. If I were you, this is what I would do. This is what I would do. I would completely drop the spell casting. Well, I would decide, do you want to be a spidery drider or do you want to be a magic-y drider? I would lean towards spidery drider. With that in mind, and you don't need to do that, but this is what I would do. I would completely drop the drow magic entirely. I would completely drop web bind entirely. I would keep Web Weaver, but I would make it so it was a little bit more simplified. I would clarify how long it takes to set up a web and what the DC of that, how to figure out that DC, probably based it off my constitution or some shit. And then I would give myself a special bite attack that did not have subspecies of bite attacks, but was a unique special bite attack in that it didn't just do piercing damage or slashing damage, which every other bite attack does, but it would do like 1d4 piercing damage and 1d4 poison damage. And that would be what made that bite attack unique. It wouldn't get anything extra. It would just do a little poison damage to be unique. Genuinely, that would be good. That would be powerful. As soon as you're getting into all of these extra bite attacks, you've lost the plot and you've gone too far into crazy. Not into crazy like this is madness, but crazy like this is really powerful. So yeah, drop all of the sub things. Just make a simplified version of the bite as a bite. Just make it do some poison. Cut out all the spell casting, and I think you're in a good spot. Or go in a completely different direction if you want to. But yeah, in its current iteration, I would say its power level is too high. You have kept too much of the drider that you hold in your heart, and not enough of the drider you see on the page. Can I give you an example of what I mean by that? If you really like the idea of playing a drider, you do not need to give your drider literally everything a drider can do. You could actively decide as a player, I want to be like a magical drider. You, as a player, could decide to take some levels of sorcerer and to get all these spells. And then that's how you have them. Or you could decide to be something and take the web spell, and that's how you have it. So if there's too many things on the page for your D&D species, one of the things that you can always look to in terms of what you can take out is which of these things could the player get back into their story if they wanted just by picking certain types of classes. We don't need to cover every aspect of the game. Do you know what I mean? If you like the idea of a magical drider, then pick a magical class to go with your drider subclass. That's sort of where my head, to go with your drider species. That's sort of where my head goes. I think you're trying to fill it. I think you're not allowing enough space for the backgrounds, classes, feats, etc. to fill out the character. You're aspiring to rely too much on the D&D species and therefore leaving it with too many things. All right, very interesting idea. I think there's a lot of stuff that works here well. I do think that if you are going to use this, you got to sit down with your dungeon master first and let them go over it and make sure that everything is clear, not just for them, but there's some mechanical clarity and stuff that you might want in terms of just like a lot of these features feel like they're pulled directly from monster stat blocks where they don't require as much explanation. So yeah, things to think about. Thank you very much. Hey, it's Natalie. Let's give her a round of applause. It's very much like wanting to play in a Stardew short. Yeah. You have to remember that there's a lot of things that go into building a character, and they're all there to be power. You got to use them, not ignore them. The only question you need to answer with your D&D species or your D&D class or your D&D anything is the question of what does this thing need to do? It doesn't need to do anything more than it needs to do. If other things can do what it does, then it doesn't need to do those things. All right, thank you. Hey, it's Natalie. Kaboosh. Kersplunk. All right, friends, I'm going to tell you right now, I feel the well running dry. I am not sure how many more I have in me. I'm not going to name a number, but I'm going to tell you, depending on how long these are and how much work they are to get through, I got between 1 and 3 left in me, okay? Bucket a 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 Contos. All right, Contos, let's see what you got for us today. Just a silly little spell. All right, I'll take it. Flip the table. An evocation spell. 2nd level. Enough is enough. No, just enough. Nobody is playing the game right. I'm taking my stuff and going home. I see what's going on here. A magical tremor rocks the local area where you are standing. You and all creatures within 60 feet of you must make a strength saving throw. Each creature that fails the save must roll a d12 and a d8. Those creatures are each magically shoved 1d12 times 5 in a direction determined by the d8 table and knocked prone. All right, so 2 things here. In terms of silliness, fine. Great. We're moving on from the silly immediately, and we're going to give real feedback, okay? I think it's fine for silly. I don't really have anything to say. You know it's a silly little spell. I know it's a silly little spell. We're moving on from that. There's a couple things that you need to do to make this work well. The first is this 60-foot radius is way too fucking big. And that's what it is. It's a 60-foot radius. So use the word 60-foot radius. I would probably make it 20 feet. The second thing is you are way overcomplicating yourself. This is reasonable, but there are a bunch of spells in D&D that do random movement, and they use a D4, and my god, does it make life easier. So there's a spell, what's it called? Infestation, I think? I would just copy that once language. So much easier to actually use. North, south, east, west, 1d4. This is annoying. This is going to be annoying. And then the other thing that's going to be annoying is why are we doing a d12 and a d8? There is nothing that I see within this spell that speaks to me as to why you picked those two numbers. I would make them the same number. So if you want to use d4s, make it, you roll 2 d4s. The first d4 is how far you move. The second d4 is in what direction. Just keep it super simple. And then I think it's reasonable. And that's all I have to say about that. I also want to say, and we're not going to go on this for too long, I genuinely don't know what the point of the spell is. I understand what it does, in that it creates everybody in the area goes, whoa, it moves in a random direction. But it's genuine randomness. Nobody's having a good time. Like, this is not a spell, like, if I were going to put something like this in my game, I would not make it a spell. I would make it the effect that was an ongoing effect during, like, a combat scene. Like, this is a thing that I would not give a player. I don't understand why I would give a... As a dungeon master, understand why a player would ever use this spell, and as a player, I don't understand why I would ever pick this spell. It seems a little too chaos, where you are at the whim of it as well. Like, yeah, Thunderwave is just gonna be... I mean, it's more than Thunderwave because it's much bigger area and much larger potential movement, at least the way it's written. But I don't understand why it's not just the effect of a battle arena. Like, if I were going to make this, I would not make it a player option. I would make it like, yeah, like a layer action in a boss fight. Yeah. Or a layer action in like a combat arena. It's an interesting idea. The verbal component is a handful of poker chips and dice. Yeah, that's fun. So yeah, I would say I don't know what the goal of this is. And I think that that's an important question to ask yourself whenever you're building anything. Like, who's it for? Because who's it for might have a pretty big impact on what it looks like. Like, this doesn't feel like it's for players. This feels like it makes sense for the dungeon master. Mostly because, again, I can't think of a situation as a player character that I would ever pick this spell. It really just feels like it's an area. It feels like an environmental effect. So if something feels like just an environmental effect, should it be a spell? I don't know. But stuff to think about. But Philip, there's so many other ways that are easier. Like, there are spells that let you do this, but control the direction they go in. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is just random nothing. It's not nothing, but it's nothing in terms of how much control you have. You don't get to pick where it is because it always just comes out of you, and it's just random movement in random directions for random distances. Nope, Philip, I hear you and I agree, but there are other spells and abilities in the game that do that deal with the situation that you're dealing with. Yeah, so I would say make this into something else. Because I don't think it needs to be a spell. Makes a cool layer action. Cool. All right, Contos, thank you for sharing. Round of applause. Interesting idea. Kaboosh. That was a quick one. Yeah, if we got quick ones, I can do a bunch more. But usually I say that, and then it's like a, you know, an artificer subclass that's designed around getting more spell slots, or a monk that's designed around being fast, or a rogue that's designed around being a brawler, or something that just takes a lot emotionally for me to get through. Sneaky creature. I don't want this song anymore. All right, what you got for a sneaky creature? The goal was to turn the hooked horror monster into a playable race. Now, I'm very curious what you did here, because the hooked horror doesn't really have that many unique features mechanically. It basically has blind sight, and that's it. Other than that, it's a pretty basic monster. So I'm curious what we are doing here. I'm hoping that if you give us blind sight, you sort of balance how powerful blind sight is, and it's not crazy big. Like, you know, we honestly, we probably don't want more than 5 feet of blind sight. Let's see, though. You have 120 dark vision. So if you ever have dark vision that is more than 60 feet, just so you know, it is called superior dark vision. And that's how you would write that, superior dark vision. We also have blind sight. You have blind sight to a range of 45 feet via echolocation. That is too much blind sight. I don't think I need to explain why. If you want me to explain why, I guess I will. Here's the thing. Blind sight allows you to see invisible creatures. It allows you to see through magical darkness. It allows you to see through the spell fog cloud. So if I picked this subclass, for example, and I picked a ranger, and I got to 2nd level as a ranger with this D&D race, I could cast the spell fog cloud. I could be able to see all the bad guys in it. They couldn't see me in it. It would be more powerful than the ability of a warlock to cast darkness and see through that magic darkness, because it's requiring only a 1st level spell. Like, it's very little, almost no resources to use. Yeah, it's just a lot. So you got to be careful with how big you make your blind sight. Now, I am going to say, if that is the main thing we get, you are sort of shit out of luck, because that's got to go. You deal 1d6 plus strength with unarmed attacks, but it increases. It should not increase. It should not increase. Also, if things do increase, this is a really confusing way of writing it. So I'm going to give you 2 pieces of advice right now. No unarmored attacks in D&D. No natural weapon attacks grow with you over time. If you wanted to make one that did, you would need to really prove to us in the writing and in the mechanics that it felt earned. This doesn't. This feels kind of random. And then the other thing is, let's say you did make it work. The way you would write it is, you wouldn't say all of the dice and then all of the levels and then ask us to look back and see, oh, they're not going to organize it for us. We have to do it ourselves. That's what this is saying. No, don't do that. Organize it for us. So you would want to write it out. This thing deals blah, 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 blah. At 5th level, the die increases to a D8. At 10th level, it increases to a D12. 10. At 15th to a D12. That's how you'd want to write that out. That's how it's written in pretty much everything, and it's written that way because it's easier to understand. You want the person who is reading your work to have less work to do. You don't want the person who's reading your work to have to do more work. And that little back and forth here, you're like, that's not a lot of work. No, it's not. But you know what? It's enough to make someone go, fuck this. And that's all you need. If someone does that once, your homebrew is gone forever from their mind and their game. It also eats up time at the table. So yeah, doesn't really work. Not sure why we're getting it. We get natural armor. We get monstrous. We can't hold any weapons. That's a big punishment, and I don't think this makes up for it. Or if you want to make that make up for it, you got to figure out how to do that in a way that these feel more like the main features of this subclass and not just sort of like random stuff shoved in. What does it mean to be more susceptible to diseases? There's no mechanics here. If there's no mechanics, we don't know what that means. Resistant to poison damage. You are extremely adept in ways of causing others to be defenseless. Again, there's no mechanics there. That doesn't mean anything. Okay, so you've given us a couple features that don't have any mechanics. Don't do that. We can't interpret what those means. But more importantly, I think if you want to build a D&D species around having big crazy hook arms, I think you could do that. But we need to, I would mush those features kind of together. Like, we shouldn't learn that we get a natural attack up here and then learn all the other rules for those. Like, here's explaining our hook arms. So why are we waiting to go down here to explain them again? You know what I mean? Like, push those together. And that blind sight is crazy. That's way too much. That's crazy. You're goofy. You're goofy boy. Yeah, and I don't really have more thoughts other than that. I don't think the scaling dice, I still don't think the scaling dice works. I understand that we can't use weapons. I accept it. I just don't think it works. I also think that this monster is really hard to play because we can't use weapons or armor. So we are really, really limited in our options in a way that I actually think might do a disservice to you as a designer in terms of opportunities of this, the potential of this D&D species. Because this, here's the thing. We can't wear armor, and the armor we get is nothing special. And we can't use weapons, and the weapons we get aren't anything special. So we're forced to not use anything interesting. We're forced into using kind of mediocre stuff. And you might be saying, oh, it is special. It scales over time. No, it's not special. It's weird. Because it's not overpowered. It's just weird feeling. This feels weird. This feels weird. Doesn't feel interesting. It just feels weird. And it's not powerful enough to make the weirdness feel reasonable. And if it was too much more powerful, it would be very easy to take advantage by picking this D&D species and being something like a monk. Because if this is how all of my unarmed strikes increase, if this is higher than a monk's unarmed strikes, then it's going to break the game and be janky. And if it's equal to a monk's unarmed strikes, that kind of sucks for anybody that wants to be a monk. Because why should one person get monk's awesome unarmed strikes from committing to it as a class over many, many levels, another person get the totality of that power by picking it as their D&D species? You know what I mean? Oh, their size is large? No, I don't think so. They shouldn't be. They don't clarify. They don't say what your size is here. So yeah, you got to make sure you're writing in game mechanics. Your size should be medium though, you silly goose. All right. Those be my thoughts. Somebody said, could you use a bonus action to get blind sight for a turn? I think you could do something like that, where like proficiency bonus times per day, you could like make like your little clicking churs, and you could echolocate for a turn. For sure. I think that could totally work. JK, you are making such a profound assumption. I don't think monk strikes suck. See, I just disagree with you there. In my experience, most of the complaining that people do about something being underpowered or overpowered comes down to two extreme situations. One is the most extreme power gaming, which most people are not doing. And two, dungeon masters that don't know how to run games for all of the different classes. I think if you know how to run games for all the classes, mostly fine. I think monks are fine. They're fine. I completely disagree. I also think I feel the same way about anybody that says that rangers are underpowered. I don't think they're fine. They're fucking great. Yeah, and I mean, in the new rules, monks are also a lot stronger, but also everything's a lot stronger in the new rules. Cool. All right, thank you, Sneaky Creature. Let's give Sneaky Creature a round of applause for their hooked horror. Ooh. So sneaky. So hooked. Bagadu 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 bagadu. Oh, it's McDezzy. We got the Dez. These have been flying by, though. If they continue to be short, we might keep going. We'll see. Ooh, my first homebrew subclass. It's a paladin themed around an exorcist-like role. The level 20 abilities are hard to do. I tried to keep it unique enough to not clash with the other subclasses. An exorcist. It's a strange thing to focus on. There's not a lot of needs for exorcism in D&D. I mean, there's more than in regular worlds, but there's not a lot of creatures that possess. It's a fairly uncommon attribute. There it is in the chat. All right, let's take a look. Oath of the Ebon Guard binds paladins to the solemn duty of enforcing the boundary between life and death. Okay, whether through merciless rigor or selective judgment, these paladins find grim satisfaction. These sentences are way too fucking tedious in their wordiness, but that's fine. Let's see what what we get here. Embrace the cycle. Acknowledge the inevitability of death. This is sort of like the Grave Domain Cleric, but for paladins. Serve the departed. Be nice to them. Oppose undead. Fuck you. Stay dead. Cool. Yeah, fine tenants. All right, let's see what spells we get. Bless, False Life, Blur, Prayer of Healing, Slow, Spirit Guardians, Aura of Life, Death Ward, Dispel Good and Evil, Mass Cure Wounds. Okay, here's the deal, and I'm going to say it quick. If you are going to give us Blur and Spirit Guardians and Slow, that is deciding, that is making a big choice. And that choice is a lot of power is going to be here, which means less power is going to be here. Blur is insanely powerful on a paladin, and Spirit Guardians insanely powerful on a paladin. So just be conscientious. If you think that these are the best things and you need them here, just know that you are deciding that a lot of the power is coming from here. Are these channel divinities? How is this written? Okay, yes it is. When you take the attack action, you can expend use of your channel divinity, causing one of your foes to falter and fall as the chilling touch of death. End the sentence here. Oh my god, the description is really not helping you. Just, we need to know what it does. The target and all hostile creatures within 10 feet of it have to make a dexterity saving throw or fall prone and have their speed reduced to 0 until the end of their next turn. That's really strong. And undead creatures have disadvantage on their next attack rolls. Yeah, okay, cut this section out. This is really strong. Knocking every creature within 10 feet of the one, knocking everybody prone, including the target, without requiring, I guess there is a saving throw, I accept it. But knocking everybody prone around you is pretty good. But binding everybody to the ground, that's a little too much, I think. I think this only works. I don't think this works. I don't know. I don't think this works like this. I think it's too strong. I think it's too strong. Considering this is kind of similar to what the Ancient's Paladin gets. The Ancient's Paladin gets a thing where it can target a creature within 10 feet of it and essentially entangle it. This is that, but instead of it being one target, it's everybody in a 10-foot radius. It just feels like a lot. I don't know. I also will say, no idea how this fits into the subclass literally at all. The only part of this that ties into the flavor at all is the part that has to do with undead, which honestly I think you should drop. Yeah, this feels like too much to me. Dr. Gonzo kind of brings up an interesting point, which is like, what Blur is just giving us advantage and disadvantage on everything. We have advantage on everything, everyone has disadvantage against us. It's kind of what this is doing too. So weirdly, they're sort of sitting in a similar spot. Yeah, and this is the only channel divinity we get. Okay, so when you make a a paladin subclass, you want to give them 2 channel divinities at level 3, and you want the channel divinities to be roughly the same power level of like a 2nd level spell, but special and unique. I think this is a little stronger, and I also think that you're underestimating the impact of keeping creatures prone around you as a paladin. I don't know. There's just and it also feels like where is the part that's tying you to life and death here? It sort of feels like a mechanic that you thought was cool that isn't tied to the flavor. So if I were you, I would ask myself, go back to the core concept and say, what are some cool, what would make sense for this paladin as a special ability that only it would get? Like, what about the story of this subclass needs something unique? And what is that unique thing? So, like, for example, the Conquest Paladin gains the ability to get +10 to 1 attack roll. Can use the Channel Divinity to give one of its attack rolls +10. Because they are about conquest. The Vengeance Paladin can use one of its channel divinities to target a creature and be better at attacking that one creature because it's like, you, I am getting vengeance on you. This just says when you take the attack action, yeah. So if you want it to be like a smite where it triggers on a hit, you say when you hit a creature with an attack. And if you want it to be melee, say when you hit a creature with a melee attack. If you want this to be an action, just make it an action. As an action, you can expend a use of your channel divinity. But again, we want to have 2 channel divinities here, not just 1. And you really want to make sure that they feel like they sell the flavor of the subclass. What do I mean by not selling the flavor of the subclass? Why doesn't this sell the flavor of the subclass? To me, this is like an earthquake. I don't know. Or it's like vines grabbing people, holding them down. Like, where's the life and death? I don't know. I'm not seeing it. You feel like the Devotion Paladin's turn undead / fiends ability would fit nice as an exorcist? I mean, I think the Devotion Paladin in general would work really well as an exorcist. This don't feel like an exorcist. But yeah, check out the other paladins. Get a vibe of what their channel divinities are. And try to make something that feels like it ties a little bit more to the core idea. At 7th level, we get our aura. Hostile creature that's prone in your aura at the start of its turn has to make a wisdom saving throw, has disadvantage on all attack rolls and ability checks. This doesn't work for a number of reasons. Let us name the ways. Way number 1, when creatures are prone, they already have disadvantage on attack rolls, and you already have advantage on attack rolls against them. So that becomes redundant. Second of all, I think that you're what is going on here? Why are we building this whole paladin around people being prone? How does that tie into the flavor you just gave us? Like, this is so confusing. I would just call this the Earthquake Paladin. Yeah, and you're just over, and then why? And then now creatures, it's just too much. It's too one note, and the note feels like I don't understand why we're getting it. Like, what is going on here? This part feels redundant. This is like okay, but it's also like, I feel like it's maybe too powerful. Even just this, even just if this was the, or I think this might be too much. I don't know. And then we get this feature at 15th level, I'm assuming, because you didn't label anything, which makes it really hard to read. So if I'm wrong, by the way, and I'm getting any of these levels wrong, I apologize. But the way that D&D works is if you don't put the level, we assume that you're giving them in the order, and they just are getting a level. So this is level 15. Okay. I think we're going to stop reading this here. I don't think we need to read the capstone. Here's what I'm going to say. Go look at how other paladins are written. Pay close attention. And I want you to answer the question, how many paladins have an aura that directly ties to their channel divinity And then every other feature they have directly ties to that aura. This is very one note with random things tied in. Like, it just feels like I don't understand why we're getting half the stuff we're getting. So I would cut all the aura stuff out that isn't literally the aura. The way that paladins work, if you want to build a paladin, here's the structure you will need to build it with. 3rd level, you get 2 channel divinities. Interesting new things that do things that spells don't normally do. 7th level, you get a cool aura. 15th level, you get another cool rando ability. But it's its own thing. It's usually infinite in use, not always. Sometimes it's like a passive thing, sometimes it's a once-a-day thing. But it's a place for you as the creator to basically make whatever you want. There isn't like a rule. And then at 20th level, you gain the ability to turn into like an avatar. I'm not sure why we have 3 versions of the avatar. I'm going to tell you that I don't need to read that to know that's way too much. Look at any of the other paladins and look at how long it takes to express what they're doing. If you have ideas that require 3 different features, 3 different modes, each with its own 3 different bullet points, that's too much. That's too much going on. Also, your capstone definitely shouldn't be rechargeable. I'm not even reading it. You only get it once per long rest. Yeah, so the capstone does way too much. And it doesn't really feel like an exorcist. And I'm not sure what we're trying to do here. So, which is fine. You said this is your first time writing homebrew, so don't feel bad about any of that. You think this is copy-pasted from something? I don't know what it's copy-pasted from, but it ain't working for me. Recharging the capstone is also a 2024 thing. Yeah, we're not looking at 2024 subclasses, so I'm basing this based on 2014 shit. Oh, it's just the same thing 3 times? Oh, why is it the same thing 3 times? I'm very confused. Well, that's a thing you got to fix then if that's an issue. But I'm going to be honest, we don't need to read this. This is irrelevant because what matters more is figuring out how to get from this idea of an exorcist paladin to this idea of the balance between life and death and corruption paladin to mechanics that feel like that's what they're doing. Because this isn't that. This is the earthquake paladin. We get summon earthquake, we get difficult terrain aura, we get anti-magic difficult terrain aura. Like, why, you know what I mean? Like, that ain't nothing. That's confusing. Why are we getting that? So if I were you, I think the main thing that I think you need to do is really make sure that the thing that you're building. Sometimes this happens a lot. This happens a lot actually, where you start with an idea, you start working on that idea, and then as you're working on that idea, you start to like think of new things to do with it and build it out. And by the time you finish it, it's like a completely different idea than when it started, and it sort of changed on the journey, and you end up in this place where the current iteration no longer matches the original theme, and the theme within the current iteration kind of morphs as you're reading it. And that's kind of what this feels like to me. That's my guess of what happened. So those would be my thoughts. I think if I were you, I would go back to the drawing board with a lot of this. I would make sure I was looking at all of the subclasses for the paladin, making sure I was sort of building them in that direction, and give it some gosh darn unique features, my guy. And if you're upset because I misreviewed any part of this because it's for the 2024 rules, I would say I don't feel bad, because I'm only reviewing stuff that don't use the 2024 rules, as I've stated many times and as listed in my forums, because I have to get more familiar with them first. Anyway, go back to the drawing board, keep some stuff if you want to keep some stuff, but you haven't answered the question why this subclass exists, and you haven't answered the question what is the undead death life fighting possession exorcist paladin. Like, what does that mean? We don't know what that means. Oh yeah, it says this in the name. So you know why I think it says this in the name? I don't want to make an assumption, but my guess is it was a 2024 one, and they just made it slightly different so that it would work for this. That'd be my guess, because it does seem like it's built out like the newer ones. But regardless, needs a lot of work. I believe in you to get the work done. Make sure that all your features feel like they are tied into the subclass, not just exciting or fun. You want them to be exciting or fun, but you want them to tie into the subclass. And if the subclass feels like that's the part that, like, the theme just feels like it's off, change the theme. Make it fit the mechanics more, you know? Half of these things would work so well if you just changed it to the Oath of Earthquakes. Not saying you should do that. And if you do that, you got to change a lot of other stuff. But, like, that's what I mean, you know? You can find it in the thing. All right, McDesi, thank you for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. The way to remove your homebrew is to go back into the form, like click the submission link again, and then you'll have an option to edit your submission, and then you can change whatever you sent in or put in something new or whatever. Or just blank everything out and it'll all go blank. Thank you, McDez. Kaboosh. Yeah, guys, fun fact, there's a whole section of the forum that's like the rules of submission. And I strongly encourage reading them. Alrighty. I think we got at least one more in us. Yeah, we got at least one more in us. Maybe two. We'll see. Bagadu 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 bagadu. Hey, look at that! It's Mr. Ekko. So, Mr. Ekko, do you want me to not look at your homebrew because it's the 2024 rules? I'm gonna count to 6, and if you don't respond, I'm going to assume you did not want me to review this. Because you just said you want to remove your thing. All right, so let's see. I'm going to count to 6. And if you don't respond by the time I get to there, I'll just make a decision. I can look. Well, here's the thing. I don't want to if you want feedback. Because I'm not going to be able to give you feedback. Because I'm not familiar with the 2024 rules for the paladin. So me looking would kind of be the same as me just going, oh, that's neat. And that's not really... That's not what I want to do. That's not the vibe of this show. That's not the point of this show. I am not here to just say, oh, that's neat. I'm here to give feedback. Maybe we do some streams that are, oh, that's neat, but I don't. What's the theme, Mr. Ekko? Yeah, I'm looking at it now. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how helpful. Yeah, I'm not going to look at it. I don't know the 2024 rules. I apologize. I don't think it will be helpful to you. I need to just stand by the rules that I made and made very clear and open. So, no. I love you, but no. We're going to look at something else. But I'll give you a round of applause anyway. Round of applause for participating, even if you didn't read the rules well. I opened it up and I was like, if it's really fucking short, maybe we'll skim it. But every single feature was like a block of text with no paragraph breaks or indents. So not only would I not know the rules, it would not be fun to read. It would be one of the ones that felt challenging to read because of the way that it was structured. So because of that, I think we're not going to. But that's a little bit of feedback for you. Here's my main feedback for you for your homebrew. Everything looks like big blocks. Maybe that's just because I skimmed it, and I might disagree if I read it in depth, but yeah, I'm not going to be able to help you here. Yeah, we're getting features, because, like, even yeah, I'm looking at it now. We're getting features at different levels. We're getting different types of features. There's no way I could give feedback on this at all. I love you, but it's just too different from the 2014 Paladin. For me, like, we have... For example, we get 3 third-level features. Only 2 of them are channeled divinities. I don't know. Maybe I'm misreading something. Maybe you put them in a weird order or something. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at that shit yet. I'm not going to be apologetic about this. I love you. Send in something following the rules next time. Bombay Bergamont, thank you very much for the very cool membership. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. The other third is the spell list. All right. Well, like I said, next time follow the rules and I will happily look at it. All you got to do is follow the rules of the game and then you're allowed to play the game. Bagadu 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 boof. Jacob Sherbet. All right, what you got for us, Jakey? Is your last name really Sherbet? That's fun. This is a thematic sorcerer that feels like a witch. An iconic spellcaster that's missing in 5e. Ooh, I disagree with that, but okay, we'll see what happens. Whenever I have seen this, here's what I'm going to say. I am going to go in with an open mind and an open heart. But there's a few types of things that keep coming up as like reoccurring homebrew. And it's people that use blood magic where they are sacrificing hit points to cast spells. It's people making witches or shamans. And there's another one that comes up all the time. And they are always completely bloated, completely overpowered, and completely miss the mark, miss the point. I'm hoping that's not the case, but my goodness, does that happen a lot. Now, that doesn't always happen, but it happens a lot. So what I'm hoping is you can break the mold. But the good news there is that if it is jank in any number of ways, that's not unusual for the starting idea that you're working with. Let's see. Witchcraft sorcery. For years, people have theorized that witchcraft came from hags. Others came from old religions. Still calm, they are destined. So, you have failed in your flavor text. The goal of your flavor text should be twofold. Fold number 1 should be get us excited to read on. Fold number 2 should be let us know what this feels like to play. You spend about half of it giving examples of random things that it may or may not be, and then say, actually, it's all of them. But we still don't really know what this is supposed to feel like. We still don't really know what the vibe of this unique sorcerer is. And there's really nothing in here to entice us to be like, don't you want to try this? So I would probably rebuild this, not worrying about all of this intro, and just get right into it. Witchcraft bloodline sorcerers can, chart their heritage back to Isgwiv Vogeldoggle, and then immediately dive into what it's like. We don't need the whole thing to be an intro where you're dancing around topics. That's not going to work. What spells do we get? Find Familiar, Caustic Brew, Mind Whip, Misty Step, Dispel Magic, Bestow Curse, Polymorph, Arcane Eye, Scrying, Skill Empowerment. Spell list seems fine. Mind Whip feels kind of out of place. I think the only reason you gave them Mind Whip is because it's called Tasha's Mind Whip. If it wasn't called Tasha's Mind Whip, this spell would feel like it belonged to an Eldritch subclass, not a Witchcraft one. So I'd probably do something else here. Something more naturey. I feel like we could use a little bit more nature in this. You might be saying, well, that's not what a witch means to me. But you know what I'd say? We have no fucking idea what a witch is supposed to mean to you because you don't actually explain it here. You just give a lot of vagueness. And witch is a very open topic. So when you come up with a very open idea that could be interpreted and has been interpreted in a million different ways, and then the description you give is very vague, we go in with this idea of like, we don't know what the fuck this is supposed to feel like. Or we go in with a really clear idea of what we think it's supposed to feel like, but then it's not that and it's something completely different. And now it's like, well, why is it not what I thought it was supposed to be? Because that's what I thought witches were. And the reason it's going to feel that way is because, well, it's what they thought a witch was supposed to be, not what you thought a witch was supposed to be. Do you know what I mean? I would argue druid is also probably the best subclass to make a witch for. I don't think sorcerer makes sense. I'm assuming they'll be getting this at first level. Getting druid spells also is a big plus. So one thing that I don't know if you did this on purpose or not, but being able to pick from the druid spell list essentially gives us access to being a healer, which is incredibly powerful as a thing to give access to as a sorcerer. So if you don't want to have to power balance for that, I would cut druid off this list and replace most of these spells with druid type spells that you wouldn't normally get access to, because a lot of these spells are also just on the sorcerer spell list. So give us the druid spells you want to give us here. Don't give us the full reign of druid spells here. A sorcerer that has access to healing magic is incredibly powerful. I think there's a reasonable argument to be made that the main the main first level feature that the Divine Soul Sorcerer gets at first level is not access to cleric spells, it's access to healing spells. Can you swap these at will? You have to swap them over whenever you're learning new spells, I think. I don't know. There's rules for it somewhere. They didn't write them down, but there's rules for it somewhere. Let's see what we get at first level. Oh my, did you just make it so you're just doing more magic? If it's just you're a sorcerer that's doing more magic, that's not a subclass, and it's falling into the pit trap. You get a cantrip from any spell list of your choice. Why are you giving us a cantrip from any spell list of your choice? Do you know what happens when you're giving us a cantrip from any spell list of your choice? You are telling us the flavor of this subclass is literally nothing. The flavor of this subclass is random magic choice that you make. There's nothing there. So I would not make it a random one. Make it a druid one. Make it something that feels witchy. This isn't witchy. This is just magic. And we get proficiency in Arcana. And we get tools. This is not a first level feature. This is literally just you're a sorcerer, but you get more skills and more proficiencies and more spells. That's not a subclass. That's just sorcerer plus, which is, to be honest, you don't need to feel that bad about that, because that is the mistake that everybody makes when they make magic-themed magical subclasses, is they just make it get more magic. So there's nothing here that feels witchy really at all, other than Poisoner's Kit, basically. Arguably cooking tools. I don't know. I'd come up with something different for first level. At 6th level, as an action, you can force a target to make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC to jinx them or bless them, your choice. What does that mean? They can choose to fail the save. They subtract 1d6 to all ability checks for the next minute. This is almost word for word taken from another feature that exists. That is what the Star Druid gets. The Star Druid gets a thing where they roll a die and it's wheel or woe or something like that, and they can add or subtract a d6 to a creature's ability checks. This just feels too similar to that. I would just come up with something completely new and different. Also, not to be a bummer, but again, why is this witchcraft? What is going on here? I don't know. 14th level, you can make a cauldron full of healing potions. How many potions does it have? What? So at 14th level, you can materialize a cauldron that contains a number of potions equal to your charisma modifier that are either potion of poison or healing potion. Okay, there is so much missing here. Let's talk about it. One, there is no action economy. So literally, how do we summon the cauldron? Is it an action to summon? Is it a bonus action? Does it take doing a 10-minute ritual? How long does the cauldron last? Does it last a second? Does it last a round? Does it last 10 minutes? Does it last forever? How long do the potions last? Do they last a minute? Do they last a round? Do they last a day? Do they last forever? How many times a day can we do this feature? Currently, the way this is written, every single turn, I could summon a cauldron, and it will be full of potions equal to my charisma modifier. So I could make infinite healing potions very quickly with this. The other thing that I think is really important to note here is, what are we actually doing with these potions? For example, a potion of poison is not an item in D&D, nor is a healing potion. I think all healing potions have a moniker of what type of healing potion they are, what level they are of healing, and I'm pretty sure potion of poison is just a thing you wrote. So, this ability, we don't know how we activate it. It creates potentially infinite number of healing and poison potions, both of which are unclear as to what they are. So with all of that in mind, I think if you want to do a thing where you're summoning potions, you got to think of a way to do it differently. How about this? Over the course of a long rest, you can brew a number of potions equal to your charisma modifier. When you do, you choose between one of these 3 potions type. These potions lose their magic after 8 hours or after 24 hours, so you can't store them up. Something like that could work. Starting at 18th level, you're able to form a magical bond with other willing creatures to form a temporary coven. What does it do? This is going to be easy. You should assume you will always have this on, because by level 18, you'll always have 2 party members that are going to be like, fuck yeah, let's go. You can cast spells using the strongest saving throw DC amongst you.
Working on something exciting for you,
Ooh.
CBS. My first monster with legendary actions.
Let's friggin' go, crazy. Let's go, baby. I love it. Okay. So, not only is everybody using the same spell save DC, but whatever that highest DC is, you all get a +1 to your spell save and attack roll if you're all facing the same target. What does it mean to be facing the same target? What does that literally mean? How do we interpret that? Does that mean at the start of my turn, I declare I am facing the same target as this person, and then they declare I am facing the same target as well, and then they get to add that bonus? Or is it like, if you cast a spell at a creature that one of your allies has cast a spell on since the end of your last turn, you get a bonus? Like, what is going on here? So the other thing is that this just ain't a class feature, man. Like, legit, this just doesn't work. If you want to do a thing where you have a special ability to everybody in a coven using the highest spell save DC amongst each other for casting spells, what a cool idea for a magic item that is, like a legendary or an artifact magic item. That would work great. As a class feature, it kind of breaks the game, because we need to rely on our stats. Otherwise, like, the game sort of starts to fall apart a little bit. So, main feedback overall, I kind of think you missed the boat in terms of making this thing feel witchy. And I think the fundamental mistake there was the fact that you didn't really pick a clear direction earlier on. But the bigger concern, and the thing that I think you really need to address more, is most of the things in here speak to a lack of understanding of the core mechanics of the game. And a lack of understanding of the language. It sort of feels like you are writing your ideas down, but you didn't really think about that other than as an idea. So what you need to start doing is you need to start translating this from an idea into actual mechanics. And then when you bump into all those roads, you need to address them. What do I mean by that? Like action economy and all that nonsense. So I think the idea of doing a witchy sorcerer could work, but you really have to pick a direction and push it in that direction. This is really suffering from being too broad. And if you have not a strong understanding of D&D writing game mechanics, and your idea is really broad, it's going to quickly lead into it being sort of a miasma of brown and gray without a lot of vibrant colors and a lot of confusion as to how it's actually supposed to be used or how it could be used. If you have a charisma modifier of +1, it's impossible to use that feature. That's true. That's also a good point. So yeah, I don't know what to say, man. Doing which subclasses are hard. It's tricky. And you fell, I think, into most of the pitfalls that most people fall into, which is not the end of the world. You can climb out of them, and I believe in you. And with that, I shall give you a round of applause. Thank you, Jacob Sherbet, for sharing your homebrew. I meant miasma. Miasma is like goo and ethos and cosmic stuff. Melange is like the blech. Miasma is like goo. It was in the goo. It's in the goo. Thank you, thank you. All right. I think we got one more. Let's do one more. Bucket a 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 bucket a. Silly Sleeper. Silly has been one of my biggest supporters for a little while. And they have never sent us homebrew before. Yeah, like cosmic goo. I know what I'm talking about. I'm really good at the English language. First time doing this. I thought it would be fun, and I want to add some magic items to my games. Excuse me. There's a cool artist I follow who makes art of many magic swords and such. This is one of them, and I want to adapt it into my games. Okay, cool, 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 cool. Let's give her a gander. I don't know if this is your first homebrew you've ever made, but this is the first that I've ever looked at, I think. The Blade of Birth Date. It's a birthday. It's a birthday candle. Okay. I immediately understand why you're like, oh, I want to make magic items based on based on this art. Very evocative art. Very evocative art. That's funny. Okay, short sword. So, first piece of feedback immediately. When you're writing magic item features, you want to write them in the second person. You know, maybe that's not true, but I think it reads better. Well, let me read. Let me see what it does before because I misread the opening sentence. Let me read it. When it's the wielder of the weapon's birthday, or optionally the player is controlling the weapon. This is a nice thing. The tip of this magic sword is lit with a flame when unsheathed. Okay. So here's what you want to do. You need to start with the beginning. So what is happening? What is the first thing? Remember, silly. Order of operations. What's the first thing that we need here? Is the first thing we need the wielder's birthday? No. It's the item. So instead of starting with when it's the wielder's weapons of the blah, instead of starting like this, start it like this. While wielding the weapon. Or when a creature wields the weapon on their birthday. Something like that. But start with the wielding. Don't start with the wielder birthday. Start with the wielding and then go into the birthday. I also think this is a really fun optional rule. The flame sheds bright light in a 10-foot radius and dim light in another 10 feet for the duration of the birthday. This is so funny. The sword deals an extra 1d12 fire damage to any target it hits. I think you can drop any target it hits. You can just deal extra fire damage. If the sword is sheathed or submerged in water, the flame will extinguish, but it reignites when unsheathed. Okay, so this immediately is a lot of fun because a sword that deals an extra 1d12 damage on every hit that doesn't require attunement is pretty dang strong, but it's only that literally once a year. So it sort of creates this circumstance where there's a magic item that kind of everybody can share. And if it's your character's birthday, that means it's your day to use it. And if it's nobody's birthday, I mean, we'll keep reading in a second, but at least so far, if it's nobody's birthday, it doesn't do anything. It's just a sword that is magical, which is not terrible, but it's a funny idea. right, let's see what the additional is. If the sword is lit when the wielder attacks a creature with this weapon and rolls a 20 on the attack roll, the wielder may make a minor birthday wish. I want to push a little bit here. Well, let me see what they are. The first thing that I'm going to say is if both of these things, if the extra lighting and the fire damage is when it's lit, and this is when it's lit, then you should just make them both together. So what I would say is something like, when it's the wielder's birthday, the flame, the fire, the candle lights, it makes a bright light and gains the following features. And then you make it bullet points. Bullet point 1, attacks with this weapon deal an extra 1d12 fire damage. Bullet point 2, if you roll a 20 on the attack roll with this weapon, the wielder can, you or the wielder can make a minor birthday wish by rolling on the table below. But make it bullet points. I think it'll be better if they're all, if everything is tied into that main activation of it being a birthday. Because right now, when I initially read this, my first thought was, oh, this should just always happen on initiative roll 20. And I was like, oh, maybe that's not what they actually want. Maybe they just want it to be tied into the fire. So this could be that. This could just always be on, and the magic fire could only be once a year. But if you really like the once a year thing, bake it all in together. I also think you could go harder in the paint here, maybe, with the features. I think it could maybe even hit harder. Let's see what these do. Okay. When they score a 20, you can... Oh, it's a wish. You can wish for money. You get to add 1d6 gold to your inventory. You get to deal more fire. And a creature that... and health. The creature the wielder can see gains 2d8 hit points. Okay. Wait, at the end of the birthday, the sword is destroyed? So it only gets to be used by one person on their birthday? Ooh. Huh. I don't know if I like that. I think there should be a way that it could be used... Because it's not insane. It's silly. It's not a crazy item. I think it should be able to be used infinitely. That's my first thought. I don't think it should be one-time use. I think it should be birthday time use. That's my first thought. I would change that. Cheap Tactic says the first wish is kind of meh compared to the other two. I'm going to push back. I'm going to push back, Cheap Tactics. And I'm going to say all of these wishes are meh. Because let's think about how rare it is that we get to use this feature. In order for me to pick one of these wishes... Not only do I need to roll a natural 20 with this weapon, which sometimes doesn't happen for months at a time of real play, but I need to roll that natural 20 while it is my character's birthday. That's the only time that happens, okay? So it is so rare. So rare. And because this item is a little bit silly, it's a birthday sword, right? It looks like a candle. There's even an implication that it should work based on player birthdays, which I think is fun. I would argue that we should make these insane. I don't think these are strong enough by a long shot. So all of them. So here's what I would do. Literally multiply everything by a number you think is too big. I would probably make this something like roll 3d10 and gain that much times 10's gold or more. Like roll 1d6, multiply that by 100 and gain that much gold. I think this should not do 1d12 fire damage. I think this should probably just, do something fucking crazier. You cast Innervation on the target. Like they take a shit ton of fire damage and are now on fire. And health, I think you should be able to cast Revivify at range and or heal a creature a shit ton of hit points. I think it should be like, pick a creature within 30 feet of you. If they died within the last minute, they return to life with 1 hit point. If they are alive, they gain 30 hit points. Something fucking crazy. If you do that, then I do think you need to clarify. I would change this and I would say, once you have rolled a 20 in this way and made a birthday wish, you can make no more birthday wishes this birthday. Something like that. So I wouldn't want you to be able to spam these crazy powers, but... Or just pick some really high-level spells that you get to cast. You could cast... Power could cast harm on a creature. Health could cast heal. I don't know what money would cast. Give me the loot. Give me the loot. But yeah, go big. Go big. Go big. Because this is so fucking rare. This is not going to happen that much. You know? I think it's a really good item. I actually think I have very little feedback other than the stuff I just said, and I got kind of in a trance, so I don't know how much feedback I just gave. But it makes me sad. But that's not a bad thing that it makes me sad. It makes me sad because I think there is something kind of sad inherently to things that are kind of like really wonderful, but baked into their wonderfulness is like a fleeting moment, you know? Like, I'm trying to think of a good example. Like if you've ever gone to a play that was really good, like really good, it's more sad when the play ends than seeing a movie or reading a book or reading a comic book. And a lot of that for me, and a lot of that sadness comes from the fact that I can never really see that thing again. Like, I could go see the play again, but I'm never going to have that experience that I just had again. And this is such a fun idea, legitimately fun idea. And what makes the idea so fun is the crux of the fact that this item is just a birthday present item. So it's such a fun, goofy idea. But over the course of any D&D campaign you ever play in, it really is not going to get that much use. But that's what makes it special. But that also makes it sad. That's not criticism. That's just talking about my feelings. But I feel that way about a lot of things. I've never felt that way about a piece of homebrew before. I feel that way about like movies, not movies, about a lot of theater stuff. I feel that way about concerts sometimes. There's a lot of art. I used to be, when I lived in Baltimore, I used to be much more involved in the art scene. And there's a lot of like limited time art, like art that by definition it sort of cannot last. I don't know. It's crazy. Anyway, I don't really have more thoughts. Silly Sleep, you're allowed to talk now if you want to. If you have any questions of clarification or anything. I like it a lot. I think it's really good, dude. I think it's a really, really fun. And I just think you got to turn that fun up to 11 in terms of this. Make sure that it's only one-time use for the day. And then just from a formatting perspective, you know, if you have a feature that has a special activation, which is the birthday, and then that activation creates multiple effects, oftentimes it's better to title the feature sort of after the activation, like, and that doesn't need to be a title, it could just be the paragraph here explaining it, but then having like the sub being bullet points to help you get through it. And the logic there is really, it's just about navigation. If I'm using this item, I don't want to have to hunt for mechanics. You know, I want to be, there's 3 bullet points, this thing does 3 things. It's, even if the things take a little while to read, just that amount of information being plugged into my brain by flash looking at it really helps me as a player navigate using it, you know? I don't really have more thoughts. I want to see who the artist is. Sword comic. I feel like I recognize this name. Don't want to sign in. I hate TikTok. What is this? Twitch? Twitter? TikTok? The sword of every spider you ever ate in your sleep. Okay. Okay, I see what's going on here. Oh my god, is this just... Wait, silly, before you leave, because it is getting late, I accept that. Is this a comic series where the entire gimmick is its weird ideas of swords, and that's the joke? And it's either like a deep dive into the weird idea of the sword or just showing the sword? Do they have a website? I don't want to read it on Twitter. Oh my god, is this it? Is this all of it in alphabetical order? Oh, it is. Okay. I think this is it. All right, I'm losing track. We'll go back to that later. We'll go back to that later. That looks really cool. That looks really cool. No, please do more of these. That was fun. Okay, I'll take a deep dive into that later. Okay. Okie dokie artichoke. We are gonna start rapping. We are gonna start rapping it up. Oh, a lot of fun homebrew tonight, guys. A lot of really interesting ideas. Ugh. Interesting ideas expressed in interesting ways. Come on now. Let's go. Before we totally end, let us do a big round of applause to everybody who submitted homebrew this week. Every single one of you. You are glorious people. If you got your homebrew looked at, amazing. If you got your homebrew not looked at, amazing. Well, not amazing, but you're amazing, regardless. Big round of applause to every single person that participated. Apologies again to you, Flareware, when I let out Smolder. I think I let him out too much. I still feel bad about that, just so you know. It's still eating at my chest. That was literally sitting in the back of my head after the moment I did it for the rest of stream. And I know that's me being neurotic, and I get that, and I'm okay with that, but I am sharing it. If you do end up watching Cemetery Man, I hope you enjoy it. I need to take a little break from screens after stream, so I'm gonna like pace my house, maybe take a walk, and then see how I'm feeling. If I want to watch something, that'll probably be the thing I check out, but I might be a sleepy boy. You left me on TV for Harry? All right, good. All right, guys, if this is your first time here, welcome, thank you. If it's your last time here, welcome, thank you. We are going to be gone. We're leaving tomorrow. We are going to be looking at some homebrew that's not like this sort of style, but a compendium that has been put together by people that are members of our community. It's called Beastlands. It's going to be really cool. And then on Thursday, we have our opposite subclass day, which I am so excited for. Also, keep a lookout in the Discord tonight or tomorrow, probably tomorrow, but one of the two. I am going to post in the general chat. I am going to say, reply to this comment with suggestions for the next weekly challenge theme tonight. And then I'm going to ask you to put emojis for the ones you vote for. That doesn't mean just write your response in my Discord. It means literally, if I say respond to this, respond to it, because that's how I'm going to find them. And I'll post that tonight or tomorrow morning, probably tomorrow morning because it's getting kind of late. And I'll tag the @writers. Yeah, and but this week on Thursday is opposite homebrew, the paladin of inconsistency as opposed to the paladin of devotion, or the path of the not that interested in your religion, as opposed to the path of the zealot. I don't know. All sorts of different opposites. Path of darkness cleric, light cleric. So yeah, should be a good time. I'm excited for it. I think that realistically, those are my favorite streams we do now, are the themed ones, because it's fun to see people like try to build in a direction. Like these streams feel good, but they sort of feel like we're like, let's go to fucking work. Those streams feel like, let's go on a weird exploration journey. All right, you guys are absolutely lovely. Again, thank you so much. Have a great night. Take care of yourselves. Be good to each other, and as always, you know, ice cream before sandwich and chocolate before vanilla.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door. Never hearing me talk to myself